Howdy, howdy, June. This is unbelievable, man. I think it's an age thing. Maybe y'all agree, maybe you don't. Just how, and I've said this before, I come in here, this is normally about the same rant, I guess you would say I have to start every month. But it really does just amaze me as I get older. Dave, you're the oldest. I'm not picking on you. You're the oldest of the three of us in here. Tyler's the youngest. I'll get his opinion. I mean, do you feel that way? Like, do you feel like as you get older, just time speeds up on you? I mean, 1 minute, there you are. You still have a nice full head of hair, by the way. I never compliment on it. I assume it's true. But I was going to say, one moment, you're partying like a rock star. Who knows what you were doing in your 30s and 40s, and now you're a great grandfather. Not a great grandfather, but you're a great grandfather. Yeah, you're. What would you say?
It's a great comma, as there's a pause in separation.
No, what did he say? Sophisticated? What, remember Halloween?
Yeah, so it's sophisticated grandpa. Was that your costume?
Yeah, that was right.
But does it feel like to you as you get older, time has sped? Like the fact that we're not halfway through the year of 2026, but obviously a month away. But does it feel that way to you as you get older? And then I'm going to ask Tyler, you the same thing as you're younger.
Absolutely. I was thinking about something that happened, and it's like, whoa, that wasn't that long ago. It was 30 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it just blows your mind how quickly it goes by. It's like, oh, half the year is already over.
Yeah, we play some, I think it was Kenny Chesney today, Don't Blink. But yeah, does it feel that way to you? You're 29. Does it feel?
Yeah, well, especially considering the fact that I'm days away from turning 30.
Oh, dear Lord.
Which is a pivotal moment, I think, in everybody's life as you transition to that next decade. Yes, there's a lot of things that I was like, okay, because like at the beginning of every year, you have your goals, like, okay, I want to do this or that, or have this done, or save this much money by a certain period of time. And I'm like, it's June, and there's a lot of those things I haven't accomplished yet.
Yeah, I mean,
the year's halfway over.
I mean, I'm serious. Before we know it, 2 months from today, we'll be kicking off around this time. I'm going to assume we'll say it August 1st. We'll be kicking off the first day of football practice.
We will.
There'll be you'll be all by yourself from 9 to 12 because all them boys will be out there watching stretching and everything.
Well, and I guess when you're in this line of work, because our thing, yes, we react to things, but we're always looking ahead to the next thing, the next game, the next series, the next season. And especially as you get through the months of summer, which I love summer. Summer is my favorite time of year, but I feel like doing this job, we kind of wish it away a little bit because, all right, let's get to football. We're talking about it, previewing it, and we can't wait for these next 3 months to go by so we can talk about games starting in early September. So, yeah, the passage of time definitely going quicker as you get older.
So welcome into June 1.
There's your existential crisis for the day.
Yep, June 1, I think for the majority, probably maybe not for everybody, but for the majority, school is officially out. The kids are on summer break. Maybe you've got that summer vacation lined up. South Carolina baseball, I think people jumped off of the Titanic slower than people are leaving South Carolina baseball today. We're going to get into this a little bit. Because I don't think this is what anybody is shocked by, Tyler. I think everybody's like, okay, it had to happen. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who would be like, Bill, Tyler, Dave, look at the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. Do we really want to keep the vast majority of these guys? And I get it. So this isn't like a woe is us, or this isn't a, whoa, look at, like Frank Martin. When Frank Martin left and there was a slew of transfers, I was like, look, guys, this set the program back.
Sure.
This was coming down the pipe. Y'all can blame Frank all you want, but if you'd had any forewarning, if you'd paid any attention at all, you knew those players were there for Frank and not for the University of South Carolina. Baseball, I think a lot of you are like, look, this had to happen, right?
Yeah.
And today, right now, the big name I just talked to Jack Veltri out in our bullpen area out there. Will Craddock has entered the transfer portal. We'll get to all the names. Again, it's going to take us like a segment to read them off. The baseball program right now, there's a couple of people looking around each other like, oh, wait, did we miss something?
And I know it wasn't all of them formally announcing it once, and we're obviously going to talk to Jamie later on the show, but he was the one that said, hey, here's this handful of guys. I'd never seen so many guys be announced into the portal in a group like that before. That's across all sports, right? Because the portal's been going on for almost a decade now. I've never seen that many players in kind of a single report all be tie to like, hey, all these guys going in the portal. As we went from like 4 or 5 when we started the show this morning to now like 12, all in the portal.
Yeah, and again, this isn't. I'm not trying to come in here and say, you get what you asked for. You wanted to fire the coach. You didn't want to keep on. No. We knew this was coming, but here is my question. What do you now, because several weeks ago, I don't remember when, Tyler, you and I were like, well, new coach, you expect Omaha within 4 years.
You would hope.
I'm watching this occur, and I'm a big believer in that in this day and age, there is no such thing as a rebuild anymore. But now I'm looking at the timeline of things and a new coach coming in, and I'm going, next year's year 0. And then you got to recruit high schoolers. Well, high schoolers right now are hard to come in and match up right away with college players because of portal and things going on. So I'm kind of going like, well, it's at minimum a 2-year rebuild. Now, I don't know if people agree with me. I've put up a poll question. You can go to my Twitter account, @Will, WILGUNTER, and you can check it out there. My question is just simply this, like, you are smart baseball fans. We've talked about that. There is very smart Gamecock baseball fans. You know what good baseball looks like. You know what bad baseball looks like. What is now the expected rebuild for this program? Like, if we get Kevin Schnall in here today, obviously he is the name. There's Steve Sabins is a name that we'll pay attention to later. I forget what time that game starts. I don't think it's
6.
Yeah, 6. I was thinking, but anyway, they play Kentucky. But we'll see how quickly this thing with Schnall moves. But let's just say you get him in by Friday. Well, by the way, the transfer portal, I know y'all have mentioned this today.
Yeah.
The portal opened today. That's why you're seeing it officially open. So you got to get somebody in. You got to get the staff in. You got to do all these things. It feels like a lost portal season to me already. And maybe I'm being Debbie Downer.
Going back to your point a moment ago, I don't think it's that there's not rebuild. Rebuild's not a thing anymore. I just think it's more of an expedited process because, and this goes across all sports, it used to be before, the only transfers you get were like grad transfers or guys that would have to sit out a year if they transferred before then. I think we looked at a new coach coming in as like a 3 to 4 year project of, okay, he's got to filter out the talent that's here, bring in his guys, build a recruiting base, establish his identity on offense, defense, or whatever it may be. And that took a couple seasons, where now that process is a lot more expedited because you do have the portal where, again, you're going to have pretty much this entire roster to be able to fill with whoever. If it is Kevin Schnall, guys coming over from Coastal, or other guys from the portal, in addition to building that recruiting base, to where you speed that process up a little bit, where by the time you get into year number 2, which again is an indictment on how bad the Maneri era was, you should have what you need at that point in time to move forward with. It's not a 3 to 4 year process. It's a 1 to 2 year process now.
Okay. I've got the poll 1 to 2 year rebuild, 3 to 4 rebuild, or I feel like there's going to be some of you out there who are like, no, there's no rebuild whatsoever. Whoever gets it because of the portal, because South Carolina should have NIL money, we should be able to hit the ground running. And then if you want to get real deep into that question, what is the definition of a rebuild? Is that just getting back to the NCAA tournament? Is that getting to super regionals? Is that getting all the way? What do we define as the actual true rebuild?
I think, and again, we don't know who the head coach is. We hope it can be Schnall. We'll talk about that in a moment. If you told me right now that a year from today, Carolina will have just played in the NCAA regionals, whether they advance or not, whether a host seed or not, whatever. If you just tell me they were in the tournament in 2027, that's successful. That's a step in the right direction. We can go from there. I don't need to know anything else. That tells me something's gone right.
I'm with you on that. And again, the list of names so far, and they're fast and they're furious here so far today. We mentioned it. Will Craddock has already entered the transfer portal. I don't think it's a surprise. What did catch me a little off guard, maybe just a tad, I don't know if I call it you, Tyler, is that he enters with a do not contact, what do you want to call it, tag on his not part. What that typically means, according to what I've seen from basketball, football, you know where you're going. And what that tells me, and you tell me, you say, Bill, you've been a little dramatic. He knew where he was going in about May,
But
mid-May, early May.
Coaches aren't allowed to talk to players before they enter the portal, Bill. That's tampering.
He knew where he was going.
Yes, we've seen this plenty of times. Put the do not contact tag. You've already essentially got something lined up. You're just waiting to cross the I's, cross the T's and dot the I's to finish it off. But yes, when that gets put out there, you already know what the deal is.
Yeah. So we'll get you all those names. You know, look, there's some names that you're going to be like, well, they're gone. Good for them. I hope best of wishes to them. Just didn't work out here. There's going to be some names you're going to be kind of like, maybe we should kind of fight to bring them back when the new coach comes in. And then there's going to be some names that you're like, yeah, didn't want that one at all. And I think it covers the full gamut. I'm not saying that this team needed to keep a whole bunch of guys. The record speaks for itself the last 2 years. There are times where I'm a believer that coaching is a bigger issue than the players, and I do think coaching in particular has limited some of these guys, and I'd be interested to see what a couple of them are capable of doing with a new coaching staff, with new eyes, with new voices, with new vision. But as of today, I don't think there's anybody that should be shocked at what's going on.
Well, and you look at a guy like Craddock, who again got out of the gates really, really hot, and obviously had his bright spots throughout the season. You look at that and saying, okay, this guy is still a raw talent that whoever the head coach coming here could mold him into being what he wants him to be. And again, we always have to throw this out there: just because you enter the portal doesn't mean you can't come back out. And a guy like Craddock, if say Schnall gets hired and wants him to come back, there's that opportunity of saying, hey, we'd love to have you back if you want to come. Like the door swings both ways in the portal, as we've seen, with basketball and football as well. So just because somebody enters in isn't the absolute end-all, be-all. When you have a do not contact tag, that's usually pretty heavy indication they're going to go somewhere else. But there is a small possibility some of these guys could, once they find out who the head coach is and that coach wants them, could end up deciding to return. You got to throw that out there.
803-404-6100. That's how you can weigh. We'll get into that. We'll get into Kevin Schnall. Well, his season is officially come to a conclusion. Now, I can't remember who reported over the weekend. It was a lot of tweets. It was just multiple tweets. Just tweet upon tweet upon tweet upon tweet from everybody. Just everybody tweets. Somebody out there, one of the really good media people, I don't know, somebody, might have been Cloninger, I can't remember, pointed out Kevin Schnall's not due back until Coastal's not due back into Conway until today.
Right.
So let the games begin. It's 13 minutes past noon. Let the games with Kevin Schnall begin, and let's see where it goes.
The unfortunate part is we can't track flight aware for this one because it's just a couple-hour drive.
You think they're
down to
meeting
Myrtle
in
Beach.
Florence?
Yeah, like, okay, if you see, like, Jeremiah Donati hanging out at Buc-ee's with somebody who looks like Kevin Schnall, okay, now we've got something. But you can't track flights for this one, unfortunately.
So, in other words, some of y'all are on summer vacation. Get in your car and just drive up and down 20. Yeah. Just drive up and down. Just be looking for somebody like Jeremiah Donati, either driving or riding shotgun.
Do we need a lookout at Halls for the next couple of days? Like, all right, it looks like Schnall's here.
Every rest stop between here and Florence.
Exactly.
Everyone. Check it out. All right. We'll get into Kevin Schnall. His season is officially over. It is Kevin Schnall watch season officially, and we'll talk about that when we come back. It's the Halftime Show. Well, like good boys and girls on Christmas morning, today has come, and we have run down the stairs to see what presents are underneath the tree, and now we go about unwrapping them, looking to see if we've got a brand new Kevin Schnall as head baseball coach. Now, I will say this, Tyler, I don't know how much you paid attention to Twitter over the weekend. I did some paying attention at certain times, busy at other times. I do think there is a little bit more of a divide on Kevin Schnall than I initially thought. I've seen some people want to go with Steve Sabins. I've seen some Dan Fitzgerald. I've seen some mixed reports that it's Sabins and Schnall, and Fitzgerald is kind of in a third spot. Josh Holliday, the coach at Oklahoma State, appears. This is a key word, actually. Appears to have reached out to South Carolina and had a conversation. Not South Carolina reached out to him, but he reached out to South Carolina. So we're seeing a few other names start to kind of creep into this discussion as we come to a conclusion. But I'm assuming South Carolina fans woke up this morning shaking boxes, wondering if a Kevin Schnall was in there.
Yeah, through this whole process, and again, this has been 2+ months in the making that we've been following this. Like, Schnall's always been the name that's been positioned at the top. Now, it's been alongside Fitzgerald, Sabins, kind of the latest, like 1A, 1B type of thing, but Schnall's always been there. Now, again, we look at this from the perspective of what we think and how we look at these guys. We're not inside Jeremiah Donati's head. We don't know if he is the absolute slam dunk #1 guy for South Carolina. If he is, there's no reason to think that this shouldn't be done by the end of the week then, right? Because he's done playing, and if he's your guy, drive over there and get him. Sit down with him, have the interview, hammer out the details, and then, we'll have a presser by the end of the week if that is the guy you unequivocally think is #1. If not, then, hey, Sabins could be done by tonight. That opens up another candidate there, and then you kind of play it out a little bit further. But, again, if you believe that Schnall is the best hire, then there's no reason to wait for him to be your next head coach.
Well, and as we just pointed out, if it is Schnall and his season's done, you're probably not getting around to that interview today, but you want to get, if it is Schnall, if it is Kevin Schnall, you actually want to get this done as quickly as possible so that you have a foundation piece for your program who then can look at the players who might be in the transfer portal and go, hey, Will Craddock, I'd like to have you back. KJ Scovey, no offense, keep it on trucking, buddy. Best of luck to you. And by the way, let's get you that list real quick of guys who have entered the transfer portal today. Jamie Bradford will talk a lot more about this coming up here in just a little while. Tell me if I miss anybody here because, again, this list has grown exponentially. Will Craddock is the big name, real quick. That is the name. Bo Hollins is in the transfer portal. Zach Russell is in the transfer portal. I mentioned KJ Scovey is in the transfer portal. Hudson Lee is in the transfer portal, and freshman pitcher Riley Goodman is in the portal. That's just of today. Dawson Harmon entered Friday, I think, during the show, and there's one other guy from back last week.
Braylon entered earlier on this morning. Gavin Braylon did. I don't think he was involved in that list. You just said
Alex Valentin is entered.
Josh Gunther, obviously.
Yes, Gunther was who I was thinking of from last week.
I think there's a couple more because I think we're up to 12 now.
Patrick Dudley, I believe.
Patrick Dudley, and there's one more that I don't think we've mentioned because I think that whole of what Jamie reported, that mass of guys, that brings you up to 12.
Gotcha. So
you're in the double digits now, in addition to the guys that have eligibility. So roughly half your team right now is not returning for next year.
This is, as you would expect, this is Kevin Schnall. This is from the weekend, and this is the clip of him kind of addressing in the best manner he can, Tyler, in a politically correct yet Kevin Schnall serious manner of the South Carolina job and where things stand with him. And this is, of course, post-game on Saturday afternoon. They were eliminated, or excuse me, I guess yesterday. Sunday.
The game started on Saturday.
That's a whole other conversation about how that all went. But here is Kevin Schnall talking about his future at Coastal Carolina University.
I've got a 5-year contract at Coastal. I'm the head baseball coach at Coastal Carolina. Can't stress it enough. In the last 25 years, we got the 5th best winning percentage in the entire country, the 6th most wins in the entire country. The past decade, we've got the most wins in the state of South Carolina. We've been to Omaha twice. We won a national championship. We were in the national championship finals last year. Only 4 teams in the last 12 years that advanced to the College World Series finals multiple times. Vanderbilt, Florida, LSU, Coastal Carolina. As long as we continue to be successful, people are going to continue to call Coastal Carolina to gauge interest in us in their jobs. I don't blame them. I would too.
Well, all that's true.
Mm-hmm. He did not tell any lies.
He also didn't say anything about this is where I'll be for the remaining future. Like it was just. Look, I don't know how Kevin Schnall would do here. I have no clue. There are reasons. I've had Kevin Schnall on the program before. Kevin is an ultra serious dude.
I don't know if I've ever seen him smile.
And I got to admit, there's part of me that wonders the relationship between he and this fan base. Because this fan base is, because they've been winners and they've seen stuff, they're hard to deal with as baseball fans. The expectation is high. I think that's why people are like, well, we give them life-changing money. I don't know if that's what entices this guy. I don't know if money, y'all out there, Tyler, I'm sure you've seen it. People are like, well, we'll just double his salary. We'll just do this. I'm not 100% sure money is what draws Kevin Schnall to the South Carolina job.
Well, and especially considering the fact that he played at Coastal.
Yes.
He's been a long-time assistant there. He served under Gary Gilmore and was handed the keys when he retired, a couple of years ago. Like, he is a Coastal lifer, say, for a couple of years when he was assistant at UCF. Like, that guy is as tied to that program as anybody. You can make a lot more money as the head coach here at Carolina, but if his family's happy where they're at there, we obviously know he can stay at Coastal Carolina for a long time if he continues to have them in the postseason at a regular clip and maybe be remembered as one of the all-time greats, if not the all-time great, if they can continue to have high-level success as opposed to coming here and being under a little bit more pressure with a program that has a richer history, and you're expected to be the guy that's going to take them back to that mountaintop.
Well, not only that, but at Coastal, I love Ryan Beard. I think he's a great guy. Justin Gray is a guy that I've known for a long time as a basketball coach. But Kevin Schnall's the guy.
Yes.
You come here, you're pretty much playing third fiddle behind Shane Beamer and Dawn Staley instantly.
Yes.
And and Kevin Schnall can work his way up. People here love their baseball. But you get a lot of both criticism and praise. You're under the spotlight. At Coastal, it would take falling off the map. And you heard him say, he said 25 years, and you just pointed out, he's been there in some capacity for 25 years. He played for 4. He was an assistant coach for 11. He's been the associate head coach for the last 8. I mean, Gary Gilmore is the official head coach of what got built. Kevin Schnall is a large piece of that as well. Kevin Schnall has a large hand in building that program to where they are today.
Well, and in a rare event in today's world of college sports, you're a mid-major program that legitimately can go toe-to-toe with the big names, right? And we don't see that as much in football and basketball, but Coastal, we know, can continue to be in that mix for the national championship. So you have an opportunity to be the exception to the rule in a lot of ways, and like you said, be the guy. You are the face of your university as the baseball program because you're having the most success, which you can't say at a lot of other schools.
Well, it's kind of the thing is I've had at Coastal Carolina, you have the 3 major coaches, the baseball, the basketball, and the football coach walk into the room at an alumni event. If the baseball coach there asks for money, he gets it first.
Yes.
If he needs something, he gets it first. Here, if he walks into a room, he's at least second on the list behind Shane Beamer. And again, depending on how some people want to handle it, he could be third if Dawn Staley wanders in as well. So we'll continue to monitor that, obviously, through the week. I am just fascinated to see how quickly this moves. There is, I feel like, a better than average chance that by the end of our show tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we at least have some shape, or we have some knowledge of a meeting, of an interview, of where this is going. Because, again, you look at the transfer portal today and what's happening, Tyler, and my natural assumption is Jeremiah Donati knows the urgency. Kevin Schnall knows the urgency. Everybody involved knows the urgency if he is the guy.
We've gone from a head coach watch to a head coach warning.
Yes.
Tornado watch is, hey, there's elements out there that could create a tornado. Warning means a tornado's in the area. It's been spotted. gets a cover. We're in a head coaching warning at this point now.
So, again, we ask you to be good listeners. I'm sure none of you are working. Please hop in your vehicle and just go up and down I-20, just looking for anybody in a car that looks like Kevin Schnall or Jeremiah Donati. Once you find them, just tail them.
If you see anybody with a Coastal sticker on their car, get out, ask them what they know.
Tail them. Just tail them. Let's all, we're all in this together, folks. We're all in this together. 803-404-6100. We'll come back. Baseball regionals was kind of wild. It's still going on, but it's kind of wild. We'll talk about it. The #1 national seed is done, out, kaput. We'll talk about that. It's the halftime show. Bill Gunner for Old Timey Meat Market, where we at the Gunner household are off to a roaring summer grilling season. That's right, chicken wings. I got some salmon in the fridge that's going down tonight. Me and Austin, my son, we have been grilling up steaks left and right, and the reason being is at Old Timey Meat Market, #1, they have the absolute best prices possible, and 2, the way they treat us when we come through that door. And that's what makes Old Timey Meat Market stand out. I can guarantee you this. It is a non-grocery store meat buying experience. What do I mean by that? It means when you go there, they want to know your name, they want to know your family's name, they want to know your kids, and they want to know what you like, and they want to talk to you about it. I went in last week, had to get hot dogs. They listened to the show. They were laughing. They were cutting up about Captain Dave. They were asking how Tyler was. Old Timey Meat Market is a family-run, family-oriented butcher shop that's ready to help you. Stop by one of their 3 locations today, South Congaree, St. Andrews Road, or Lexington. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you. It is 12:35 on a Monday, June the 1st. Oh, goodness. Monday, June the 1st. As we've been talking South Carolina baseball through the first 35 minutes, the transfer portal is humming. It is spinning wildly as South Carolina baseball players are entering left and right. I don't know who. It's like the episode of Fresh Prince where Will Smith is standing there in the living room and everybody's moved out at the very end and he's looking around. I guess Stuart Lake is standing there like, well, who do I need to counsel and help out now? I feel like I've done my job.
Yeah, I always like to envision the portal as being a physical thing that's inside everybody's facility. Like there's the portal room, and, you know, he's watching these guys go down the hall like, nah, don't go. Sorry, coach. Got to go in the portal, and they just open a door, and it's just it's the Twilight Zone, basically. You jump in, you spin around, and you're off to another dimension.
And yeah, and we'll see. This isn't I think if anybody's followed this isn't a surprise. And again, from the standpoint of looking at the record the last 2 years, you're kind of like, well, no offense, fellas. It's probably best we all part ways and you go find a better situation for you and we find a better situation for us with other guys. So, best of luck to everybody involved in this situation. But I think it is a little jarring and a little shocking to see so many in one day. What was it? What is over a 3-hour period, 2-hour period? A 3-hour period is kind of how this has occurred?
Yeah, again, and Jamie, who we'll talk to in the 2 o'clock hour, were reported like 6 or 7 of those names going in all at once. I'm like, I've never seen a portal announcement feature that many names. And now, and again, it's not all these guys posting together saying we're all going in, but that many names being grouped together in any kind of report is a first, I feel like.
So, you know, what you hope, obviously, is that then you get the new coach in and that whomever the new coach is able to hit the portal running and get some players in that, as we've said, next year, maybe you're playing in an NCAA regional. And we'll get back into that rebuild and the exact time frame on that coming up. But, Tyler, I will admit I wasn't overly into baseball regionals this weekend. If it was on, I kind of checked it out. There was some wild things happening, from major upsets to players hitting home runs, trying to apparently celebrate rounding the bases and being ejected. What did you take away from this past weekend for baseball regionals?
I thought it was phenomenal. I watched.
Did you heavily involved?
Yeah, I watched a lot of it this weekend. Again, shout out to Squeeze Play on ESPN Plus, because it, like Red Zone, kind of bounce you around to all the great action going on. But like, baseball is such a fun game, and the margins are so thin between teams. And look, we get upsets and chaos in the NCAA tournament quite a bit, but there's just something about these regionals where you have to win multiple games over the course of a weekend. We were following games on Friday, like Milwaukee beating Auburn the way that they did, which they'll be playing in an elimination game coming up later on today. Milwaukee might be the story of the tournament so far, as a team that really turned their season around from the beginning of April, to now. But you had a lot of upsets. You had, again, UCLA, the #1 overall seed, who survived by the skin of their teeth Saturday with 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th. Then get eliminated yesterday by St. Mary's, a team that beat them on Friday. So you just had a lot of things to pay attention to and keep up with. And we have a full day of games today as well for the final eliminations for the first round, with a lot of host seeds, including, we talked so much about Georgia Tech, James Ramsey, that phenomenal offense. They lose to Oklahoma yesterday. They lose tonight. They're out.
Let's give you a rundown real quick. All right, here's who's advanced. And then I'll tell you who got eliminated here. Here's who advanced. Cal Poly takes down UCLA, the #1 national seed in the Los Angeles Regional. They advance, Tyler, and they do it by actually UCLA being eliminated fairly quickly. UCLA lost to St. Mary's 3-2 on Friday. They would bounce back and beat Virginia Tech and eliminate them, but then St. Mary's once again eliminates UCLA, and it was Cal Poly taking down St. Mary's. So Cal Poly is in. They're awaiting the winner of tonight's West Virginia-Kentucky matchup. That'll give us that side of the bracket.
That's a really rare situation where a lower seed never has to play the host and advance out of a regional.
Good point.
That doesn't happen a lot.
Good point. Yesterday, as I was kind of scrolling and preparing for the show, I was caught off guard by this, because I'm like, what? That's misprint. The Hattiesburg Regional, Little Rock I guess we're not even calling them Arkansas Little Rock anymore, but Little Rock just rolls through it, takes down Southern Miss, the number 9 national seed, rolls over Jacksonville State, who had taken out Virginia, and then rolls over Jacksonville State again. Little Rock has made themselves into the Super Regional. So if you're looking for brand name teams, when I read the first two, Cal Poly and Little Rock are in out of the Hattiesburg and Los Angeles Regional.
That's what makes it fun, man. Again, you hit it right on the weekend. And have a little momentum on your side, you can advance out. Now, how they fare once they get to Gainesville or take on Troy, we'll see, because those two teams playing each other tonight. By the way, Southern Miss being eliminated, Christian Ostrander, another candidate that's now done with this season. I think he's a little bit lower on the list now, but somebody that's out there nonetheless. But yeah, Little Rock. Again, I guess not Arkansas,
get it right.
Rock. Little Rock, definitely one of the bigger surprises of the first round.
And you just mentioned they'll take on either Florida or Troy. North Carolina, no problem. They get out of their regional with VCU, Tennessee, and East Carolina. Another game tonight, Texas A&M, the 12 seed nationally, playing Southern Cal. Both teams would have lost there, so an elimination game. The winner of that gets North Carolina, will travel to North Carolina, the 5 seed.
This was one of the tougher draws as a regional host because Southern Cal was the number 9 in the RPI going into the weekend. So they are a team that could make a case for being a host seed that comes in as your number 2 that obliterated Texas A&M yesterday and has a very good chance to do the same thing tonight.
Let's see. That is so. The winner of that, A&M and Southern Cal, gets North Carolina and Chapel Hill. Going down to the very bottom of the region, Mississippi gets out of the Nebraska regional. No problems there for them. They rolled right along as they knocked off Nebraska 6-3 and then took down Arizona State 5-4 in that regional. So they're on to the Supers. And as Tyler and I were doing the show on Friday, yeah, we were taking notice. Milwaukee was stomping Auburn. Well, Milwaukee, who I'm assuming record-wise is the worst team in the NCAA tournament.
Yep.
They got beat yesterday 8-1. So Auburn's got this thing back to where they need to be. 6 o'clock on ESPNU tonight. Auburn's got a chance to get out of this thing after being walloped on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, but again, Milwaukee's one of those teams that momentum is everything for them. They were 5-22 at the beginning of April, getting run ruled left and right. They won their league, which got them the auto bid. But yeah, literally the worst team in the tournament, and they come out the gate swinging on Friday night, pick up scoring a lot of runs, 13 in their 2 wins so far. They beat UCF on Saturday, lose to Auburn last night. But again, they've shown you once they can already beat Auburn on Friday, and we'll see what happens in the rubber match tonight.
Other side of the bracket a little cleaner in terms of you've already got Georgia and Mississippi State are through. Mississippi State will travel to Georgia. We'll get into that story a little bit. Georgia yesterday hitting dingers, hitting bombs on Liberty, and having guys ejected. That was a wild situation in Athens, having the head coach ejected as well. They'll take on Mississippi State, who came out of the Starkville Regional. And then you've also got Texas coming out of the Austin Regional and Oregon coming out of the Eugene Regional. No problems there. Both of those a 6 and 11 seed. They'll meet in Austin, Texas. Alabama comes out of the Tuscaloosa Regional. They will wait the winner tonight of Florida State and St. John's in that particular game. But Alabama would be the host there as the 7th seed.
Yeah, you got a potential for the right side of the bracket to be all chalk if Florida State and Georgia Tech can win tonight. Again, everybody else kind of punched their ticket. But, yeah, you got a chaos side and you got a pretty normal side.
And the normal side, as you mentioned, Kansas, chalk me up. Rock Chalk Jayhawks surprised. They rolled past Arkansas. They knocked Arkansas off on Saturday 5-3, and then got them again yesterday 13-10 in an offensive offensive showdown. I had Arkansas winning that. I mentioned that. I thought Arkansas would come out of that regional. Arkansas loses to Kansas, then beats Northeastern, comes back and loses. So you're right. Kansas tonight awaits Georgia Tech and Oklahoma. We'll come back, wrap up hour number 1. It's the Halftime Show.
is in the on-deck circle. 1-0. Back through the middle. It's a base hit. Anderson scores. Dips it around third. The Citadel wins!
That was the words over the weekend of the Citadel. Now, they ended up getting eliminated. They were in the Atlanta Regional with Georgia Tech and Oklahoma. But it was a fun weekend for them. They lost on they ended up not playing until Saturday morning, and they lost to Oklahoma. But they go into the elimination bracket, and they knock off Illinois-Chicago 9-8 Saturday afternoon. And, you know, kudos to them. Kudos to the Bulldogs down there. They would play Oklahoma yesterday and they'd get stomped 15-5. But kudos to the Citadel. Good for them. USC Upstate over the weekend as well. Look, what do you want to say? A nice performance, if you will, down in the Tuscaloosa Regional. USC Upstate opened up on Friday with an 8-5 victory over Oklahoma State. Unfortunately, things started to come crashing down on them as they lost to Alabama on Saturday 7-5, and then yesterday, much like Citadel, got blown out by Oklahoma State. Oklahoma getting the Citadel, Oklahoma State getting USC Upstate 12-1 yesterday. So all three state of South Carolina teams now eliminated. Coastal Carolina goes down, and there's 0-2 losing to Northeastern on my days are a little mixed up because of the rain and the weather situation there. But I believe that was Friday night. And then, as we said, losing yesterday to Florida State in a game carried over. So the state of South Carolina no longer represented in the NCAA baseball tournament. We'll just have to wait till next year and see what teams can get into it. So there's that. Also today, if you're just tuning in, my question to you, you can go to Twitter and put out a vote at Will, WILGUNTER. All right, what are we considering now, Tyler, for this to be a rebuild? Now, there's a little over, I just put it out, a couple votes are in, and right now, 67% are saying this is now a 3. And by the way, the reason we're bringing this up is a lot of players entering the transfer portal are now saying this is a 3 to 4 year type rebuild to get the program back. And I'm kind of I don't want to be too lenient, Tyler. I don't want to and be too dramatic. But here's the way I view it: whoever the new coach is gets in. I feel like you're so far behind the 8 ball on the transfer portal. You're going to have to get so many new players. Now, South Carolina financially apparently is going to have some money to play with this and go out and really try and attract some top-level talent.
Sure.
But I feel like you're behind the 8 ball on this. If it's Kevin Snall, maybe there's some Coastal Carolina players you can bring. If it's Dan Fitzgerald, maybe it's Kansas players. If it's Steve Sabins, maybe it's West Virginia. You get the point. I don't know. Maybe there's some guys you can bring. But it feels like you're behind the 8 ball. Then you talk about the high school recruiting class. Well, we've heard Monty Lee talk about this. They didn't recruit many high school guys. Right. So there's not a high school class to fall back on.
I think you've had several that have decommitted.
You've also had that.
Maneri's been gone, so you got to build that back up.
So you're kind of looking right now at a bone-dry, empty roster for next year, taking who you can get. And look, if it's Kevin Snall or Steve Sabins, these guys aren't miracle workers. I mean, so I think you chalk up year one to year one ain't going to be a whole lot better.
I think we have to define, what's that point of, okay, they're back to something.
I think you're right. I think the NCAA tournament.
Okay, so to your question, are you posing that as it's going to take 3 to 4 years to get to that point?
Yes.
Just to get to being a regular tournament team?
Yes.
Okay.
Because here's why I said it. I think next year, I hate to use the term year 0 or whatever. I think the way I foresee this playing out with having to get into the transfer portal, you're attracting a whole new roster.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting a whole new pitching staff, a whole new roster at this point. If any good players that you might have wanted to keep appear to be heading out the door. So you're talking about 9 new guys, 8 new guys, 9 new guys, then a new pitching staff. I don't think you can cobble that together. Even if you got Kevin Snall or one of these coaches in here by the end of the week, I think that's extremely difficult to line up visits to get guys here.
I think you can become a consistent tournament team in less than 3 years. I think setting an expectation of, okay, you should be in the mix for like an Omaha, 3 to 4 years, I think that's reasonable. But just being a regular tournament team, I think that's a little too long of a leash.
I think it's 3. I think it's 3 because, as I just said, I think year 1, next year, you're fighting and scrapping for everything. Year 2, maybe now your foundation's a little bit in place. We'll continue talking about that. If you want to weigh in, go to my Twitter account at Will, W-I-L, Gunter, G-U-N-T-R, or you can hit us up via the text line, 803-404-6100. Hour 1 done. Hour 2 on the way of the halftime show. 1 o'clock on a Monday. On Monday, I should add that, boy, I hope you like Major League Baseball because we're out of everything else right now.
We still got regionals wrapping up.
Well, good point.
Yeah.
Good point
Still
tonight.
got some of those
Good
games.
point. I just didn't. I couldn't get into it this weekend. Now, I will admit, I was doing some stuff with the Lake Murray Power Boat Run. It was a lot of fun and whatnot, but we had a TV on there, and but I could just never fully grasp it. And I said this to you, and I think our engineer might have been Dave too. But before we started the show, I will admit, as much as I couldn't get into what was taking place with baseball regionals, the NBA grabbed me. Thunder Spurs,
Yeah.
fully hooked me, and I did not. You and I discussed this on Friday. I think you gave the Spurs a chance. I think you might have even come as close as you can to picking them. I think you might have picked them. I can't remember.
I did.
Can't remember the exact word. I thought the Thunder would take it home in Game 7. Give credit to the Spurs. They go in, and Victor Wembanyama has a great game. They handle SGA. You know, they deal with what he's got to do.
Well, he did all the work for the Thunder. Everybody else around him not doing anything.
You let him handle everything, and then nobody else helped out. What was it? Who had the big block there on the two big boys? Hartzing was going in for the layup. It was a 5-point game in the fourth quarter. Cornick. Boy, for the Spurs, I can't remember his name because he only played, I think, about 1:47 seconds in Game 7. But he had the monster block there late in the game that turned off a fast break. And credit the Spurs there, and Wembanyama. I'll tell you again, and I'm not telling you to go be an NBA fan or to get into it. You got to watch this dude. Like, he just does things that human beings are not supposed to be able to do on the basketball court. Like, I get it. Yao Ming was tall, but Yao Ming was a center. Sean Bradley was tall. Sean Bradley was center. This dude's 7'4", like handling the ball, shooting threes, tipping balls in over people, like no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, no, he's a freak of nature and going to get his opportunity to play for his first NBA championship, coming up here starting in a couple of days. But it's kind of one of those things that, like, I think we should all appreciate in the moment what we're watching. Now, again, when his career's said and done, is he going to go down as an all-time great, top 5? Who knows? But at this moment, he's doing something that you don't really see all that often. And I implore everyone to appreciate it while you're seeing it. Because, again, you don't know what the career is going to end up being, but he's playing like one of the best right now.
Well, and he's only 22. And I'll say this. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I'm a huge Spurs fan and they go Spurs and go so forth and so on. I do appreciate a franchise that can stick it together and continuously be good. And I grew up, and Tyler, you really grew up too, in the Spurs domination era of Parker, Ginobili, Duncan, throw in a Robert Horry in there, throw in a few other guys. Pop was the coach, and they won. It was boring. It was awful basketball to watch. It was fundamental. It was two hands on the ball. It was straight ball fakes. It was all the fundamental basketball that none of us want to see, but they were dominant. And now they're doing it with a new era, and honestly, a more high-flying type of team with Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle and Wemby and several other players.
It almost kind of reminds you a little bit of when Alabama returned to prominence in college football, where they kind of went through a lull there from like the mid-'90s until Saban was rehired, and then kind of woke back up and obviously became the dynasty that became because, I mean, God, for the last, 4 or 5 years of Popovich's tenure, they weren't even making the playoffs, and now they're back in the finals once again. Right. So it's like, okay, and with a generational player like Wembanyama, it's like, okay, is this the starting of kind of that next dynasty type of run in the NBA? We'll see, but obviously it should be a good series that starts on Wednesday.
So that is the NBA Finals against the Knicks. Are you going with it? Are you taking the Spurs? Are you going Knicks? I felt like this was a foregone conclusion that it would be either the Spurs or the Thunder, but now I'm seeing a lot of people go, ooh, look out for the Knicks.
I think it's going to be a good series. I don't know which way to go with this. Now, the Knicks do have the benefit of having a little bit extra time, playing a few less games, though. When they started off the Cavs series, they did look like they had a little bit of rust from not playing for a few days. Obviously kicked that off pretty quickly and won that series with ease. So I'm going to be interested to see how the Knicks fare with that again, and if the Spurs can take the momentum of just playing more basketball and winning the last couple games into Wednesday night for Game 1.
That gets going, as Tyler just said, Wednesday night. But tomorrow night, folks, it's something far greater and far more important. The Carolina Hurricanes take to the ice. And I think I kind of called it. I think I kind of hedged my bets a little bit on Friday, talking about Game 6 in Carolina. But sure enough, Montreal ran out of gas. I don't know. Did you get into Game 6? It was hard to get into because Carolina scored, and they got 4-0 quickly. And then at that point, it was really just a celebration and a matter of watching the clock tick down.
By the time I got to it, I think it was already 3-0, and it was kind of over at that point.
Yeah.
And I kept an eye on it, obviously, but it didn't look like the Canadians were going to be able to come back. Credit to, Carolina for closing it out the way that they did, and as everybody expected, a Hurricanes, Golden Knights Stanley Cup final, as Canada is still waiting to get their hands back on the cup for the first time in over 30 years.
It was fabulous. The atmosphere in Raleigh, absolutely fabulous. I may try, and I can't help it. I may see if we can cobble together a few dollars. And
it's going to cost you more than a few dollars.
We may see what we can do.
Jack and I were pricing this earlier today. It's going to cost you at least like $900 in the door, one ticket. So spend wisely.
Better call in some favors now that have been owed. But I'm looking forward to it. I've got, obviously, my passion is not in hockey, but at this time of year, I love it. And the Hurricanes will go into this series against Vegas, and you mentioned it. I mean, these are two of the better teams in the NHL. It should be a very, very good series when you look at it. Again, going back to this past year, if you're just looking at the overall breakdown, the Hurricanes were 53-22, and then had 7 overtime losses. The Golden Knights were 39-26 and 17 overtime losses, so those overtime losses kind of got up to them. But these are two of the better teams in the league. Kudos to the Golden Knights for knocking off Colorado, who was the best team out of the West.
Yeah, no doubt. It should be exciting. The NHL postseason probably has the best overall environments. You got some good ones in the NBA, and I thought OKC is perhaps one of the better ones, which again, credit to the Spurs being able to win there. But I feel like every hockey venue just has an electricity to it that you can't always get, but you always see that, I feel like, especially in the Stanley Cup Finals.
And I got to admit, one of the cool things for me, I've been to both of those venues. I've seen a game in Vegas there against the Islanders, and I've seen a couple games in Raleigh where my sister lives up there. So I know those venues well. I know you're right. Vegas, kudos to Vegas. Like, that place gets rocking. They've got an incredible light show before the game. They do a lot of things. They really get it going. So good for them. 803-404-6100. So that's kind of the week look. Now, again, the other thing we'll be obviously doing is tracking the baseball search. I said it on Friday, as we now officially move into it. I said it on Friday. Do you think by this Friday, 7 days from a week ago, we are doing a press conference?
If Schnall is your guy, then yes, there's no reason why we shouldn't be. Now, again, if like Sabins and West Virginia get bounced tonight, there's another candidate on the table. But I feel like, because we already know, you've had these back channel conversations, agents or whatever, as Schnall even alluded to last week on a different program, that, yeah, I haven't talked directly to South Carolina, but basically my representation has. So you should have a good idea of what the deal is, where now all you need is Coastal comes back today to Conway. All right, let's get this sit-down done. If you're the guy we want to hire and you're willing to take it, no reason to wait around for this. Let's get it done.
803-404-6100. So we'll monitor that. Again, the other news of today has been South Carolina players entering the transfer portal. And as I said, I think people were staying on the Titanic better than they were staying right now at South Carolina baseball. By the way, just to be clear, the portal officially opened today. Now, again, as we know with basketball and football, that didn't mean that Dawson Harmon, Josh Gunther, other guys couldn't enter their name or couldn't make their announcement earlier, but the portal officially opened today. So what you ended up having was almost a bum rush to get to that portal and get in there. It will be interesting for a guy like Will Craddock. He puts on there that he is a do not contact kind of guy. Right? All right. So what that means is he does not want any other schools contact him. You can't contact him. That typically means you know where you're going and you have it worked out. I do wonder if he puts that on there because he's now put his name in the portal. This is very positive thinking. Does he put his name on there because he wants to see South Carolina's head coach but have his options open? Or does he indeed, the more likely scenario, know where he's going?
I feel like he more than likely knows where he's going, considering the highs we saw out of him. Not unrealistic to think that another program could have offered him something pretty significant if he wants to jump at the portal. Again, is that tampering? Technically, yes, because you're not supposed to contact these guys until they go in the portal. Who's going to punish you for that? Nobody. It happens in all sports. But, yeah, I think that's more of, hey, I kind of know where I'm going. I got something lined up. If you're another school, please don't even waste your time.
803-404-6100. When we come back, a little bit of breaking news. We get to break some news. South Carolina basketball's got a commitment.
Okay.
And lo and behold, I might just be able to pronounce this guy's name. You're going to want to stick around for that. We'll tell you who. As news coming out about South Carolina basketball landing an international, a pro international player. Stick around for that. We'll tell you more when we come back. It's the halftime show. 803-404-6100. You can weigh in as we have some breaking news. This, at least where I'm seeing it first, from John Whittle of Gamecocks 247, who is reporting, and has reported, I should say, that South Carolina basketball has picked up a commitment. It's not a transfer. South Carolina has landed an international player. Follow me on this. He is 23-year-old Argentine national forward Juan Francisco Fernandez. Thank you for landing a guy whose name I could pronounce. I am eternally grateful to everybody involved in this commitment. Fernandez is 23. He has played 5 years in the Spanish, so he's Argentine. He's of Argentine descent, I guess, nationality. But he's been playing for the last 5 years in Spain in the Liga ACB, which is the top professional basketball division in Spain.
Okay.
He played for 2 years for two other. Finally, we come across something I can't pronounce. Baloncesto Fulin Labrada, I don't know.
Sure.
And then he played for another team before spending the last 2 years with CB Giorna. None of those are pronounced correctly, but I did get the name correct. Juan Francisco Fernandez. He played 19 games this season. He averaged 19.4 minutes, scored 7.8 points per game, 4.3 rebounds, and had an assist per game. He has been a key contributor for Argentina's national team. He was an all-tournament selection in 2025 FIBA AmeriCup, and that he averaged 13 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 blocks. He is a big guy, a post player, if you will. And so he will come over, and this is a guy that is 6'9", 220 pounds. Again, 23 years old, so Lamont Paris stealing a page from the Will Wade playbook here. I'd love to sit here and give you some kind of breakdown and report. Yeah, I got nothing. I don't know anything.
Well, we know that Lamont wanted to go out there and find size. You had guys on the roster that were big, but they didn't play the way you needed to be competitive in the SEC. So when you add him, that is, 3 guys that you've added to your roster that are 6'9" and above, between Alexis Belauskas from Wisconsin and Hakub Naches from Duquesne. So you've got a little bit of size there. Again, sounds like this guy can do a variety of things with the ball and defensively as well. So obviously, with this entirely new team, we'll see how much he factors in, if he wins a starting job or what. But we kind of knew this was coming a couple weeks ago, as there were a few more roster holes to be able to fill. And the thought was, hey, that might go to some international guys. And, well, here's your first domino in terms of guys that aren't that haven't been playing college basketball these past couple years.
Yeah, I will say this. I'm glancing here, looking for anything. I can give you the averages that John Whittle has posted. 9.4 points per game, or 13.7 in the AmeriCup or in the FIBA AmeriCup. It doesn't tell me whether he's knocking down three-pointers, if he's doing this with post moves. I don't know what kind of – there's no scouting report that I have on him. I'll see if I can dig up a scouting report from one of the international scouts here in just a second. But there's no scouting report I can see. But I will tell you this, based on everything I've heard, this will be a guy – that will be expected to contribute rather immediately. He will plan on him to be a starter.
Yep.
I'm just glancing here. He has a Wikipedia page, which is always kind of interesting. I guess I could create my own Wikipedia page, but I'm just kind of glancing to see if there's any other stats about it. Okay, here we go. So for the 2 Spanish teams he played, this is prior to this year. So this is 23-24 and 24-25. He shot, the first year, he shot 30%, 29 or 29.8% from three-point range. And then the second year with this team he's been playing with, 6%. So he's not going to all right, so the first thing I take away from that, just glancing at quick numbers, not going to be an outside shooter like Nakos or Belauskas, yeah, who are more of guys who can step out and hurt you. This will be more of a true interior post player.
And that, again, kind of goes against a little bit of what all these guys that we've talked about that Paris has brought in so far. And when he, had his write-up about these guys a couple weeks ago, he noted all of their abilities to shoot from the outside. This, though, is somebody that seems like it may become more of a true post player that you're not going to find on the outside, which is fine if that's the role that he's going to play. But again, it's not, I guess, going to be a complete team full of outside shooters like maybe Paris had initially said. But again, this is a piece that you need, and if you can get somebody that's physical down there near the basket, you certainly were missing that this past year, and we'll see if the guy ends up, being a factor.
So my guess on this, as we sit here, is the lineup will look something like this. Corey Mincy will handle the point guard role.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not real sure where they'll go with the two guard. You could go Shane Blakeney and go 6'5", and then have Hannah. Is it Donovan? Not Donovan. Davion Hannah at your 3, and that gives you a pretty big wing group.
Yep.
And then you could go with one of the other international players, Nakub or Balakis, and then you could end up going with the Argentina kid. I'm sorry, I'm choking here.
Yeah,
I'm starting about to cough.
Yeah, no, again, you have options and a variety of different guys and stuff on this roster that Paris has brought in so far. So we'll see how much, Fernandez factors in. And I think, do we have maybe one or two more spots that can be left to be filled as well? Have to look at the scholarship breakdown, but we knew there were a couple more spots left that, again, we assume is going to go to international guys. And here's at least one so far, and we'll see if they're able to fill out the others too.
There is an expectation that there will be one more foreign player similar to this that is brought on. John Whittle's done a great job reporting on this for Gamecocks 247 or Gamecock 247. You can go and follow him for all that. But again, I want to go back to the lineup. I forgot Cameron Heide, who you could throw in there and play more small ball with, kind of as a stretch for. Mm-hmm. So I will say Lamont Paris is going to have some options to work with. Now, I don't know how they all fit together, Tyler. That's going to be the thing. And I'll be honest, I'm not really in the mood for basketball. Do what you want. Y'all have heard my personal opinion. Try and schedule a big-name team to open the season with because, quite frankly, if you win, you get a little bit of publicity. If you lose, nobody's going to care.
Yep.
That's just going to be the way it's going to be. But I'm quite frankly not in the mood for one of these. We're going to build up victories kind of non-conference schedule where you play 4 quality games, if you will.
Yeah.
They're going to go out to California and play in that tournament. We don't know who the ACC, SEC challenge game is going to be. I guess my point is, I'd like to see them actually play a few quality non-conference. You don't go scheduling Michigan State or Kansas or UConn or St. John's.
Right.
Lord forbid. But I would like to see them play a few quality games. I know I'm different than a lot of y'all. Basketball will have my interest in November. I get it. But I would like to see that for this team.
Yeah, just something that can get people bought in a little bit earlier because, as we talked about, and I know they lost to North Florida a couple years ago, but you're scheduling in North Florida in game number 1, and you win that game 90-72. All right, well, you didn't lose, which is good, but it doesn't really tell you a whole lot about the team, as opposed to, again, we'll use the Maryland example or Cincinnati or whoever, something that has a little bit more substance that you can pay attention to, knowing that that game's going to be more indicative of what you're going to see day in and day out in the SEC, that can get people a little bit more juiced up to start the season. Again, balls in Lamont Paris' court. I don't know if it's going to go that way or not, but it's at least a fun thing to think about.
So we'll see what it looks like. Well, y'all hit me up. I can tell you the 24/7 Sports scouting report has him at 6'9", 220. I know that some of y'all are going off of the Wikipedia page, which has him at 6'11". I'm not going to lie. I'm probably going to go with the 24/7 Sports thing. By the way, I'm trying to catch up on this as quickly as while we're doing this, discussing this, and I got a lot of thoughts kind of running through my head. In looking at his Wikipedia page, and I'm trying to look for something here. His Wikipedia page does tell me that he went undrafted in the 2025 NBA draft. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if it's just telling me he went on. If it doesn't, I'm looking to see if it says he actually entered the draft and didn't get drafted, or how that has kind of played out. But his wiki page, for what it's worth, I can't believe I'm using this on a live radio show, but it does tell me that his NBA draft, he was undrafted last year. So good Lamont for playing by what is now the new standard and the new rules. Will Wade is doing this like crazy. As a fan of college basketball, like a fan, no, I hate this.
Yeah.
This is not what it was intended to be.
Yeah. Nature of the beast.
Hey,
Now, again, he's not as aggressive as some of these other guys, like, again, Will Wade that you mentioned.
No.
But, again, we kind of knew this was the plan, and if it works, we'll enjoy it. If not, we'll say, what the heck are you doing?
Yeah, I'll admit I'll be interested to see just what other teams were involved, how this exactly kind of has played out. What exactly is his game? Because as I'm reading stats in front of me on a computer, I'm reading that this is going to be a true interior post player. That's going to be a back to the basket guy that will rebound. How athletic is he to match up with SEC forwards? That's what I'm not going to sit here and do it because I'm trying to do enough work right now to get a scouting report to talk about a little bit. See if there's any video out there during the break to just come back and give some kind of half rear end scouting report. But I was pretty good at that once upon a time. So watching highlights, I can kind of decipher. We have some more breaking news. This one of the NFL kind. A big trade has taken place. We'll tell you about that when we come back. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Well, we got a basketball commitment. Juan Francisco Fernandez for South Carolina. I'm trying to get some information on him to give a little bit better scouting report. I hope as soon as I have that, I will pass that back along so we can get an idea of what he looks like, get a little of the mystery out of the situation. And Tyler, within about the last 30 minutes, we kind of have I would assume this qualifies as a blockbuster NFL trade. ESPN uses the word blockbuster, so yes.
Yeah, anytime you're trading the person that just set the single-season sack record in the NFL, that's a pretty big deal. Myles Garrett headed to Los Angeles.
So here's the deal. The Browns are finalizing a trade that'll send two-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams they get something back in exchange here. Actually, not a bad trade. Two-time Pro Bowl pass rusher Jared Verse. Poor Jared Verse. Poor Jared Verse. You go from a Super Bowl contender to the Browns.
Well, not just that. You go from living in Los Angeles to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Which, do you think Myles Garrett just feels like he's just breathed in fresh air?
Yes.
Now, as he's getting on this plane to go to Los Angeles, like, that's got to be some great vibes, man. You go from Cleveland out to L.A., and you go to an organization
I'd love to know where, because OTAs, no OTAs right now, right?
OTAs are going on.
Are they going on?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wonder, because this is about the time where you get the NFL players get their last kind of vacation in, right?
Yeah.
This is about it. It's somewhere in the next. You got a window of the last 2 weeks to the next 2 weeks, about a 4-week window. All I can envision, what you just said, is Myles Garrett is somewhere warm and tropical in the Bahamas. He's laying out by a pool. Got to go back to Cleveland, and his agent calls and was like, "We got it done. You're going to be a Ram." And now Myles Garrett's just looking around like, drinks are on me. The whole resort. Like, I'm so happy. And Jared Verse is sitting there somewhere like, what happened?
Well, and the thing with Myles Garrett, going back to, I think, his contract situation a year or two ago, the debate was like, okay, are you willing to maybe take less and go to a contender? Or are you willing to make stupid amounts of money and be in Cleveland but not really play for anything? Because, again, he's legitimately one of the best players in the league, but he can only do so much on a team that around him isn't very sufficient. And, again, sets the single-season sack record a year ago with 23. The Browns were nowhere near the playoffs to make anything of that. So now he is going to, and the Rams have done this before,
yes,
like when they went out and acquired, Matt Stafford prior to them winning the Super Bowl a couple years ago. They're in like, hey, we got a window. This might be Matt Stafford's final year. We need to do everything we can to make sure we're as good as possible to try and win another Super Bowl. And going out there and getting Myles Garrett, they don't care about the future with that 2027 pick or what Jared Verse can end up being. They are trying to win right now, and that's exactly what this trade says.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. They're trading draft picks. They've given away. Part of this deal is Cleveland gets and you know what? For once, I'll say this. Good job by Cleveland. Actually, good job by Cleveland on this, because I'm not calling Myles Garrett old. That's not what I mean to do in this situation, because he's still really good. But Myles Garrett will be 31 in December. I don't know how many years you've got left of Myles Garrett being Myles Garrett. And this will probably be one of them. He's still, obviously, you just mentioned it, just set a single-season sack record. He's still an absolute force. Jared Verse is 25. He'll be 26. So you're trading somebody in Myles Garrett. Again, for once, good job, Cleveland Browns, because you're trading a guy who is a great player, but let's be honest, you ain't winning the Super Bowl. And you get this guy, and you're going to get a first-round pick in 2027. It'll probably be in the late 20s. But you get this guy in Jared Verse, who, again, is 25 right now, is coming off a 7.5 sack season, 3 forced fumbles, and 35 tackles. And he's a very solid pickup to build around. And if you can lock him in for 3 or 4 years, you've traded out a guy who, again, is on the backside of his career for a guy who maybe can be a foundation point for your defense.
Yeah, he's nothing to overlook. In fact, did he lead? Yeah, he led the Rams last year in total sacks. So an efficient pass rusher himself. He's just not Myles Garrett. But again, Byron Young led the team. He was second in the team in sacks with 7.5 years ago, but a very solid contributor when it comes to the pass rush. So you're not completely eliminating that area of your defense. You're just getting someone that is not quite to the same level as Myles Garrett, but you think about him as more of a long-term play where, okay, let's say Garrett maybe only gave you 1 or 2 more years of high-level production. This is a guy that can do that for longer. Right. You also get that extra first-round pick. What's that going to mean for the Browns? Probably not a whole lot. You know, could they get to the playoffs in a couple years? Maybe. But again, nobody looks at them as a Super Bowl contender, but it's the right moves to make to try and build. Todd Monken's coming in as the head coach. Again, fresh ideas, fresh mindset, fresh perspective on things, and I do like this trade. And then for Myles Garrett, he finally gets to go to a team that's capable of actually winning a Super Bowl, because if he stayed in Cleveland his entire career, he was going to be one of those great players that just never, ever got the opportunity to be on a good team.
Yeah, and I'm going to read, this is not Bill Gunner using these words. I do not speak like this, and I'm going to bleep out the part. But as it said, you mentioned it, it is an on-brand trade for the Rams, who made a seismic type move back in 2021 when they traded for Matthew Stafford and went on to win the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl this year is set to be played at SoFi Stadium at their home. And as it says here, the Rams are once again going all in and living by their mantra. I'd never heard of this mantra. I'll let you add the word before, but it's bleep them picks while trying to repeat history.
Well, and what do we consistently talk about with Sean McVay? Like, how long is this guy going to do this, right? When he won the Super Bowl a couple years ago, we're like, could he just walk away and go to TV or something like that? Like, I don't know if this guy's going to be coaching in the NFL in 5 years. So, again, he wants to get himself another Super Bowl. Here's an opportunity to do that. You got Matt Stafford coming off of his best season ever, winning the MVP last year. This might be his final year before you turn things over to Ty Simpson, or however that's going to end up going. So now's your time to win. You have a window. You have a lot of talent on this team, and going out there and getting the best pass rusher in the league only further helps your chances.
So, blockbuster NFL trade there. We mentioned it at the beginning of the show, being June 1st and so forth and so on. NFL will be here before you know it. Quite frankly, I think it is August the 4th. Let me look real quick.
Oh, August 6th.
Is it August 6th?
Hall of Fame game.
Hall of Fame game.
Which I was excited to say, hey, maybe we get some NFL at the end of next month. Not quite. August 6th.
August 6th. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Hall of Fame game. And, of course, for those of you that aren't aware, that does feature the Carolina Panthers. They'll take on the Arizona Cardinals there at Tom Benson Stadium in Canton, Ohio. But little NFL trade there to get you through. Real quick, I think this is what happens when you become good and then you get eliminated. It felt like a couple years ago, a lot more people around here, because it was entertaining and it was quality softball, baseball, if you will, softball. People got into the Women's College World Series.
Yep.
It feels like South Carolina got good, and now that we're eliminated, people are like, I don't want to watch that anymore because we're not a part of it. Right now, we got the game on our TV. Texas up 4-1 on Tennessee in the college the college softball World Series there, as they've got that going on in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and this is a double elimination format, so Tennessee's not lost yet. So if Texas beats them in this game, they'll have to play them again in like an hour and have to beat them twice in one day because of double elimination to eliminate them from the tournament.
And we'll get into this. Texas Tech is back out there. And Texas Tech, I think, is becoming the brattiest, not softball pro, they are bratty in softball, but the brattiest athletic program in all of sports. Like, they are whining and complaining about pretty much everything. And you had another little brouhaha that occurred. Was it Saturday or Sunday? Did you see? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was it Saturday or Sunday?
One of those days.
One of those days. Yeah. One of those days where they're. I didn't fully invest in this story, but apparently their pitcher guy had words with another team.
Yeah.
And they're whining about it. And I'm telling you what. And I think they might have been in the wrong in the Florida series. I think Florida might have been in the wrong when they kept beaning Jason Williams' daughter. But Texas Tech has gotten all of a sudden very annoying in sports.
Well, we got the clip. I can explain the whole situation to you on the other side.
All right, we'll play that when we come back, and we'll get you a little update on that. Why is Texas Tech the new team to absolute despise? I'm not talking about just softball. I'm talking about football. I'm talking about basketball. I'm talking about baseball. They are the new team to despise. We'll get into that. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for AAA Heating and Air. Oh, boy, are they some good friends of the Gunner household. About 4 or 5 years ago, they came out, installed a brand new Train heating and air system in the house. And, well, if you've listened to this program, you know that I despise the cold. Absolutely despise it. So it's kept us warm during the winter. And then you also know that I despise the heat. And during Columbia summers, known to be famously hot, that Train heating and air unit has kept the Gunner household nice and cool. They'll do the same thing for you. And they got some great deals as well. Guaranteed financing, a 15-year parts and labor warranty, and how about this? No payments or interest for up to a year. For more information, check them out on the web. Call AAAtoday.com. That's call AAAtoday.com, or you can actually give them a phone call, 803-677-1500. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you. So I contend. I put it to you, Greg. Do y'all know what movie? What movie? I put it to you, Greg. Anybody? Old movie.
Brady Bunch?
Close to that time frame. Well before Tyler was born. Animal House. When they're in the they're trying to stave off being officially kicked out of school or whatever. I put it to you, Greg. Well, I put it to you, Tyler and Dave. Texas Tech has become the most annoying athletic program in the country. Cody Campbell with all his money. Did I find it mildly entertaining on Friday that they're threatening Texas and they're like, we'll buy out your game. We'll buy out your game. We'll pay for you. Mm-hmm. You poor bulls over there, whatever. They Longhorns, poor Longhorns. We'll buy out your game. We'll play. But Texas Tech and Cody Campbell are now, to me, just flat annoying. And, Tyler, I'll let you set this up because we have the 20-second clip of Texas Tech's Taylor Panel and Tennessee head coach Karen Weekly having a brouhaha.
Yeah, to say the least. This will be cut number 5 here, Dave. But this was after they played yesterday in not an elimination game, but a game that sent Texas Tech into the losers bracket. Tennessee still undefeated right now as they're trailing Texas 4-1 in their game. But Taylor Panel, who had previously played for Tennessee, was going through the handshake line where she alleges that head coach Karen Weekly told her she'd made a mistake by transferring to Texas Tech. Hit it, Dave.
Yeah, we were walking through the line just saying good game, and she said that I made a mistake instead of saying good game, which it's kind of crazy, like celebrate with your team, and I just think it's funny she's still thinking about it, but it's old news, whatever.
What did you say to Taylor Panel in the handshake line after the game?
Yeah, just good game. Like I say to every player, good game.
So, videos come out about this that clearly shows the handshake line where you can see Karen Weekly telling every player, including Taylor Panel, good game. Taylor Panel, as they pass each other, has no reaction to her interaction with Karen Weekly, and they continue on. Now, after that, while both teams are on the field, it does appear somebody says something to Taylor Panel, not Karen Weekly, and not in the handshake line, that does draw a reaction. But Taylor Panel said it occurred in the handshake line. It was Karen Weekly. That ended up not being true. Her father, by the way, ends up going after a reporter for Sports Illustrated softball, invoking the name of her deceased father, or invoking her deceased father in the process by telling her how bad of a journalist she is for writing about this, which ended up proving to be true, that Karen Wheatley did not say anything. He's now deleted those tweets, but publicly embarrassed himself in the process. A lot of drama going on in Oklahoma City for two teams that could find each other in the World Series finals coming up in a couple days.
I've had enough Texas Tech. I've had enough. Cody Campbell's annoying. The football program is annoying. Like, you know what, Texas Tech? Man up and be like Auburn. You go out and you hire this high school coach and Joey McGuire. Go hire a known cheater like Auburn and Gene Chizik, who we know is going to be run by the boosters, who's going to be run, and they won a championship. And it's like Texas Tech is like kind of trying to hide behind this, but they're going out buying everybody. They buy everybody. They're doing it in softball too, by the way. And I just, all of a sudden, I've had enough of them, because you're right. Not a couple weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago? Is my time frame on that right? The whole situation, if you didn't see it, they had brouhahas all weekend with Florida in a super regional. It involved White Chocolate, Jason Williams, the former NBA point guard, who's, by the way, when he does podcasts, those are something else to behold.
He's a great storyteller.
Oh, my goodness. But, you know, and again, in defense of, and actually to be in slight defense of Texas Tech, Florida kept beaning Jason Williams' daughter. I think she got hit 5 times that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's be a little less obvious, Florida. Like, have some sanity to what you're doing. But I've had enough of Texas Tech. I want somebody to put them in their place in football. You bring in a quarterback who is, every day you turn around, it turns out this dude, gambling addiction is not something funny, but every day it's turned out this guy was more and more shady with what he was doing.
Well,
and
then he was sending money to people to place bets for him.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this guy, Brendan Sorsby's, I mean, I hope he gets help. Because I'm starting to say, like, that's a legit. When it first came out, I was like, oh, come on, how bad is it? Like, what is he doing? And now every day a story comes out and you're like, this dude really had a problem.
Well, and their defense is he's so hopelessly addicted, they shouldn't use that against him when it comes to denying his eligibility, which that's a heck of a route to go down. Which, again, they're looking for a preliminary injunction just to basically kick the can down the road long enough for him to be able to play. Will it happen? I don't know. I think today's the hearing, right?
I got to go back and look at it.
Yeah, either way, it's coming up soon, because he's got until the 22nd if he wants to enter the NFL supplemental draft. But, yeah, for like the past month, Texas Tech has consistently been the headlines for many, many reasons. And I think a lot of people are like, yeah, just go away.
But, I mean, are you because Cody Campbell is being part of this bill that's coming out, and he's running a new television ad kind of begging the NCAA to do this and do that. And it's like, I got all this money, and I'm going to try and bully you guys into doing what I want to do because we can't win a championship. You look around the program, and somebody hit me up last night, or somebody put out a tweet last night. I responded about the most annoying fan bases and most obnoxious fan bases out there. Well, I went with the ones I'm accustomed to.
Yeah.
I've never experienced. South Carolina played Texas Tech in a basketball game here years ago in the Frank Martin era, and it was actually a pretty good game. Texas Tech won. I think it was part of the Big 12 SEC Challenge. But I'm not familiar with Texas Tech fans. But I would imagine right now they would be near the top of my list. Now, the top of my list last night had Georgia on it because I've seen some stuff with Georgia fans. And mind you, my sister, my father, and I are the 3 in the Gunner family that did not graduate from Georgia. So I have some Bulldog in my heart. Like, I'm affectionate for Georgia besides South Carolina. But I had Georgia number 1. But Texas Tech, Tyler, like, I'm hoping they get smoked by somebody this year and just laugh. I can just laugh.
Yeah. Now they're getting up to the point where you're actually rooting against them across all sports, because it's just becoming. And hey, Gary Glasgow even said the other day, we played the clip, I don't mind being the villain. Well, you are.
Yeah,
you are the villain.
Yeah. I mean, there's rumors that they are literally doing what I've seen in AAU basketball, which they'll watch a game, go to a girl in softball, go to a girl after the game and be like, hey, we got $1 million contract for you. Let's sign it before you leave town.
Yeah.
And then we'll enforce it at the end of the like.
We talk about that blank you money that the Rams have. Texas Tech kind of has that in college.
They got it. They're using it. And they aren't really hiding it. Hour 3 on the way. Jamie Bradford will join us. We'll get into some baseball talk, and we'll cover a few other things. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing. You know about Mid-State Roofing. I tell you about them each and every day. The leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry for over 30 years. Doing it the right way. Taking care of families just like yours and mine. Our house, your business, their whatever. You get the point. They cover everything. So give them a phone call. Go ahead and be proactive. We had a bunch of rain here lately. I think we're set up for some nice weather here coming up. But be proactive. Don't wait for another long rainstorm that comes in that ruins your home or your business. Give them a phone call and line up a maintenance contract. 803-356-1919. Again, that's 803-356-1919. That's how you can reach out to Mid-State Roofing today. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're ready to take your phone call. Midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., doesn't matter. Mid-State Roofing is there for you. Call them today, 803-356-1919. Hour number 3 on this first day of June. It's been a newsy day. Not what I expected to open up the month of June, but it's been kind of newsy. Let's rehash everything for a few minutes here. Number one, baseball players entering the transfer portal from the University of South Carolina and Clemson for that matter. Now, I'm not going to lie to y'all and try and tell you I know much about Clemson baseball, especially when they started going downhill. It really was not something I kept track of. But Clemson today themselves have had quite the list of players that have entered the portal as well. Now, from what I understand, looking about it, none of these are spectacular players that Clemson is going to lose sleep over tonight. But Clemson today with upwards of about 9 guys entering the transfer portal. Reminder, again, as we've said multiple times, today is the technical first day that you can enter the transfer portal. Obviously, you can make your intentions known ahead of time, but today is the actual day that you can enter the transfer portal. So we got that. South Carolina, on the other hand, I think it's a eye of the beholder situation. There's certain players that are entering this transfer portal for South Carolina today that I think you would like to see a new coach, a new coach give some instruction, a new coach give a new vision. Is KJ Scobie, who has entered the transfer portal, has he been great? No. Is he a guy right now that you can build around to win, an SEC or get to a fight? Probably not. But there's potential there. And I think if you're denying potential, this is me personally, I think you're being blind to what coaching can do. And South Carolina's got to go get there's a lot of things they've got to do. A coach, a mentor, a guy who can deal with the media and with the alumni, a guy who can recruit. You get the point. There's a lot of sub factors to what a South Carolina coach has to do. But maybe first and foremost right now, you need a dude who's going to coach up some ball players, who's going to take an average guy and coach him up a little bit to where they become a stud. Brad Long is the best I've ever seen come through the University of South Carolina in any sport be able to do that. He was fantastic with defensive linemen. You can just think about some of the guys who came in that you probably weren't aware of. J.T. Surratt, Brian Jerideau, Devin Taylor, because he was remember, Long coached the entire defensive line. Obviously, what he did with Melvin Ingram stands out. And you need someone who, a baseball coach, and maybe that's more of the assistants, but you need someone who's going to coach these guys up. And I'm not going to believe any of you for a second if you're like, Gunner, KJ Scobie's a lost cause. No, we can't get anything out of him. Now, with that being said, him leaving, I think also I'm not going to go, or there's no reason to go cry tears over it and whine and complain. Like, you got to go out and just find somebody better.
Yeah, no, for sure. And again, Brandon Stone's now under his name in the portal as well. I think we're up to 14 total, so number's going to continue to grow. There's obviously a handful of guys that wouldn't have had eligibility to return. So you're looking at an entirely new roster here for Carolina. And again, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, you have guys that have gone to the portal that if they wanted to, could come back. Doesn't sound like Craddock's going to be one of those guys because of the do not contact thing. But once we have a head coach in order here, hey, maybe somebody could jump out of the portal if that coach wants them, if it is Schnall or whoever, to have them come back. But we'll see. Obviously, this isn't surprising to anybody considering how bad the last 2 years were. And I think most people are fine with this kind of being a hard reset with the new head coach coming in, bringing in talent from wherever else to be next year's team.
Yeah, and that's the other part. I don't think any of y'all are out there today being like, woe is us and why is this happening? I think we all knew that something like this was going to happen, and you're willing to deal with the consequences of guys leaving to restart this baseball program.
It's kind of one of those things that if you said, hey, let's say it ends up being 17 guys that enter in the transfer portal, you'd say, okay, that's better than 17 of those guys returning. Right, because you feel like the talent that you had on this year's team was not good enough to compete in the SEC, regardless of who the head coach was, and a vast majority of those guys needed to be replaced with whoever the next head coach wants to bring in to give you the opportunity to be more competitive.
So we've got that. We'll talk more with Jamie Bradford coming up later on this hour. He'll come around at 2:15, and we'll talk about that. Guys like Scobie, like Will Craddock, Dawson Harmon, who actually entered the portal last week, Josh Gunther. Josh Gunther's a guy, again, you look at, I can get why the way he performed at the end of the year, you'd be like, yeah, okay, we thank you for your win over Clemson. Mm-hmm. We thank you for what you did against Florida, even though we didn't win. But good luck to you, buddy, wherever you go. I also can be a guy who, let's just hypothetically, I don't think at all this is how the scenario plays out. But we're dealing with what we think we know right now. Let's just say it is Kevin Schnall. Let's just say he wants to bring Matt Williams is willing to come as pitching coach. You're telling me that you don't want to see Josh? I mean, they got to recruit a bunch of pitchers.
Yeah.
I've seen Josh Gunther throw some good games.
Mm-hmm.
You telling me you don't want to let Matt Williams tinker with him just a little?
Yeah.
Just.
And I think you can say that for multiple guys, including somebody like Riley Goodman, who we saw those flashes of potential at times this year, but he's a guy coming in off an injury in his first year as a college baseball player that had a lot of struggles. But the thought on him is he's got such a high upside. If he stuck around, got matched with that right pitching coach, maybe it is a Matt Williams if he did come over with Schnall, if he does get hired to be in the head coach. I think we're all intrigued to see what that could look like. And again, it's not impossible. They could come out of the portal until they commit somewhere else. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these guys you look at and say, okay, if they get the right guy to guide them along the way, maybe they can be something.
So that's we'll talk more about that again with Jamie Crawford. So that was baseball. Guys exiting. Basketball, well, out of nowhere today, South Carolina announces an official commitment. I'm calling it a commitment, not a transfer, from 23-year-old Argentine native and Spanish pro player Jose Francisco Fernandez, which, again, makes me super happy because for once we've landed a foreign player whose name I can pronounce.
Yes. It's just when you Google him, there's been several Jose Fernandezes that have played basketball.
I meant Juan. Great. I've already messed it up.
Juan Fernandez. So it can be a little bit tough to find the right one that you're talking about. But regardless, yes, he's, again, an international player that we knew Coach Paris was likely going to be rounding out his roster with. Older guy. Again, when you kind of look at, the mold of what, Illinois did in terms of making their run to the Final Four, how a guy like Will Wade is building his program. Lamont Paris is not leaning into it that much, but he's using what last couple spots he has to feel like when you bring in experienced older guys like this to hopefully be more competitive in the SEC, and we'll see if it translates.
Yeah, we're learning. We're trying to somebody has sent me a Twitter video of him, and I appreciate that. He is listed by 24/7 Sports as being 6'9". His Wikipedia page is listed at 6'11". It does appear by all accounts that this is a true interior player, a guy who's going to come in and bang around on the boards and not be so inclined to step out and shoot the three. We'll see how that looks. South Carolina is anticipating one other international player, but let me again repeat this, at least from looking at it, and I'm trying to do the radio show, so I'm not being able to do as much research as I would like just yet. There is a portion on his Wikipedia page that tells me he was undrafted in the 2025 draft. Mm-hmm. So to your point, we're not going down the Will Wade path just yet of taking multiple pros, but technically you're taking a guy who played in the highest level of the Spanish professional division to come play college basketball. And who knows? I got no idea. I would be fascinated. I don't know if we'll ever get this number, but I would be fascinated to know what his NIL deal is.
Sure.
Like, I genuinely, what are we paying? What is the going rate? I will find that number out. I have ways of finding that number out because I think I still know some people in the basketball world. But I am fascinated to know what that number is when Illinois or LSU or South Carolina goes overseas, because I don't feel like Juan Francisco Fernandez has a good grasp on American NIL dollars.
Well,
unless he's been really trained up quickly.
Well, isn't that the thing about the attractiveness for the international guys to come over here is you don't have to pay them.
At least right now,
as much as you would, like, I don't know, a high-level point guard from another team or something along those lines. Like, you're not going to pay them a lot, but you're basically trying to beat out what they're doing in those international leagues, which, depending on what international league you're in, you're not making a ton. You're making enough to make a living. But, again, wasteful, we know it in NIL, if you're offering one of those guys, I don't know, $400,000, that's probably better than what they're making over there.
I guess. I don't. I will say that the only time I ever really learned about the financial aspect of European against, and this was NBA against the upper league in Italy. I was really good friends with Rolando Howe, and everybody remembered Roe. He was a McDonald's All-American. He whipped up on us in my junior year in the state championship. I obviously went to South Carolina, so forth and so on. And Roe, if I'm being honest, and I think he would be honest with you, didn't have the college career that he expected. But he was a very solid player. But he didn't turn into the NBA draft pick that I think everybody anticipated for what he was going to be. And So he went to Italy, and I remember him being home one time when we were talking about it, and he had a child here, and we were talking about him coming home, and he said, Bill, I have an offer to go be the 13th man on the Lakers and make close to league minimum, which was about $328,000, or I'm a starter in Italy on the top team. They were winning a championship. They just won a championship. He goes, and I'm making $1 million, and it's like tax exempt free or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Then he was like, you tell me, do I live in Italy and make $1 million, or do I come play my professional dream of being on the NBA and playing, he goes, for the Lakers in LA, but making league minimum and never playing? What would you do?
Yeah.
I was like, well, I guess I would stay in Italy. So that was the only time I ever learned about the financial aspect of foreign.
Yeah. But different leagues have, I don't even know if that's the same league that we're talking about here.
No, it was an Italian league.
Okay.
And this is a Spanish league, and Rowe at that point in his career at that point, that was towards the end, he had proven himself, like he'd gone over there and proven himself to be one of the better big men in European basketball, if you will. So he was in high demand as opposed to here, where they were like, hey, we need a 13th dude. You want to put on the purple and gold and sit on the end of the bench. So anyway, but we'll see. I'll be kind of fascinated to see this new age of college basketball and how it goes. So you got that. Also, real quick, today, we've covered this as well. The blockbuster NFL trade, the Cleveland Browns. I think good trade. Good job, Browns. They trade Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams for Jared Verse, as well as a number one pick and a few other draft picks down the line.
Yeah, again, for the Browns, it's something they can look at as a long-term play. You get a younger guy at the same spot in Jared Verse that can potentially help you out for longer, as Myles Garrett, as you mentioned, will be 31 by the end of this year. So Verse is somebody that can hold that spot and carry it forward for a longer period of time potentially. And you got another first-round pick for next year. Again, that first-round pick is likely to be later, but still two first-round picks for an organization that's always trying to rebuild itself is never a bad thing. And for the Rams, obviously, you have an elite pass rusher that can help you in your win-now window as Matthew Stafford enters what may likely be his final years in NFL quarterback.
I don't know whether it'd be better if it's baseball or football when you make a trade like this and you pick up like a late round first round pick.
Yeah.
Because basketball, I feel like by the time you get past about 13, 15, you're starting to rummage around the bin there at the bottom, and you're looking for a guy who can help you. Whereas football, it feels like for 3 rounds you can find guys.
Oh yeah.
That are, and so when you get an extra first round pick, even if it's 25 through 32. You've done something to really propel your team with 2 first-round picks.
Especially with one like Cleveland that we anticipate, as always, is going to have a lot of areas of need. So you have an opportunity to address 2 of those areas in the first round next year.
803-404-6100. We come back. Jamie Bradford joins us on the program. We'll talk some baseball. Let's see if we can throw him off. I don't know if he's listening just yet, but we're going to definitely see what knowledge he has on Myles Garrett to the Rams.
Okay.
Guaranteed it's not going to be much. You're listening to the Halftime Show. It is give it 3 seconds, 2:19 on your Monday, the first day of June. The transfer portal has opened. We'll get to that, but we bring in Jamie Bradford because when we need knowledge, we need expertise. When we need a breakdown of an NFL trait, there's nobody else we turn to quicker than Jamie Bradford. Sports Media JB on Twitter. Jared Verse. Yeah, Jared Verse to the Browns. The Rams get Myles Garrett. Super Bowl. I smell a Super Bowl, JB.
Yeah, you smell a Super Bowl for the Browns?
I smell something. I don't know if it's the Super Bowl.
Hey, look, man, I told Stuart Lake, I said, you're the only Browns fan I know. So I'll just hop on the van. I'll hop on the bus with you, and if you don't have anybody in South Carolina to ride the Browns bus, I'll ride it with you. And one day, if they happen to win a Super Bowl, then we can say we were there from the beginning, or he can. But I'll act like I was.
Yeah, Patrick Perrett and I did a year of being a Browns fan. Interesting time. That was I think Baker's first year in the league, and a lot of fun there until I discovered. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember this. Something like Cleveland, if they got playoff eligibility, Bud Light had put out this was years ago. This was pre-COVID, I think. Bud Light had put out like coolers, if you will, the Bud Light logo and everything of beer. And if the Browns won, it was like a Sunday night or a Monday night game, the coolers would be unlocked and everybody got free beer. So we were all excited until we learned that was only in Cleveland. That was a Cavs.
That wasn't the year. No, the year before is when they went 0-16 because then they got Baker #1.
Yeah. This was the next year, and of course Baker didn't pan out there, but has since.
They had some moments. They had some moments.
The bakery and the Rock Hall of Fame, all that good stuff. All right. Well, let's get into it a little bit here. Obviously, a lot has occurred since we didn't speak to you last week because it was Memorial Day, but a lot has occurred in 2 weeks since we talked to you. Kevin Schnall is now officially on the table. I have not talked to him. He's a good buddy of mine. I get the chance to talk to him a good bit, and I know he's trying to kind of recoup from a weekend that didn't go as planned, but we are on Kevin Schnall watch, and we were on watch for a few other guys. Jamie, what is the latest you can share with us?
Yeah, for the last couple of weeks, it's really most of my intel has pointed to Kevin Schnall as being the likely leader if you were to name one. And they get back today from Tallahassee, Florida, and I would say that if Kevin Schnall is going to be the next head baseball coach for the Gamecocks, we're probably going to know that sooner than later. Now, does that mean soon as in like an hour? I wouldn't go that far, or like today. I don't even know that I would go that far, but I would anticipate that it would be sooner than later. Steve Saban's in West Virginia, of course. They're playing tonight at 6. They came back. I think most of us saw what happened in the ball game last night against Kentucky. They scored 5 runs in the ninth to force a Game 7 in the Morgantown Regional. So if the Mountaineers win it, then they'll advance to the Supers next week, and that will delay him a little bit longer if Steve Saban's is the choice for South Carolina. Jeremiah Donati will tell you that everybody basically is still on the table. One name, and I have not confirmed this on South Carolina's side, just so you know, but I had a couple of different sources last night that mentioned Josh Holliday from Oklahoma State to me as well as being a name just to keep an eye on here. If I had to rank them as far as who gets it versus who doesn't, I'm not so sure that I'd put Josh Holliday above either one of Saban's or Schnall. But the information still kind of points to Kevin Schnall. And, again, if it is Kevin Schnall, I think we're probably going to know that before long.
We played the clip earlier on in the show of what Schnall had to say yesterday when he, of course, was going to be asked about the Carolina job or his future at Coastal Carolina. And he talked about, hey, I got a contract extension through 2030. This program's been very successful. Never outright says, yes, I'm going to be the coach here, or yes, I'm taking the Carolina job. What did you make of his comments from yesterday?
Yeah, I made of his comments that if he's offered the South Carolina job, he's going to take it. And that's what I believe as well. If he's offered, he would most likely accept the position. That's if he's offered. So I mean, he's going to be peppered with these questions if he has to meet with the media again. I mean, I would imagine that, today I'm sure they've already started exit meetings. I mean, I'm sure they're already home. I know they were coming home today, but if he's having exit meetings with his players, that's just tough. That's tough to be able to answer those questions with players. You don't even really know what you're going to do. You can't take a job that you haven't been offered, and South Carolina has not offered him a job yet. But if they do, I think that yes, Kevin Schnall will accept and he'll be here.
Let's go way down the rabbit hole for just a second here. So indulge me, please. You're a guy who's followed baseball for a long time. I think the odds of this scenario are slim. Should Kevin Schnall take the job? Is it of your opinion that Matt Williams is in line to get the Coastal Carolina job? Or, I think this is interesting, your thoughts on Matt Williams as the pitching coach, who it seemed like Mark Kingston chased for a long time, finally got him, then gets fired, and Matt Williams goes on. And last year, I believe it was something like, forget the official title, Assistant Coach of the Year. Matt Williams is actually a big, big piece. I don't want to say, it's not like if you don't get Kevin, if Matt Williams doesn't come, you don't turn down Kevin Schnall. But your take on Matt Williams as a pitching coach, and on if that scenario is in play, or if you think he's the likely successor at Coastal.
No, he's not the likely successor at Coastal.
Okay.
And I do believe that Matt would come with Kevin to South Carolina, come back to Columbia. I think the world of Matt Williams. I think that Matt Williams is one of the top 5 pitching coaches in America, and I think that the first 2 mistakes that were made by Paul Mainieri were not keeping Matt Williams and not leaving Monty Lee in charge of recruiting. I mean, it's pretty simple. Had Matt Williams continued in his role here, you'd be looking at an entirely different ordeal, and along with the recruiting side of things. So, yeah, look, I think that Matt, if Kevin is offered, I think Matt would likely return to Columbia. As far as where does Coastal go from there, I don't know if, Oxidine or one of those guys is in line to be promoted. I would imagine, I guess as long as Chance is the AD at Coastal, I would imagine Chance will probably also be he'll have some interest, there's no doubt, and I would imagine he'd be looking at in the outside world as well.
He is Jamie Bradford joining us this afternoon. That's certainly right there. I think Kevin Schnall is a great hire. I don't know if he's necessarily any better than Steve Sabins. I'm going to just throw names out there. Dan Fitzgerald, Josh Holliday. I think he's another case of, well, we know him because he's in our state. If he was having this level of success at, say, Troy or at a school in Texas that was a mid-major, would we be pining over him the way we are because we saw what he did at Coastal? I don't know. But let's go back on this just to get a little bit of a scouting report, if you will. Give me the lowdown. Give me your thoughts on Steve Sabins. What makes him a unique coach? Is it a program builder, a recruiter, a motivator? What do you like about Steve Sabins at West Virginia?
Well, I think that Coach Sabins and Coach Schnall have a lot of similarities in the fact that they were instrumental in building those programs that they're in, Coastal and West Virginia, and then being able to take over those programs. When Gary Gilmore had to step down, and then obviously when Randy Mazey moved out of coaching up there in Morgantown, they were able to kind of step in and be in charge of what really they were kind of instrumental in constructing. Steve Sabins, he's got a lot of analytical stuff in him, and that's pretty unique. South Carolina needs to improve there. You don't need to be all in on analytics, but you certainly you need to be in the game, not out of it. The thing with Coach Schnall, though, that I think is he just has a leg up on everybody. The one guy that he did not have a leg up on was Monty Lee in this, and relationship building pertaining directly to the University of South Carolina. But Kevin Schnall was right down the road, and he's had a pretty close seat to the front here at watching what South Carolina has and has not done well in recent years on the recruiting trail. Both of them can recruit. There's no doubt. I think that Sabins, if he were to end up in Columbia, would probably need to make sure that he's got some flavor on that staff that can get a quick turnaround in this state. Schnall, he'll turn it around quick. If Kevin Schnall comes to South Carolina, You can mark my words. Beginning with that 2027 class, they'll begin to turn some things around. Both of them are going to have to utilize the portal, and both of them are going to have an elite recruiting coordinator to be able to do that. So I think the turnaround happens a little bit faster with Coach Schnall. That's just my opinion. I think it happens a little bit faster with Coach Schnall, but I think long-term Steve Sabins would probably be pretty good here at South Carolina too.
We'll talk about that turnaround. I kind of posed the question on Twitter earlier, and we'll get Jamie's take on it. The transfer portal has been spinning out of control. As a matter of fact, just before he came on 3 on Gamecock Central at the Big Spur, Jamie has reported of another player that will be entering the transfer portal. We'll let him tell you about that and what he has observed today from Gamecocks entering the transfer portal and what it means as far as the next head coach and what it means as far as a rebuild. When we come back, you're listening to the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing. You hear me talk about them all the time, but why wouldn't I? With a company as great as they are, having been the industry leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry for over 30 years, there's a reason Mid-State Roofing has so much to brag about. And they very thankful they let me do it for them. Let's just start with the fact that they are there for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You heard that right. You get a leak in the middle of the night, most companies are asleep, they're in bed, they're not worried about you. That's not the case at Mid-State Roofing. They know that getting a leak fixed at midnight, at 1 a.m., at 2 a.m. is imperative. You don't want any more damage done to your home or your business. So they are there for you. Secondly, the way they treat their customers. They want to make sure that you are happy with the work done. So for more information, call and find out today. 803-356-1919. Again, 803-356-1919. If you got a leak, let Mid-State Roofing take a peek. Yeah, until a hire is made. Anytime Jay Bradford comes on, I'm going to talk about how well I know Kevin Schnall.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm going to name drop his ass. Okay. Yeah, we were texting the other day. Yeah, he was at my house for dinner. What do you think about that, Jim? I know baseball. I hate being such a suspension. Talk about a wild and wacky Monday. We got blockbuster NFL trades. We got Gamecock basketball picking up a tall Argentine player. 6'9", 6'11", depends. You know what the kids say, 6'9", 6'11"? 6'11" via Wikipedia, 6'9" on the internet.
We'll just go in the middle. We'll go 6'10" as
6'10"?
an average. I think
Okay.
that's pretty fair. Don't believe everything you read on Wikipedia. They taught me that in college.
He's 23.
By the way, I can confirm Texas has beaten Tennessee, Women's College World Series, to force another game because that's Tennessee's first loss. No drama in the handshake line this time.
Oh, thank goodness.
At least one school in Texas can avoid drama, I guess. But we'll see what happens in the second game that's coming up here soon.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So you've had all that going on, and then along the way, South Carolina baseball, well, there's basically Will Smith standing around the locker room right now looking around to see who's left. Now, it doesn't, Jamie, just because these guys transferred, let's be clear about this, it doesn't necessarily mean they're gone. They could be testing the waters and waiting to see who comes back. But what have you made of today? KJ Scobie's in there. Will Craddock's in there with a do not contact. You just put out another name that I'll let you talk about for a second. A lot of other players. I mean, what is your takeaway from right now what you're seeing?
Yeah, not shocking, really. I mean, I was a little surprised that Riley Goodman and Zach Russell, already hopped in, but also not surprised. I mean, you don't know who your coach is going to be. It's the first day of the portal, and you want to give yourself as many options as you possibly can. As you pointed out, and you're right, it doesn't mean that they can't return to South Carolina once a new coach is named, if he wants them to return to South Carolina. Now, it also means that they're going to be fielding phone calls. If they don't have a DNC on them like Craddock does, then they're fair game, basically. So Goodman, and like if you would have asked me before, and maybe you did, I don't know, I can't remember what I did yesterday, but if you would have asked me before, which guys on the mound are really, really important, I'd say Russell, Parks, Goodman, Ant Phillips, if you can get him back. And now Brandon Stone is going to enter the transfer portal. He would have been one that I would have certainly named. Some people might look at Goodman and say, what, he was terrible. Why would you want him back? Well, he was a true freshman coming off of arm surgery, and he was grossly mismanaged. Zach Russell and Cooper Parks just continue to get better. Russell's in, Parks is not, so we'll see. I would have probably thrown out Prisco's name as well. He kind of came along as the season went along, and I think you can never have too many lefties. And then Alex Valentin, I think there's a little bit you want to clean up when it comes to his makeup. There's just some things that probably aren't going to fly and shouldn't. But he's in the portal as well. I wouldn't anticipate him sticking around. He'll probably move on. Scobie and Hollins, sometimes it's just good to get a fresh start. Now, could they reverse course? Certainly. And we'll see what happens with those guys. Scobie's a third baseman. He's not a shortstop. So if he's going to play at this level, he's going to need to change positions again. And Bo Hollins, sometimes it's good just to get a fresh scene, and we'll see what happens with Bo.
It might be easier to ask now that we have all these guys in the portal than guys out of eligibility. Do you know who specifically is left that hasn't entered the portal up to this point?
Sure. Connor Ciccoli. These are guys that, if they have, we're not aware of them or they're not officially in, okay? But Connor Ciccoli, Cooper Parks, Bryce Navarre. Now, these are pitchers here that have not. Phil Pott has not. Elijah Foster has not. Parker Marlatt has not. Brandon Cromer, that's another one you're going to want to hold on to. We all know the Cromer name, right, Bill? You eat all their peanuts.
Coached by their father. Actually, their grandfather.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody can keep track of the Cromers anymore. There's grandfathers and cousins and all kinds of stuff going on. Yep. As far as the position players go, Patrick Evans, Tyler Bach, both those guys are still here. Eric Parker is still a part of the program. Reese Moore is still a part of the program. And, I'm trying to think if I missed anybody. I believe Aaron Jameson is still a part of the program. Yeah, I think he is. Doesn't mean he will be or won't be, but he still is. and Jack Reynolds. Those are the ones that I've got that are still here.
And I apologize. We've rattled off so many names. Did you mention the Brandon Stone? Have you mentioned his name yet as far as what's going on with him?
Yeah, I did. I kind of mentioned him in passing in that last piece, but yeah, Brandon Stone. He is not officially in. I'm actually looking at it right now, but he has announced that he will be entering. So it's just a matter of time before his name kind of pops in there.
Let me ask this. I put this on Twitter earlier. I just, whoever it is, if it is Kevin Schnall, and I say that because he is available today. We'll see what happens with Saban or. If Dan Fitzgerald, or you can go down the list. I guess Josh Holliday is available now too. But there is a little bit of an urgency to get a guy in here to stop some of the bleeding, to talk to some of these guys to see if they want to come back. I don't know. I used to not think that there's such a thing as a rebuild in college athletics, but I'm watching this, Jamie, and I now think 1 to 2 years based on the time frame. You're going to have to get somebody in here. You've talked about it ad nauseum, about the complete letdown by Paul Maneri of high school recruiting. So you don't have a foundation to fall back on. It's going to have to be a lot of portal players next year. You're unfortunately going to be a little bit behind the 8 ball depending on when you get the new coach in here. Is there a time frame? And Tyler and I have said it, is just getting back to the NCAA tournament. I think it's going to take at least 2 years. I think you're looking at year 3 before we can judge whomever is coming in. I think it's going to take that long just on the time frame to get those players in here.
Yeah, it could. It certainly could. Here's the good news for South Carolina. Look, they're going to hire a good coach, okay? Whoever they hire is going to be a good coach. They are going to have money to spend in the portal. And then it'll be down to identifying the right players in the portal. Last year they totally screwed up the transfer portal. So they're going to have to go find the right guys. Who are those guys? How old are those guys, Bill? Are you after a bunch of dudes who can only give you a year? Are you after a bunch of dudes who can give you multiple years? How does that kind of fall out? Of course, who knows? There's still a handful of guys that are left in the high school recruiting class. How impactful are any of those guys going to be? I need to check in on Alain, one of the best catchers in the country out there in Arizona. I'm not sure if he's still committed or not, but I'll try to find that out and get it out if I can. So look, you want to try to stop the bleeding if you can. I'll say the same thing I said last year. Last year, it's similar, not the same, but it's similar. Last season wasn't good, right? They were 28-28 or 28-29 or whatever they ended up in year 1 under Paul Maneri. And everybody just wanted to see the roster flipped over. And I'm not patting myself on the back here, I promise you, okay? But the proof is now out there. If you look around college baseball, there are plenty of guys who, had they been able to return and continue to work and develop, would have absolutely made this team better this year. Jace Woyde is one. Henry Kazmar is another. Ashton Crowther, who's got like a sub-2 ERA at Alabama. Tyler Pitzer, Eddie Copper up at Charlotte. There are players. Well, what did they do? They ran them all off, right? They literally had 20-plus guys walk in and want to transfer, which should have been a huge red flag, and for whatever reason it wasn't. And it's the same thing now. Like, if you can get a guy in here pretty soon who's able to hold on to a core of these kids, they will have a quicker turnaround. There is a core group here that can help you win, regardless of what anybody tries to tell you. That's not true. There is a core group of kids here who can help you win. But time is ticking. I don't know if that means that South Carolina needs to hurry up and hire. I'm not really saying that. I think that most importantly, that you want to get your hire right. And if you don't feel like Kevin Schnall's it, you need to wait a few days, then you need to wait a few days. That's fine. But if you are able to get a guy in sooner than later, there is a core group that you can keep that would help you get this thing turned around sooner than later.
We'll come back. We'll wrap up the program with Jamie. We will get his thoughts on the baseball that is taking place now. He is a baseball junkie. I have to imagine there was multiple TVs going all weekend that you've thoroughly enjoyed what you've seen from the regionals, and we'll get your take on that to wrap up the program. It is the Halftime Show. It all gets going here in just a little while. It'll be the Monday edition of the college baseball NCAA tournament regionals tonight. Actually, it's already ongoing.
Yeah, Florida State and St. John's playing right now.
Yeah, and St. John's has got holding a 5-2 lead in the top of the 8th in that ball game. So potentially heading for another upset. No word if Rick Pitino's coaching St. John's in the baseball tournament as well. That would make more sense to me. But
you think he knows they're in the tournament?
No.
Think he's paying attention to that?
Not a clue. He's in Europe scouting something.
Think he knows they have a baseball team?
No, that's what I'm saying. No,
so he's not like Brent Key was at the
booing
Georgia Tech baseball game yesterday booing. You don't think Pitino's locked in like that on the other Red Storm sports?
I don't even know if Pitino's a baseball fan, to be honest. Like, he doesn't strike me as a Pitino. It strikes me as too dirty for him. Dirt and grass stains. And Jamie, Pitino a baseball fan or no?
Yeah, why not?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I mean, he seems like a fan of anything.
Too clean.
Yes.
They don't go good. He got that. I know baseball teams wear the white uniforms, but Pitino's got that white suit he busts out from time to time. I go no. How much did you watch this weekend? How much did you watch this weekend? How much did you get into it? What impressed you the most? What caught you the most off guard?
Oh, I watched all of it.
7 TVs. I knew it. Yeah.
Squeeze play, man. Squeeze play is the greatest invention in the history of television.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I mean, it is literally like they should have this for football. I mean, they should have this for every sport. I mean, this is it is the greatest thing ever. I didn't get to see as much on Friday night. I had a graduation party to be at, and then Saturday morning had a graduation. So about 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon until, well, still now, I've watched it all. It's been fantastic. It's just been fantastic. Kudos to programs like Little Rock going to their first ever super regional. UCLA obviously is the big story. I'll say this: UCLA was playing with fire for a while. I mean, I don't know if y'all have seen how many one-run games they've been in like the last month, but at some point in time, you felt like it might catch up to them. And it did. They didn't have Logan Redmond this weekend. He's been out with arm fatigue, their ace, and I don't even know if that would have made a difference or not. So they're done. There's been a lot of runs scored. Milwaukee's been a neat story. At one point in time this season, Milwaukee was like 5-22 or something like that. 5-23. I mean, they were terrible. Or 3-23. Whatever. Who cares? They were awful. And here's Milwaukee, battling Auburn. With a chance to go to the Super Regionals. They'll play tonight at 6 o'clock. St. John's is up 3 on Florida State right now in the 8th. St. John's, the Red Storm, in their 39th NCAA Regional. Might go down there and win that thing. I think it's been fantastic. The scene in West Virginia has been awesome. It was great to see baseball back in the state of Nebraska. Skylar Meade and Troy, they could beat Florida tonight. There's a chance they could win that thing. They're in line to do it. So there's a lot of really good stuff going on across the country in college baseball.
It's wide open, but we'll defer to you on this. Now that UCLA is out the number 1 overall national seed, who do you go with as your champion? I've seen a lot of talk about Kansas. Seems to be the team that everybody's scared to play, and they might be getting. I can't remember who they match up with. I think the Georgia Tech regional tonight. Kansas has been popular. Georgia Tech obviously has got to hold on for dear life against Oklahoma tonight. You got a team right now that you caught this week, and you're like, wow, that's turning it on at the right time.
All right, I'm going to give you one big bold prediction here.
I love it.
All right, I'm going to be bold on this. I hate that this is happening. The national champion will come out of the Mississippi State Georgia Super Regional.
Interesting.
Mississippi State is dangerous. I was shocked. Like if Mississippi State and Alabama were playing this weekend in a series, Alabama's the 7 seed. I'd take Mississippi State to win the series. I wouldn't think twice about it. And Mississippi State's the 14 seed. I don't want any part of them. In Georgia, I don't want any part of them either. Although Trey Phelps won't be able to play in Game 1 next week. So, but both those teams are really good.
All right. So your pick is whoever the national championship will be decided in Athens between Georgia and Mississippi State this weekend. And, real quick, how ludicrous was that on the Trey Phelps situation and then obviously Wes Johnson? I mean.
Okay, look, here's the deal. All right.
Okay.
I am not the no fun police. I'm all about having fun. However, when he came out of the box, the umpire warned him right then. He could have just stopped, but he went another almost 360 feet and continued on. He could have celebrated through first and then gone the extra 3 bags without doing anything. I think that had as much to do with I told you and you didn't listen to me. You know, regardless of what was said over there, I know Bradley LeCroy came out and defended his team. Look, man, if you're going to get pulled over for speeding and you drive another 4 or 5 miles until you pull over, the ticket's going to be a lot harsh. The sentence is going to be a lot harsher than the warning or the ticket you were going to get. He got pulled over for speeding, and he didn't slow down, and they threw him out of the game. I know people don't like it. I understand that. But he had 270 feet to stop, and he didn't do it.
You know what let him off with his stern talking to? Andy Griffith. Andy Griffith. Why do I say that? Today's his 100th birthday.
All right.
There's your news and notes. There's your news and notes for today. Jamie, always appreciate it, but a lot of great insight. Look forward to catching up with you next week.
Thanks, guys. See you.
Take care. Y'all have a great day. See you tomorrow.
Time right here for our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialists. We've had quite a bit of rain that's come through the Midlands these past couple days. If you got an open crawl space under your home, you might have some standing water under there. I tell you about it all the time, but I'll remind you again, standing water in your crawl space creates so many issues like mold, mildew, can even invite pests like termites into your home as well, which you absolutely do not want. Well, that's our friends at Canty Foundation Specialist come in. Go online to cantycanfixit.com and schedule your appointment today, and they'll send a professional out to your home to evaluate your crawl space and foundation problems and get them fixed so you and your family can live worry-free going forward. Again, do not hesitate. Those problems will only continue to get worse. Go online to cantycanfixit.com. Let our friends at Canty Foundation Specialist help you out with your home's foundation and crawl space needs.
3 o'clock Monday. Welcome aboard the postgame show alongside Terry Ford. Jay Phillips here. Hope you had a nice weekend. Nice day out in the capital city. It's starting to get back up towards broil on the old oven setting temperature-wise, but good weekend overall. It was only like 70s yesterday. It was good. And I was up in Charlotte yesterday with my family. Went to the USA soccer game. That was fun. America won. Go America. Back at it today. Got some breaking news this afternoon around Gamecock basketball. We'll get into that. I know Bill and Tyler already had touched on it a little bit, but we'll give you our take on Juan Fernandez being the latest addition to the Gamecock men's basketball roster.
Loved his movies.
Who you going for? I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up.
Okay, I didn't know.
Doesn't he sound like a dude we either saw him in movies or he sang with Mark Anthony in the 90s?
Oh, maybe. I didn't know if there was somebody that it was close.
No, I
didn't
got
know.
nothing.
Okay, no, sorry.
Well, if you look at him, he could be in Bond movies.
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, not the villain, but just like the dude in the Bond movie, like James meets at the hotel, who shows him around and then usually tries to kill him at some point.
Okay, I got
And then James takes
the
him
henchman.
out.
Yeah, not the villain, but the henchman.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah,
I
well,
like
because the villain in Bond movies always has a henchman.
Yeah, he's the henchman.
Yeah,
I like that.
Okay, that's fair.
I like that.
I got you.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that name that sounds like we've seen him in something before. He's done something before, even though he's really just a dude that played over in Europe.
I imagine Gamecock fans want to see him be, a henchman of sorts and
against the opposition.
Rough up some bigs. Because
Absolutely.
Carolina, I think, to be fair, obvious, blunt, honest, didn't really have an inside presence last year.
There was nothing inside in last year.
And I think others saw the film and knew there wasn't much to worry about.
There was nothing. And I'm not trying to be mean to the guys who were there. They tried, I guess.
Yeah.
Sort of, kind of. But the inside presence, there was no inside presence last year. So now you got a couple of pieces that are interesting coming into the year. This guy's like 42 years old.
Close. Yeah, he's 23.
It's close enough.
It is, look, in today's climate, I think there are some questions to be asked. I don't think there's anything to be overly concerned about.
Yeah.
But I think there's some questions to be asked, and we'll touch on that. David Cloninger is going to join us bottom of the hour. Now, DC was already scheduled to be with us to give us the very latest on what's going on around the Gamecock baseball search. Obviously, by now, most of you know that one of, if not the leading candidate to take over the Gamecock baseball program, Coach Kevin Schnall of Coastal Carolina, is done. His Chanticleers falling 2-1 to FSU, who, by the way, and I don't have that on in here. I need to change the channel. You know what? We don't have. I was like, how was I watching it at home and it's not on here?
Squeeze
But
play.
no, I don't have it on. So I just had it on ESPN Plus.
Okay.
There's only one game on right now.
Right.
FSU is losing to St. John's.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up on the scoreboard.
I think so. And St. John's up by multiple runs.
It was 5-2. They hit a grand slam to go ahead, and it was 5-2. It is still 5-2, and we are in the now. Oh, we're in the top of the ninth.
This
Florida
tournament,
State's the visitor today, even though they're at home.
Right.
They're the visitor in this game. So,
Well,
Terry,
tell you
they
what,
are
man.
down to their last 3 outs.
This tournament has been insane.
It's been great. It's been
has
great.
been insane.
I will be full disclosure. Saturday, I was busy watching Arsenal in the Champions League final, and I did watch some baseball afterwards. Yesterday, we were in Charlotte, as I just mentioned, at the USA game. So I've had to do a lot of reading and catching up on all this. But I keep, for this tournament, I have the alerts. And after a while, I honestly, yesterday, because I was at a live sporting event, I was like, all right, just Jay, stop.
I know.
Just stop.
The thing has been kooky, man.
So I wanted to enjoy where I was without just going, but I did. I scared my kids at one point because I went, "Oh my God!" like that, and they were like, "What?" And I was like, "UCLA is done," and they were like, "What?" And they did,
Yeah,
but I did. You do that sometimes, and you don't mean to be that alarm sounding,
but you just are.
But I did because I was like, by Cal Poly.
I know
Cal Poly.
The
Although I guess it was St. Mary's. That
knocked him out.
And then Cal Poly beat St. Mary's.
Yeah, I mean, UCLA, first of all, Friday they lose.
Yeah.
Saturday they come back so they don't lose.
Yeah.
Then yesterday they had a lead and blew it, and they get beat.
Yeah.
Second straight number 1 overall seed not to make it to the Super.
Yeah, it happens a lot, actually, man.
5 times overall. Yep.
Yeah,
It's happened before. It's not like rare.
It happens. And should St. John's, I did see this earlier, should St. John's win today and advance, they will become the 12th 4 seed to advance into the Supers since 1999. So it doesn't happen too often. And, of course, one of those, Fresno State, became a national champion.
I was going to say, that was one of the biggest Cinderellas ever.
It's still the biggest of the modern
era.
Yeah.
Now, is Bill Weddington still pitching? Bill Weddington started today for St. John's.
not that I know of.
Okay, just checking.
I think they took him out.
They took him out?
But yeah, the Johnnies had a grand slam earlier in the game. But right now, FSU down 3. It's do or die for them, not for St. John's. Again, should the Noles come back and win this game, there will be a decider later down in Tallahassee. But FSU has 1 on, 1 out, 5-2, top 9. And again, FSU is the visiting team in today's game, despite being the host. So we'll keep you updated on that. At 3 o'clock, Georgia Tech and Oklahoma.
Georgia Tech better not screw around, Jay Phillips.
Yeah.
Don't mess around.
That's right. Later tonight, Kentucky and West Virginia in a do-or-die. Florida is in a do-or-die with Troy tonight. Milwaukee and Auburn are in a do-or-die. I think Auburn's going to advance.
Well, yeah.
I think Auburn's going to.
But you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. Look,
it's a hell of a story.
Milwaukee, look, we're in this for stories.
Yeah.
If Milwaukee finds a way to beat Auburn, which I don't think they will.
Not again.
You want to talk about a story.
Yeah, it'd be great. I say great, and to my Auburn friends, not for you.
But for just sports. Because they were, 5-22 at some point?
Yeah, and they're still 5 games under 500. They're 27-32.
The only reason they're in this tournament is they won the Summit
They won their
tournament.
tournament. Yeah, they won their tournament.
And remember, I gave you that tidbit. They have the worst pitching in this tournament.
Right.
And
but here they are.
Here they are, man.
So, but I got a hunch.
Yeah, this gets course corrected.
I got a hunch, but we'll see. I
won't lie to you. I hope I'm wrong.
And Southern California and Texas A&M tonight in a do or die out in College Station. So we got some good ones already.
I had the squeeze play on last night, and I'm gonna tell you what. First of all, it's phenomenal.
It's fun. No, they do a great job.
It's like red zone for college baseball.
Well, it is, and there's enough games to keep you interested, and there's few enough, if you will, if that's the right way to put it, to not just get lost in the show. Remember, they tried that with college football a couple of years ago,
just didn't,
and there's just too much.
Yeah,
there's too many games going.
Right. I'll tell you though. Matter of fact, Southern Cal is still hitting. My God, what they've done the last 3 games.
Yeah.
They're averaging, I think, a bazillion runs a game.
I'm not going to be at all surprised if Southern California advances.
How ironic would it be that UCLA, who number 1 from beginning to end, doesn't make it to the Supers, and Southern Cal gets to the Supers?
You know, it's kind of funny, and this is going to be mean, and I don't intend it to be mean. It's just funny. Who are the Big Ten is suddenly touting itself now, right?
I know.
You're like, well, our Big Ten baseball, I'm like, it's Oregon, Southern Cal, and UCLA.
That's it.
They've been doing this a while out west.
Yes.
And
by the way, but to be fair, Jay, don't you remember when this move was made and the Big Ten brought in UCLA and Southern Cal and Oregon? They said, we're doing this just for their baseball prowess. Remember that?
Right. It has helped. Now, if this translates, to Indiana and Purdue and Minnesota becoming baseball schools, then I have at it.
Go ahead, man.
Look, a couple of them have had their moment. Chris Lamona's had a nice little run in Indiana. Maryland's had a couple of coaches that have done some nice things, but they immediately leave as soon as they can.
Well, that's because you just nailed it. Michigan got to the College World Series
many
final,
years ago.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, but what happened
that was with Coach Bakich, and he went to Clemson as soon as he could.
That's the way this works. Like the Big Ten, you got a guy that comes in, he does a really good job, and he builds a program. They get to a certain point, someone offers him a job, and the Big Ten school goes, "Well, good seeing you.
Yeah.
Hate to see you go. Wants to get you an Uber?
Yeah,
because they're not going to. They don't just
why are you
it.
leaving, Coach? Because it doesn't snow at my new school."
Right.
In April.
And you know what? I don't want to make minimum wage anymore.
Yeah.
I want to actually get paid. Because the Big Ten school looks at you and goes, how much are they offering you?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good.
But it's been a fun tournament, and I know, again, for Carolina and Clemson fans, not having your schools in it this year is not as much fun. But if you do love the sport, and I think a lot of you do, then maybe it's fun to just be a neutral and just observe what's going on, knowing full well that you'll get back at it. But again, we will have a lot more from David Cloninger coming up in a bit on what's going on around the Gamecock baseball search. I don't know if the boys touched on this earlier, Terry Ford.
Okay.
But we do have, I guess it's not quite breaking, anymore. It's about an hour and a half old. But if you did not hear, there is major breaking news earlier today, at least, out of the NFL. This happened about an hour and a half ago. Myles Garrett has been traded to the Rams for another pretty good player, Jared Verse, as well as the Rams' first-round pick next spring, a second-round pick in 28, a third-round pick in 29 as well. So the Rams were already this offseason the odds-on favorite, from the bookmakers to be Super Bowl champion. And this absolutely strengthens their defense, and it'll give a very good offense led by the reigning MVP even more opportunities to score points. Terry, you and I were actually talking about the Rams the other day off air. The Rams of last season were very capable of being Super Bowl champion. The truth is the Seahawks, and rightly, the Seahawks earned their victory over New England and over the Rams in the NFC title game. But, the Seahawks made a couple more plays at home.
Yep.
I think the Rams could have won on the road.
And Sam Darnold played out of his mind.
Yeah, Right? Look, last year it wasn't like, well, they weren't quite good enough. I think they were. Seahawks just made a couple more plays, and sometimes that's all it is in sports. But I think they were every bit as capable of winning the Super Bowl as Seattle, and I think either one of them would have won the Super Bowl. And one of them was going to obviously go and represent the NFC in that game.
Remember, we said basically that was the Super Bowl.
Well, and the Niners had some moments against the Seahawks too. I mean, that's I know Arizona's in that division and brings it down, but the other three.
Really
and let's
good,
face it, the Niners last year had to go through some injury crap. So
and they still were really good.
Yeah, so that's a great division with the top three. But the Rams, again, in many people's minds, the best team in the NFL already going into the season. Just got better.
Look, man, here's what I love about the Rams.
And I like Verse. He's been to,
Verse is good.
He's good, but
he's a good player, but he ain't Myles Garrett. But then again, here's the difference.
And God bless you, Myles. You're out of it.
You just got out of NFL hell.
You're out
of it. By the way, the sound you hear of screaming and running and crying and laughing uncontrollably is Myles Garrett.
Right.
Look, here's the thing. The Rams, what I love about the Rams is this. In a league that hoards draft picks and draft capital and wants to spend, and I love the draft, but they want to spend 3 days hoping Mel Kiper gives them an A+, and they all want to hug each other in the war room to show off how smart they are. You know what the Rams care about? Winning. They care about winning.
Yeah.
They don't care about looking like the smartest dude in the room. They do this. Let's look at our team. How do we win? A few years ago, remember, they went out and got, Jalen Ramsey, and they got Matthew Stafford, and they got all those veterans who were high-level players. Didn't have a first-round pick, Jay, for what it felt like 50 years, right?
And yet, look at them.
And they won the Super Bowl. Then they fell back, and they took a step back and said, okay, how do we do this again? And now they're back again, and they built it to a certain point, and then they went like this. You know what we need? That guy.
Yeah.
And they went and got that guy, and to hell with the draft capital and your salary cap and all this other stuff. They said, you know what we can do next year? We can win the Super Bowl. We need a piece.
You know what it is, right? You know what it is? They weren't going to do this. Their owners own Arsenal, and then Arsenal went and won the Premier League, and they were like, you know what? To hell with it.
Let's
just spend all our money.
Let's get nutty.
Let's do it.
And now the Browns, I'll say this, and then I have to go gargle because it's going to sound weird. The Browns did the right thing here. Myles Garrett's 30 years old. By the time you win, he'll be in a nursing home. You might as well leverage the draft capital.
I think it's back up. By the time you what?
By the time they win, he'll be in a nursing home.
When?
In 2070.
But what are they going to win?
A game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a game.
Okay. I thought you meant like a championship.
No, please stop. I'm not that drunk. I've only had a few so far.
I didn't know what you were talking about.
But the Browns just go out. We got to get something for this guy.
Yeah.
So they went out and did. Jared
that's
Verse,
a good
nice player.
That's good. That's nice.
The salary cap thing is great. Verse on a rookie deal. all that stuff. But the Rams, once again, the Rams are the Rams. I love what the Rams do.
Yeah.
Whether it works or not, give them credit, man. They go for it.
I agree. We'll come back on the other side. We'll get you caught up if you haven't heard or just tuned in to the station today. The Gamecocks with a big international addition to the men's basketball team. We'll do that before we talk some baseball with David Cloninger. It's the postgame show.
You know, we talk a ton about what our buds at CHW Cabinetry, what they do in general. The photorealistic renderings, the total transparency from beginning to end of the job, to making sure things are done within your budget and your comfort level. Great customer service. We don't talk enough about this outdoor kitchen deal they have. They will make your outdoor kitchen unique, build up your patio, your deck. The best place you like to hang and have fun, relax, enjoy yourself. Why not have it the best it can be? Well, the folks at CHW Cabinetry can do that for you. They can set up your unique outdoor kitchen. Kitchens from Challenger, convenient. Again, transparency in the entire operation from beginning to end. Just call 803-520-6837. Again, 803-520-6837. Either have them come see you, you go see them. They are a two-notch in Lexington at CHW Cabinetry. Again, give them a ring, 803-520-6837.
Well, 20 minutes after 3 o'clock on this Monday. Welcome back in. Happy June, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cheer.
Getting there. Jay and Terry with you. David Cloninger coming up soon, so we'll have a short segment here so we have plenty of time with DC. All right, real quick. It's over. Florida State, number 10, national seed, eliminated at home by number 4 seed St. John's.
That's 2 4 seeds moving on to the Supers.
The Noles did have the tying run on base and the go-ahead run at the plate. Again, they were the visitor today, despite being the host. So they had the go-ahead run at the plate. But final hitter, Terry Ford, in the worst way to lose in baseball. Struck out looking. Got to swing the bat, my man.
Yeah, you got to get off your shoulder.
Got to swing the bat.
The only thing worse would happen to NC State when the pitch clock violation.
Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that stinks.
Pitch clock is.
That stinks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
otherwise,
you strike out looking.
You got
You can't take strike 3. By the way, you remember
not with your season on the line.
Yeah. Well, even in general.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I know you never struck out, but
no, never.
The worst thing in the world is taking a 3rd strike call and walking back to the bench.
Now, when I struck out, it's usually because somebody threw it a lot harder than I could. I'll tell you that much.
It's when you hear that, you let it go, and you hear strike, and you're like.
I remember one time,
seriously?
and again, I don't want to. This is not an exploit. This is look what I found. Almost a blind squirrel finds a nut kind of thing. We were playing a pitcher up in Spartanburg who was I forget his name now, but he was a daunting pitcher to face, right? And I swung, and I'm a right-handed hitter, and I was not trying to push the ball to right field. I swung solely. But Terry, I mean, they weren't playing me that way, and I happened to hit a liner with spin just over the first baseman's head, and I got a triple by going, oops, I swung and hit the ball.
I can't believe it. You stood there for a second.
Hey, the ball's still going, and I'm like, oh, I may as well run. But the kid was, so sometimes.
I'll
Give
you really quick. I struck out looking one time, never forget it. And again, I was not happy about the call. I was, had a little attitude as a young kid. And I turned to the umpire and said, why don't you let your CNI dog call balls and strikes?
Oh, no, not in high school.
Oh, yeah, I got
No.
Oh, it was not pretty. That did not go well.
I imagine you didn't play the rest of the game?
I did not.
That's what I figured. I never got run. I never got. Now, as a pitcher, I would glare in sometimes, like, bro, you're squeezing the zone here.
Come on, help brother out.
And usually they would understand that. One time a guy was a little annoyed with me, but I never got run.
I got run, obviously, for that, and I got run once in a slow pitch softball league.
Oh, wow. Dude, no.
I will not share that story.
That's good, please.
But yes, I got run once in a slow pitch softball league game.
I don't know how many times Juan Fernandez has ever been run out of a Spanish La Liga game, or for that matter, an international game while playing for Argentina. And hopefully he'll never get run out of a Southeastern Conference game, or any game for that matter. But Juan Fernandez is the newest addition to Lamont Paris's roster. He is a 6'11" forward. He comes to Carolina, again, from, Spain's Liga ACB. I believe he was playing for, who was it? Girona? Yes.
Yeah.
Basket Girona. He averaged 7.9 points per game, 4.5 boards, played about 20 minutes a night, and made 51% of his shots from the floor. He's just, again, 6'11" big, and he looks pretty big. He's not just, he's certainly 6'11" tall, but he's got, he's not
a skinny little
He's
fella.
not huge, but he's not wispy.
No.
And I think this is good. He's 23. He's 23.
And that's one of it's looked at, if you just do a little research on the old internet, it looks like he played in the second best pro league in the world behind the NBA.
Yeah, the Spanish league has long been very good, and a lot of the top players that have come over here, whether they're Spanish or not, Luka played in Spain. Now, Wemby, I guess, played in France.
Wemby just played in France.
Yeah.
But I'll say this. Our guy's 23.
Yeah.
And, look, solid role player, like you said, play about 20 minutes a game. If you went by 40-minute per stats, which a lot of people like to do at times, you'd see this guy scoring probably about 16 and goes 16-9. But he doesn't play more than 20 minutes. And if you put him in, or some type of rotation with Jacob Nikas and our boy Alexis, you got yourself something. Yes, you got yourself a more formidable presence potentially than you had last.
And I did. I'm going to pick on you because we had Derek Scott, remember? So I'm going to pick on you, and you're American. It's Jakub Nechas.
I know.
But I like that. Jacob Nikas. That's good. No, you did. That's good.
I went American.
You're American.
I went American.
Your father's proud of you.
You know what I'm saying? Well, my dad told me. I told you this one time. I said, "Hey, Dad, 'cause remember all that stuff where you're like finding out your heritage and your nationality, and like the TV shows on with what's his name that does know your family tree or whatever." Yeah. I go to my dad. I'll never forget. He's sitting there like always. He's got a heater.
Yeah.
Got his coffee. Dad, what's up, boy? Quick question. Yeah. What's our heritage, our origin? He looked at me and went, boy, we's American. Went, thanks, Dad.
Thanks.
Because it was that look on his face like, how dumb is you? That look was all I needed, Jay. I just walked out of the room going,
that's probably,
American.
yeah. Might just have to go do your own 23andMe research there. Yeah, just to figure that out.
But honestly, it's a nice piece to add to your puzzle. He's more of an interior guy. He's not, our boy Alexis likes to shoot threes.
Right.
He's going to be your stretch big, but you add in Fernandez and Jacob, and you've got yourself an interesting. I'm gonna call him Jake, like from State Farm.
Yeah, Jake.
Those guys will give you a nice little combination of bigs who like to play big, if that makes any sense.
And Jake will just say, as long as the check is clear in there,
I don't care what you call me, brother. As long as my NIL is popping direct.
It's all good.
Well, hey, long as they're selling my dough, dude.
That's right.
I don't really care.
That's right.
Anyway.
All right, so we'll talk more about this briefly with David Cloninger on the other side of the break, but we'll come back. DC will get us caught up on what's going on. Again, Kevin Schnall is done. Steve Sabins, the head coach at West Virginia, is playing tonight. We know that Dan Fitzgerald's KU Jayhawks have advanced. And are there any other names to at least keep even a distant eye on? The latest around the Gamecock baseball head coach search with David coming up here right after this. Love telling you about my good friends at Cato's Power Equipment, using a little bit of my Toro stuff here in the coming days because I'm a little overdue. Again, I was kind of busy this weekend. That's on me, not on them. That's on me, but at least I know I'll get it all done quickly. And again, my Toro Time Master mower, Flex Force blower, all the power of a gas-powered blower. And I need some of that going on around the house. Whatever you might need, they've got it for you. Whether you do it for yourself, whether you do it for a living, they've got the latest for you. And a lot of the battery-powered equipment that they sell now really is just as strong and just as dependable as gas-powered. Go in and see for yourself. When I got the blower, y'all, they turned it on for me in the store. And I was not really they did it, right? Like they're Ben and Matt were like, no, dude, you need to see that. And I was like, all right, they'll do that for you. Test it out. See what it feels like. Get in there. There's 4012 West Beltline Boulevard. The latest in today's power equipment is at Cato's Power Equipment. All right, welcome back. 3:33 Monday. Jay and Terry with you. Always a pleasure to talk to our good friend David Cloninger on the beat for the Charleston Post and Courier, covering the Gamecocks. A lot to get to. Let's just kind of do this now real fast. We have more time for baseball. I don't want to bury any baseball leads, but DC, your take on Juan Fernandez joining Lamont Paris's roster. Maybe we thought he was done. That's Lamont adding players, not Juan. But we got one more big coming in.
Yeah, and actually, he was one of two guys that we knew about. I didn't know their names, but I knew that he had said over a month ago there's like a couple of international guys who are still finishing their seasons and will be here. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So his season's over, Fernandez is, and he's able to report pretty soon. So I know as much as you guys do at this point. He's played for the Argentina national team where they won a silver medal. He's 23 years old, and I think he will be classified as a junior. I'm not sure how, but whatever. So he's here. He's a guy that can shoot, and there should be one more international prospect joining the team shortly.
Yeah, I've almost gotten to a point of stop asking questions on eligibility requirements and just trying to figure out.
Well, I'm still trying to get the whole COVID year thing out of my head.
Yeah,
because that
I don't know who's still got it a fifth year, sixth year,
and now
eighth
we got
year.
this going on. Juan's 37 years old. He's a freshman.
Sure. So whatever it takes. All right, DC, let's get into it. Again, a lot of candidates for the Gamecock job, we believe, could still be coaching, but it seems that the most prominent one is done with his season. That's Kevin Schnall at Coastal. So catch us up on what's going on with the latest around the search.
Well, obviously, guys, I know that nobody wants to see the search drag out, and I certainly understand that, considering how some searches have gone in the past. But I've had people hit me up today like, okay, man, so his season was over yesterday afternoon. What's the deal? Why isn't there white smoke popping from over where the roundhouse used to be? I'm like, look, you got to give this thing time. First of all, Coastal as a team wasn't set to get back to campus until this afternoon. They stayed last night in Florida and got home today. They might be home right now. Right after that, they've been on the road for 2.5 weeks, guys, between the final regular season series, Sun Belt, and then the regional in Tallahassee. So they need to get back home, kind of get their affairs in order, pack up their stuff if they're leaving, that kind of stuff. But then Kevin Schnall needs to hold his exit meetings with the players. I anticipate those starting tomorrow morning because a bunch of these guys are playing summer league ball. They need to go ahead and get where they're going. Mm-hmm. And obviously there will be some players too like, hey, what's the deal for next year? And who knows what will happen with those conversations. So they have to hold those exit meetings. So I'm anticipating that maybe by midday Wednesday, we'll start to hear something pop on if what Kevin Schnall is eventually going to do. But right now, I still believe he's the top candidate. I believe that he's kind of been, hey, you're the guy that they're going to offer the job to. We'll see how it goes. I think that USC is prepared to give him everything he asked for, and we'll see how it goes from there. So let's just stay tuned to the radar for the next couple of days.
David, what's your gut tell you about this whole thing? You've been covering this stuff forever, and you get feelings about it, what you hear, and kind of what you see, and all these other things with sources. What's your gut tell you that how this thing is going to progress?
Well, we'll see. I mean, because you never know, Terry. They could say yes to everything he wants, and then he gets home and is talking to his wife, his kids, his next-door neighbor, the kid who cuts his grass, whatever, and then he just might just say, you know what, I don't know if I feel good about this. And, he could change his mind at the last minute. Who knows? But no job offer has been extended yet, and I emphasize the yet. But I truly believe that will happen. And, of course, there is always the case of you're looking at what he has said about the job and what he has not said about the job. He's been publicly asked twice now, South Carolina, you've been linked to that. And he's like, look, guys, I'm not surprised. Coastal's had a bunch of success. The coach will obviously always get linked to a high-opening job when you've had that much success, because that's what I would do. But, yeah, I mean, I love Coastal. I've been here for a while. And yeah, South Carolina's a good job, but so is Coastal and yada, yada. Okay. But what didn't he say?
That's right.
What he didn't say was, I'm not interested.
Yep.
What he didn't say was, don't waste your time. Now, maybe that's some kind of leverage ploy. Maybe not. But that leads us all into a whole different road of like, well, if it's leverage, just how much can Coastal Carolina give him because it ain't going to be what South Carolina can give them. I can guarantee you that.
Talking to David Cloninger of the Post and Courier as the Gamecocks look for a new baseball coach. I want to ask you something that I asked our good friend John Whittle a couple of days ago, David, and that is, again, opinion question, much like what Terry just asked you. How much of a gap do you think there might be from if Kevin Schnall is indeed the leader in the clubhouse, if you will, to a Dan Fitzgerald, to a Steve Sabins, or potentially candidates beyond those names?
Well, I think it would differentiate between who you're talking about. You mentioned Dan Fitzgerald. I believe that he's probably slipped down the list, if not off the list at this point, just because, one, he's still playing. It's going to be a while before you can talk to him. And two, Kansas has come to the table and says, we're going to put in some $15 million toward program enhancements, and that's what a coach needs to hear if he's enjoying where he is. So, but Steve Sabins, I mean, he's got a game tonight at 6 o'clock. Win or go home. So I would say that Schnall's probably a little bit ahead of him just because you could talk to Schnall now, like right now if you so choose to. Whereas with Sabins, you're going to let him finish the season and then see where it goes. But I have no idea the internal thinking of the USC brass on trying to rank one ahead of the other. I would just say that Schnall and Sabins, as has been reported and confirmed and reconfirmed, are the top two guys.
David, right now we see those top two guys. You get the feeling there's someone out there that we haven't heard about that could be lingering in the mist somewhere, that all of a sudden a name comes out of nowhere. We go, wow, that guy's in it? Is there anything like that, or you really feel like it's just these two?
Well, I'm hoping my application gets picked up, sometime. So I haven't heard yet. But no, I think pretty much everybody who they're targeting at this point has pretty much been revealed. I haven't heard it personally, but I trust on what others have reported that Josh Holliday from Oklahoma State, whose season is also over, could be on the list. And then there's some guys that I've heard from some people, some from not, that will be playing next week. I'll keep those to myself for the time being. We'll see if there's ever a need to mention them. But right now, it's like I said before, going into the weekend, okay, well, right now you're in a holding pattern. You're seeing who's going to win, who's going to lose. Well, some teams have lost, and those coaches are able to be talked to right now.
And on that note, David, and again, we're just here spitballing, but you raised a great point. If there are some that are still coaching, does an athletics director, in this case it's Jeremiah Donati, but this could apply to virtually any school that needs to make a hire in a gig like this that's so incredibly important this time around. Not that they aren't ever, but this one we know just has a different degree of urgency to it. Do you wait? And if you know there could be interest from someone who's still coaching, which means he's doing a nice job, do you wait? How do you feel like that's going to be going again internally at Carolina in terms of the need to get the hire made, to hit the portal, relative to, man, if Coach X really is interested and his agent says he is, do I take the time to wait?
Well, guys, you never want to wait too long, and we've seen that firsthand in 17. I knew the process leading up to 17, it was a good one. Like, yeah, that coach is going to be great here. You just got to wait till his season's done. Okay, Florida, go ahead and lose. Come on, lose, Florida. Florida, lose. Oh, they just won the national championship. We can't leave now.
Yeah.
And you have to go down to plan B, and it's like, ooh, man, that's kind of a drop-off there. So you don't want to wait too late. And it would be up to the decision maker to decide, all right, is this the guy I've, cut out from the beginning? Because if you've got him there and he looks like he's willing to say yes, you go ahead and offer and end it. Just go ahead and offer and end it, because you don't want to tell that guy, hey, we like everything we hear. And if it was up to us right now, if these other guys weren't playing, we'd give you the job. Because what does that tell him? That tells him, well, I guess it would probably be like Dennis Gates that's in Missouri right now. Hey, I'm sick of waiting. I'm out by it.
Right.
So you don't want to wait too late. And it would have been understandable if all of your candidates won this weekend and were playing in the Supers. Like, okay, well, hey, that's just part of it. But they're not. So if you've got a candidate that you really like and you talk to him and it's like, okay, I think it's going to happen, you want to be able to say, and truthfully, well, we only offered the job to one person.
Right.
Okay. But the unsaid thing there is like, yeah, we had everything we needed to know before we officially made the offer. If you've got your guy, You go ahead and do it. You do not want to wait and risk making him mad, giving his school a chance to say, hey, hold up. We'll give you everything you wanted plus more.
All right.
And now there's no chance to leave.
So let's say we get to Friday and there's still been no offer. Do we read anything into that or not?
Maybe. I mean, it depends on what happens. Like I said, I would expect everything to be free and clear with Coastal's baseball program by midday Wednesday, but that's just me spitballing. So we'll see. You know, you have to have time to get together. You have to have time to meet. There's other things going on at each school. So it would just be what's the comfort level. And if it so happens to be like, oh, hey, man, you know, it's my kid's birthday. I can't meet today. Yeah, all right. That's fine. But you want it to say, if it lasts past this weekend, be like, okay, look, are you in or out? And if you're out, that's fine. But if you're in, let's get this done. And then you start turning your attention to other people. You don't start going to plan B until plan A is completely exhausted.
It's fascinating. We'll see where it goes next. Appreciate you, sir. Very fluid. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Bob.
No problem, guys. Thanks for having me.
That's our good friend David Cloninger, DCPNC, to follow on Twitter. You should if you don't. And you can sign up for David's newsletter and get a lot more Gamecock intel. And again, catch his work every day, postandcourier.com. Reflections on this, and Terry opens the vault next on the postgame show. All right, welcome back in. Jay and Terry with you here as the post-game show rolls on. Thanks again to David Cloninger for joining us. Once again, updates from the NCAA baseball tournament. Florida State, the number 10 national seed, hosting in Tallahassee, has been eliminated by St. John's. The Johnnies advancing and doing so, Terry Ford, without losing a game.
How about that?
They will be St. John's traveling to Tuscaloosa next weekend. Kansas has advanced. They await the winner of Georgia Tech, Oklahoma. Tech is the 2 seed nationally and won more than 50 games this year. But right now, Terry Ford, Oklahoma has a 3-0 lead. Here's one, I will be honest with you, real quick. So let me get something off my chest.
Sure.
This is a do or die game in Atlanta. But Tech is the visitor.
Right.
Now, I don't have a problem with some switching up from time to time, but in games where the teams are, if you will, equal, there should be no coin toss. If you're the higher seed in your home park, you've earned the right to be the home team, and it does matter in the sport of baseball.
Absolutely.
It's not a dramatic difference, but it does matter. Like in the Supers, if there's a Game 3 in a Super, they flip a coin. And the NCAA tells you, well, you're at home. It's like, nah, dude.
No.
Being the home team in the sport of baseball is a thing.
Yes.
And I don't like that. That's easily fixed, but they see it, and here again we can laud them and we can chide them. This is one of their Committee on Smiles and Sunshine directives.
I can't stand this.
We want it to be fair. No, fair is that the team that is hosting earned the right to host.
Got the better record,
and you take some of that away from them. That's not fair.
No, it's not.
But they'll say, well, yeah, but again, they're at home, and they could have won the coin toss.
It's 50-50 shot.
If it's and when games like this are even. In other words, if this is an elimination game, or and again, a Game 3 of a Super is the same thing. It's an you're 1-1. Home team should be the home team.
Batting last matters.
Just saying. All right, there you go. That's the only other game that's active right now. We got 3 that start at 6 o'clock. Milwaukee at Auburn. Auburn, by the way, is the host. And guess what, Terry? They're the home team.
No kidding. They win the coin toss?
Florida is hosting. They're the home team. West Virginia is hosting. They're the home team. So they all won their coin tosses. Georgia Tech apparently did not. You know what they should do in Atlanta? Get some better coins.
Yeah, the coins suck.
That's right.
Not a big fan of these coins.
All right. Vault time.
All right.
Oh. This is not
vault
music.
Trivia, man.
This is Jeopardy music.
Yeah, a little vault trivia. We've flipped over. We have a little fun with this now.
Alex Trebek. Ken Jennings.
Yeah, I was using that Ken Jennings dude now, right?
Ken's doing great, man. My family's big Jeopardy fans.
He's no Aaron Rodgers, but it's all right.
Ken's no, he's not. Ken's doing a good job.
Yeah, Ken's fine.
He's doing a good job.
He's fine.
He's not Alex. Nobody's Alex Trebek.
He doesn't pretend to be Alex Trebek.
Yeah, nobody's Alex Trebek.
Alex Trebek. It's okay. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Okay.
This day, 1975, this pitcher threw his 4th no-hitter to tie Sandy Koufax. He no-hit my Orioles 1-0.
That's got to be Nolan.
Yeah, buddy. Nailed it.
Wow. And he had 7 overall, I believe.
Guy was just stupid. 55 years old, Noogie and Robin Ventura throwing no-hitters.
137.
Unbelievable, isn't he? Our boy Mizorowski in Milwaukee threw like 700 pitches over 100 miles an hour yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, man, it would have been great if Nolan Ryan had a radar gun.
They did for a bit.
But that was later in his
career.
Not when he was
J.R.
young
Richard
in the early
Houston
70s.
too, when J.R. was on the same staff as Nolan for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about that for
frightening.
A minute. Very frightening.
And you know who else could throw it really hard? Joe Niekro.
Okay, that knuckler, at least 22 miles an hour.
That's 3 fireballers down in Houston back then.
Nobody wanted to face those 3 in a row like that.
And
all right, this team in 1979 won the NBA championship, beating the Washington Bullets after the year before losing to the Bullets in the NBA championship.
Oh, 1979.
They were no longer.
No. Hold on. That's the Seattle Supersonics.
There you go, buddy. Good job.
Yeah, I don't need no hints. I'm good.
Okay,
I'm
you
good.
good?
I'm good.
All right.
I'm good.
Are you good? You don't need a hint about anything?
Well, if I need a hint, I'll phone a friend.
No, you can't. No.
Oh, is that the wrong game?
Yeah, wrong game.
Okay.
All right. This day, 1994, this guard hit 5 3-pointers in the 4th quarter as his team beat the Knicks in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals at Madison Square Garden?
Let's go 94.
94.
Reggie?
Yep.
Yeah.
Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, right.
Reggie Hammond.
Yeah. I love Reggie Miller, man. I love Reggie. He's
I'll
fun.
give you one more.
Okay.
This day, 1996, this women's track team won their 10th consecutive NCAA track team title. Longest string in women's collegiate sports.
Okay, I'm going to say that it's either LSU or Arkansas, and I'm going to go with LSU.
Yeah, you were perfect today, Jay Phillips.
Thank you.
Woo!
Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you.
Nice job today.
Didn't need to phone a friend, which is good because I don't have any.
I was going to say, you need a friend to be able to phone one.
That's fair. All right, hour 2, more reflections on the Gamecock baseball search. Not only the Gamecock baseball search, but the portal activity out of the program.
Yes. Which, by the way, shocking on a scale of 1 to 10 is 0.
It's voluminous.
Yes,
is that the right word?
That's a good word.
All right, hour
like
2 coming up.
Dr. Dan, the crew at the Men's Clinic of South Carolina, just here for you. Here to help. You're a man, and just it ain't the way it used to be. You're not as strong. You don't feel as good after you work out. You can't remember things. You don't sleep as well. You don't have that life drive, that passion drive, whatever the heck drive you don't have anymore. You have no drive. You look at your car and there's no D. Call the Men's Clinic, 803-875-MENS. It's free. You go in, you tell Dr. Dan and the staff your story. It's that simple. They'll drop a testosterone test on you. They will put together their information and get you on a program specifically designed for you, not some washed up professional athlete. You, to get you back to feeling like you again. 803-875-MENS. Personalized service. Folks who listen. The Men's Clinic of South Carolina.
4 o'clock, Monday. Welcome back in. Second hour of the post-game show coming at you from downtown Columbia's Herndon Chevy Studios, along with Terry Ford. I'm Jay Phillips. Appreciate you being with us. Talked to David Cloninger last hour, getting the latest around the Gamecock baseball search. One candidate, perhaps the leading candidate, likely the leading candidate, now done for the season. Kevin Schnall in Coastal Carolina eliminated by Florida State, who today was eliminated by St. John's.
The smoke we're getting, it's Schnall right now, and then our guy at West Virginia, Steve Saban.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Remember we brought him up a long time ago?
Yeah.
As that kind of off-the-radar guy to keep an eye on, and then all of a sudden we stopped keeping an eye on him.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like that was... And all of a sudden over the weekend he's back, and you're like... I mean, look, I get it. I mean, the resume, again, it's sort of like Schnall's.
It is a lot like Schnall's.
You know, 1 year, got to the Supers, but he was sitting there at West Virginia for a while helping build the program.
Right.
It's interesting how alike their resumes are. It's just Schnall went a little bit farther. That's all.
Yeah, Saban's longtime assistant to Randy Mazey, who, again, depending on which Gamecock baseball fans you ask, not the most popular fella amongst
really.
Gamecock fans. You know, not only for where he was, you know, where he played, but then you know, he had some not so nice things to say during a playoff appearance. I think one time when he was at ECU.
Really?
I think so.
Really?
Maybe there's some other extracurricular things that may have happened. But that's okay. Randy was a good baseball coach.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to hear Kevin Schnall, his response after Coastal got beat in the presser when he's being asked about the South Carolina gig?
Let's do it.
He, ready? Tell me what he doesn't say.
Okay.
I've got a 5-year contract at Coastal. I'm the head baseball coach at Coastal Carolina. Can't stress it enough. In the last 25 years, we got the 5th best winning percentage in the entire country, the 6th most wins in the entire country. The past decade, we've got the most wins in the state of South Carolina. We've been to Omaha twice. We won a national championship. We were in the national championship finals last year. Only 4 teams in the last 12 years that advanced to the College World Series finals multiple times. Vanderbilt, Florida, LSU, Coastal Carolina. As long as we continue to be successful, people are going to continue to call Coastal Carolina to gauge interest in us in their jobs. I don't blame them. I would too.
Well, what didn't he say, Jay?
He didn't say I'm not leaving.
He didn't say I'm not interested. He didn't say I'm not leaving. He gave you the answer he had to give, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the coach speak, and especially look, and I know some people don't like it when a coach is asked that type of question quite literally in a post-game press conference when their season has just ended, but that's the nature of the beast.
What would you? I mean, when people say that to me, and I get it. What do you want them to say?
In terms of the reporters?
I mean, no. What do you want? I mean,
or the coach?
Obviously, there is.
Well, I think some people don't want the question to be asked. Well, like, man, don't ask him that right now.
Well,
but
I think,
again, that's.
Well, here's my question: if you can't ask him, then when's the next time you get access to him?
Yeah. That's what the story is.
Yeah, I just think that's the story. He knows it's the story. Everybody knows the rumors are out there. He even admitted that, South Carolina, they back channeled to his agent, things of that nature. That's what the guy's going to say, because he's got to say that. Because again, it's not like he's not interested, right?
Well, he's interested.
Can't get up and say.
But let me ask you something. And this is you and me talking.
Mm-hmm.
How interested is he? And here, before you answer it, let me so people understand where I'm going with this. This is not Jay Phillips sitting here on the radio at 4 o'clock on a Monday going, I don't know about this guy. But you asked me what he didn't say.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what he did say. I got a really good job, and we're a really good team. We're a really good program.
Mm-hmm.
All that is true.
Oh, no, that's false.
And he spent the bulk of his adult life in Conway and in Horry County. I don't know where they reside. I don't know if he has a beach house, a condo, if they live in Conway on the golf course somewhere. A lot of golf courses down there.
Mm-hmm.
How you and I talked about this last week with him. How much does he want to prove himself somewhere else relative to just continuing the great tradition? Because that, to me, I heard a guy going, I'm at a great place.
I heard a guy saying I'm at a great place, but I also heard a guy saying all the right things, because I think there's two plausible scenarios here, and one is staying at that great place. And he's not wrong. He's got a great place. I think when you ask me about his level of interest, he interviewed for Tennessee last year. Didn't get it, obviously. Now, if they'd offered it, would he have taken it? We'll never know, right?
Or did he interview just to now that I'm a head coach, I probably need to go do, like, how much did you really, quote-unquote, interview
and that's what we
when
don't
you were
know,
elevated?
Right? Are you interviewing because you truly are interested? Are you interviewing to keep yourself out there in case one day you get interested? Or are you interviewing so you can go back to Coastal and leverage that to the things you want, whether it's more money, better facilities, guarantee an NIL budget, more money for your assistants? Why are you interviewing? That we don't know. Just like South Carolina, do I think, look.
Like, you just asked 3 questions, and I think the answer to all of them is yes.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I think look, he might stay at Coastal till he's 100 years old. He very well could. He could be taking this interest in South Carolina and going back to the Coastal folks and saying, "This is 2 years in a row, fellas. I want to be here. Look at my life. I need the guarantees we can compete on a national level from here on through because we see where the world's going. I like my assistants to get more. Would I want more money? Oh, sure. I'm not going to take less. Hey, why don't you give me $250,000? But it's just the idea that I think you have a certain level of interest because what it can do for you. Whether it's, I really want the South Carolina job to, like you say, I want to prove I can do this without Gilmore. Or, holy bleep, that's a lot of money. Or, my God, their operational budget's insane compared to what I have. Or SEC resources. Or competing in the best baseball conference in the country. Because, again, these guys, last time I checked, all have egos. You got to have an ego to be successful at this job. It's not a criticism.
Right. No, I'm with you. I think ego far too often has a negative connotation to it.
But it's
and
not.
ego can be a very positive driver in life.
I mean, so I think, does he have interest? Yes. The answer to that question we don't know is why. Why do you have interest? Because you want to come here?
Well, again, you ask a bunch of questions, and I think they're all yes.
Yeah, I think
it's a lot more money.
Yeah,
I got a lot bigger budget for the trimmings and trappings.
You know, Jay, at some point, hopefully, all of us have this thing called leverage in our lives. At some point, and when you have it, you should use it. I'm not saying in a bad way.
No, I got you.
Being a jerk.
I got you.
But you use your leverage, A, to see what's out there, because you never know what's out there. And B, I think you use your leverage to go back to the people you work for and say, look, I like it here, but here's what I'm getting offered. Because you know what that does too, C? It also, and this is something we never talk about, how much do the people you bust your ass for, how much do they really value you?
Mm-hmm.
How much do they value you and your work effort and your sweat and your care and all you put into it? How much do they value that? Because to be honest with you, and again, we never talk about this in this stuff. You want to be valued. And let's say Coastal can't give you a $1.5 million like South Carolina can.
And they can't.
And they can't. Their operational budget is right around 25th, but South Carolina's top 10.
Top 10. And prepared to go higher. Founders, there's a lot of talk about doing some stuff to Founders. And some of it's already in the works.
Right. And facilities, resources, all these things Coastal just can't match.
Right.
But if you go back to them, and a guy that's been there almost most of his employed life, right?
Mm-hmm. And as a player.
If they sit there and say, look, we can't match that. Here's what we can do, though. And you know why we can do all this? Because we value you being here, and we care about the work you put in and how you played here, and you helped Coach Gilmore, and now what you did for us last year, and the fact how much you love this place. We value that, and here's how much we value it. And we can't get to that level, but here's what we can do. That might be enough for Kevin Schnall.
It might.
It might be. And these are all the questions we can't answer because you know what? He won't answer our call.
Yeah. No, I just, and that's why I say to come back around to my initial question, it's more rhetorical than it is me digging for an answer. Because I do think that any of us, let's
flip it to you. You answer the question.
Well, okay, but before I do, I'm going to say it like this, and I'm going to blend two topics here. And what I'm getting ready to say is not an endorsement, but it goes, I think, into the heart of the conversation of what we're talking about. But there's a faction, I'm not going to say a lot because I do not believe it to be a majority at all. But there's a faction of Gamecock baseball fans that for years have wanted Landon Powell to be the head baseball coach here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's really only there's two reasons, but there's one above another.
Mm-hmm.
One, he went here. He played here, and he was good here.
Right.
Two, he's done a nice job at North Greenville in Division II.
Yes.
All right. The point being, he's an alum. Okay. So just hold on to that for those fans that feel that way about why you want Landon. You want Landon primarily because he went here, not primarily because he's a good baseball coach. He's a good baseball coach, but you know what? He went here.
Right.
Okay. Kevin Schnall is living that. He's living that. You know, Link Jarrett is living that, and he's hurting today down at FSU.
Yep.
And there are others who have done it. You know, I'm not gonna. You know, I mean, how hard was it for Ray Tanner to leave NC State? So I get it. And at some point, like you said, you've got to think about some of these things from a more professional perspective. But how hard will it be for Kevin, who, unlike Ray, you know, Ray played and then he was head coach for, you know, a good few years, but he didn't spend that amount of time, right? And Landon, of course, has not come back here to work as an assistant even the way Kevin Schnall did for years and raised his family down there and all those kinds of things. So the poll could be different, but you hit on the other things that are just, you know, we can't say they're completely factual because we don't know yet what Chance Miller and the Coastal administration may be able to, and some, look, they got a couple of people down there that are real wealthy.
Oh yeah.
And it may not take too much to say, all right, we'll endow the coaching position or some such. And that might be enough.
Jay, I'm gonna tell you,
But is the pull of the alma mater stronger than the pull of more than doubling your salary? And you know here too that you are not. And this again, this isn't a criticism. This is what's happening. You will not be asked to come to Columbia and basically do what Chad Holbrook was asked to do.
Nope.
Which is what you were sort of asked to do. Now you didn't take over for a team that had played for 3 straight titles,
right?
But in a relative sense, Coastal has long punched above its weight.
Absolutely.
And they do a nice job, and everybody knows it. So, you know, you're going to be asked to come here and build.
Right.
You're the general contractor. You're the architect.
Yep.
And basically, Jeremiah's going to go, hey, the last guy that was the AD here played for 4 national championships.
Yep.
I'm an administrator.
Right.
It's you, bud.
It's you, baby.
And that's a whole different animal. And I'm not saying he can't do it, or in fact, I believe he absolutely can do it. It's what he wants. And again, if Coastal was just a gig,
right? But it's not. And that's the biggest. That's the thing about like you. I've heard 500 different things about this. Oh, he'll take it if they offer it. Oh, well, this or that or the other. I don't think it's that simple because I think that guy, he went back. Now, he played there, he coached there a bit, he left, and he coached, an ironic part, for Mr. Rooney.
Terry Rooney.
And then he came back to Coastal,
Art
and he's
Rooney.
been there ever since. I was going to raise Danny Rooney. But he came back. That shows you something, right? And he's been there since. And, look, none of us know what's going to happen here. But I would not be surprised if he stayed. If he got enough assurances and got enough to make himself feel good and got that feeling of, we value you, bro. And here's what we can do. We can't do what South Carolina can, but here's what we can do for you. And then, like you said, the big money guys show up and they bring in, briefcases like The Hangover. And all of a sudden, here we go. That would not surprise me in this instance at all, to be quite honest.
I don't know what Mrs. Schnall's name is, but suddenly you've been taking him down to the marina, and there's a nice new boat with her name on the back. Right. Look at that.
We're like, and all of a sudden he's crying, he's hugging everybody. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We'll see. But it does still feel, by all accounts, that Kevin Schnall is the leader in the clubhouse. All right, we'll come back on the other side. A lot of guys leaving the Gamecock clubhouse. We'll tell you who coming up. Integrated Media, the best at what they do when it comes not just to home theater installation, service, design for your system, but also home technology, because it's not just about the home theater. How about the thermostat, the lighting, the security system, all put into one place to give you the peace of mind and the ease of convenience of controlling all those things from one place? You know, again, maybe you have gone out and bought this equipment, a television, a set of speakers, maybe even one of those, doorbell cameras. And you're like, I thought I could do this, and I can't. Well, they'll put it in for you. Just call them up, 803-948-8327. But better yet, design it from the ground up, especially if you're building or remodeling. Work with them like my family did years ago. Now we absolutely love what they've done for us. People ask me all the time, you really love those guys? Dude, can't tell you how much. Other than to say, call them and see for yourself. 803-948-8327. My friends at Integrated Media. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry with you on a Monday. Update from the NCAA baseball tournament. Again, one game in the books today already down in Tallahassee. The Seminoles needed to win twice today, and they didn't get to the second game because they lost the first game to St. John's. 5-4 the final. They went into the ninth, down 5-2 did FSU, and had the go-ahead run. They were the visitor today in that first game. They had the go-ahead run at the plate but could not get him across. So they couldn't tie it or get it, and they lost 5-4. Now, Oklahoma and Georgia Tech in an elimination game. Tech is the 2 seed in the country, y'all. And they are down 3-2, so they have at least come back. They were down 3-0 to the Sooners. But right now, it is still Oklahoma up 3-2. Bottom 4, Oklahoma is the home team, despite being on the road. Again, I already mentioned it once, but I'll just say, in games like this, where it's even, in other words, it's an elimination game for both, do or die for both, then the home team, the host, should be the home team in terms of the sport of baseball being played. Instead, the NCAA decides this through coin toss.
Well, that's the way to do things, coin toss.
Anyway, later tonight, Auburn hosts Milwaukee, do or die. Florida hosts Troy, do or die. West Virginia hosts Kentucky, do or die.
Why don't we just coin flip the winner?
I know, right? A&M hosts Southern Cal, do or die.
Tell you what, man, Southern Cal scoring some runs, bro.
Yeah, they're good, man. Big Ten baseball.
Hey, look at them. The great lineage that is Big Ten baseball through Purdue, Illinois.
Yeah, when I think college
Penn
baseball,
State, baby.
Penn State, Minnesota, they've long come to mind.
No doubt. Remember that great Penn State team of what year was it again?
It was in
what year was it? Yeah.
Yeah. I think Willie Stargell played for them, right? Dave Parker, Bill Madlock, Kent Tekulve out of the pen.
Fantastic team, that Kent Tekulve. Had that Weir family from Sister Sledge going, man.
Good,
it was a thing, man.
Omar Moreno.
His wife with that whistle in the stands. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Great Penn State team. Iconic. Right up there with that Pitt team that won the national championship in college football.
Getting a text from Tyler. No, that was the Pirates. Sorry. Anyway, all right. From the frivolity of that to the seriousness, South Carolina baseball. And look, this is, I suppose some of you will take this harder than others, but no one should be surprised. South Carolina now has 15 players that have officially entered the transfer portal, which did open this morning. The latest is Brandon Stone, by the way. And I don't know, this one, I think, I'm going to give you my opinion now. The two that are going to hit hardest here, I think, are going to be Stone, who was partly he was one of your two best pitchers this season. And Will Craddock. And we'll come to Craddock in a second. Stone, and today Caleb Hoover become they were the last two to go in, and more are on the way, I'm sure. But Stone, 5-5 last year, 10 starts, 59 strikeouts. I say only 19 walks. That's not bad. In 68 2/3, that's not bad.
Terrible.
It's not.
No. I mean, it's not Greg.
The 5'11", yeah. And remember, I think he and Ant Phillips both at the end of the season
scuffle.
Yeah.
It felt like when this thing went off the rails.
They went with it.
Yeah. Both of those guys were the hammers for a while.
For a bit, they were.
They really were.
They were. And and same thing with Valentin, who was giving you some nice work out of the pen, and
it just felt like they ran out of gas, man.
Well, I think they ran out of mental gas too.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean. That's kind of what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's fair.
I mean, remember that when Monty, what was it, roughly the first month maybe, that Monty took over, the team ERA had come down almost a run. Remember, right. And a big part of that was Stone, Phillips, Valentin. And they just felt like those guys were like, done. We're just done.
Yeah, and when you lost,
you get no runs.
You lost 13 in a row to end the season.
Yeah, you're getting 0 run support, and then again, you're just like, okay, I'm done.
But here's who's out. We'll start with the pitchers: Josh Gunther, Alex Valentin, Patrick Dudley, Riley Goodman, Hudson Lee, Zach Russell, Josh Gregoire, and Logan Prisco. The field players that are in the portal are, let's see, third baseman Dawson Harmon, backup catcher Gavin Braylon, and then infielders Bo Hollins, who's, of course, a legacy player, KJ Scobie, who's, had some moments, and Will Craddock. And, again, Caleb Hoover has also entered the portal today as a field player. Now, with Craddock, there's a lot of people who said, all right, there's the guy. And listen, and again, entering the portal
does not mean
you can't come back,
right,
or that you've even technically left. You know, you're in the portal.
Mm-hmm.
But and I'm not saying that all the others are expendable either. But Craddock, 260, 10 homers, 29 driven in.
He showed something.
And an 832 OPS as a freshman.
He showed something.
He's a good ball player. You'd like to have Holland. I think Hollins, again, as a legacy player. But the second half of the season, he missed. He has a shoulder injury, and not really sure exactly what's going on there. But that needs to get looked at, and so he didn't want to risk anything.
It was a lost year for Hollins last season.
Yeah, but because last year he was good. This season, I say last year, 25, he was good. This past season, not so much. And again, how much did that injury play into it before he started missing even more time? Or again, as you pointed out, Terry, the approach for some of these hitters, and then sort of the mixed bag after Coach Maneri was relieved, and Monty wanted to at least alter to some degree mid-season the hitting approach. I don't know. Yeah, that's up to an individual to tell us.
Isn't it tough? I mean, look. You see these guys.
15 already. 15 in the portal today.
I get it. All of them. I understand. Last year was a mess. And let's say you've been here, like Scobie's been here 2 years. It's been a mess.
And Scobie moving to short, was that the best idea for him? It feels like third would have been better for him to stay over there and continue to get better at third. But.
I feel like watching him play third and watching him play short, he's a third baseman. He's not a shortstop.
Right.
And that's not
it's not. You can tell. I mean, shortstops have to have range. And a third baseman, one of the reasons, just sometimes they don't. And it doesn't mean they can't pick it. Doesn't mean they can't throw it.
That's instinct and quickness. You need to be quicker, like hand-eye coordination, quick at the hot corner. And some guys are well-suited to play third, but they just not
very
to play
different. Just because they play next to one another, the positions are very different.
Night and day,
Yeah, they're very different.
And, you look at some of the best third basemen in Major League Baseball. None of those guys were cat-like quick with a lot of range. They were just guys who their reaction time was lightning. Mike Schmidt, Brooks Robinson, Greg Nettles. We can sit here. We even get to some of the guys like, Nolan Arenado, Manny Machado when he played third.
Yep.
They're more. There's that reaction of the quickness. They react quick. But
Ron Say.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Remember, look at him. I guarantee you that a sloth could cover more ground than Ron Say. But Ron Say could play third.
He could pick it.
Because he had the quick reaction time.
He could pick it.
And he could make those plays. Now, very rarely, Manny Machado could play short and third, but really, most third basemen don't play short.
Look at Chipper, who obviously was the best high school player in America down in Florida and came up through the minor leagues in the Braves organization as a shortstop. And then Bobby was like, you know what, my man? You're awesome at shortstop. I'm going to get you to the Hall of Fame as a third baseman.
And
Chipper was like, okay, I'll move.
And Chipper made the transition because, again, some guys are just stupid gifted, right? They just are. But most of the time, again, third basemen don't translate into shortstops most of the time. Just like a shortstop might not be able to translate into a third baseman sometimes because, again, it's reaction time. So I think Scobie's best spot was third. Yeah, to be honest with you.
So, but he's in, and again, some of these guys like Stone. I was talking to somebody that knows the team well. Stone's gonna get drafted. It won't be high, but I think some of his numbers. I think the scouts can look at numbers like that and go, yeah, I see what you were dealing with, and your stuff is better than your numbers. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if Stone gets drafted.
I could see him get drafted with someone doing what you just said. We see something in your repertoire that we think is interesting. We get you into our system and start developing you the way we want to. We think we can make you a pitcher.
Yeah. The Brendan Sorsby hearing was held today in Lubbock. The Texas Tech quarterback's career in limbo out that way. We'll get you the update after this.
Our first check on the traffic this afternoon. So far, just one accident. Killian Road at Killian Crossing Drive. A little stop and go in Columbia. I-26 westbound between Sunset Boulevard and St. Andrews Road exits. And obviously, all of that exciting, stimulating road construction we try to avoid every day. We'll pop back in, continue our conversation about what's going on with the Carolina baseball job. And Brendan Sorsby had his hearing. It was interesting. In good ways and bad. That's next here on the postgame show.
.25 in front of 5 on this Monday. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry with you. Jay or Nay coming up. Top of the hour headlines. Revisit a little of our conversation with David Cloninger. If you missed that in the 3 o'clock hour, DC giving us some of the latest on what's going on around the Gamecock baseball search. And we just had a segment, if you just tuned in, 15 so far, 15 Gamecock baseball players have entered the transfer portal, which did officially open today. It will stay open the entire month. So from June 1 to June 30, the transfer portal is open for business. And you can enter in the month. You don't have to choose a new school during the month. You just have to put your name in. And you can always go back to your old school.
Yeah, we've also learned that you can pick a school, enroll, sit in class, and if you want to, you can leave and go to another school.
Yeah. Still not sure on that one, but it happened. That was football, but still, hey, students are students, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is Brendan Sorsby, at least for now, at Texas Tech. And just to catch you up, if you don't recall, Brendan Sorsby has not yet played for Texas Tech. He last was at Cincinnati, where he had a really good season last year. Started his career at Indiana, but he is embroiled in one of the largest gambling scandals, if you will, in college sports history. It is now known that he bet more than $90,000 over 4 years and was gambling at least into the early part of this year. Let's face it, we're not even halfway through this year. So this is not something that stopped at a previous institution. In fact, according to reports that were released today, Terry Ford, Sorsby, like many of his schoolmates, I won't just say teammates, but schoolmates because they were athletes from other sports as well, did go through this past semester gambling education at Texas Tech. So he was in those, seminars.
Was he teaching how to gamble?
No,
Is this what he was doing?
No.
Just checking.
He has acknowledged placing, as I said, I said $90,000 on more than 2,900 bets. And in some speculation that it was more than 9,000 total wagers in all. With 2,900 bets while at Indiana, 165 bets at Cincinnati, 9,000.
I would say that's not healthy, Jay.
Well, and listen, betting one time on your own team, win, lose, draw, whatever, is grounds for loss of permanent eligibility at the NCAA level. It is now known. He's admitted. Again, these aren't opinions, and this isn't stuff that's like going through. This is not a criminal trial. He's admitted to placing 40 bets alone on Indiana football.
Yep.
While he was a quarterback at Indiana. So that's, again, one time is enough to get you.
Oh, you're done.
You're to be done.
You're done.
You do it 40 times. Anyway, today they had a hearing because he has now gone through over a month's worth of gambling treatment, addiction treatment at a very, I guess, reputable center in Arizona. At Texas Tech, from their president through their AD to their head coach and their top booster, very supportive of his reinstatement and basically saying the NCAA isn't following its own rules because they don't care about his mental health. So they had a hearing today, and they're trying to get an injunction that would permit him to play in 2026.
Can I ask you a question? Where's that? I'm going to try this. Is the injunction in Montana?
No, it's in
California.
No.
Oh, wait, let me try.
One more.
Let me try the Caymans.
It's in Lubbock.
Where's Texas Tech University?
Lubbock.
Wow, that's a shocker right there.
The original judge in the case went to Texas Tech for his undergrad and law
Did he
degree.
have pictures of doing keg stands or something on the Tech campus or whatever it was?
No, I don't know about that. But he recused himself, and they brought a retired judge named Ken Curry, who went to Houston.
Oh, here we go.
So he don't give two what's about Texas Tech.
And he's retired, so he's go back in retirement.
Yeah.
Who cares?
I followed along for about 30 minutes today, not watching this, but following along with a couple of good Twitter feeds on what was going on. And look, both sides obviously made very compelling case. Listen, I get where his team is coming from, Terry. Hey, kid needs help, is getting help, has admitted that he's done wrong, and we want you, the NCAA, to do right by him by letting him play, and that only playing again is going to really help him rehabilitate.
So why is that doing right? If you're the NCAA, why are you doing right by him?
That's a fair question.
The massive cardinal rule you don't break.
That's a fair question.
And the penalty of that is you don't get to play.
Correct.
And let me throw this really quick, and you jump back. I know you watched it today. You watched a lot more than I did.
Well, I didn't watch
God
it,
love
but
you.
I paid attention. That's part of my job.
Here's my thing. Does this kid need help? Yes. Does he need assistance? Yes. Does he have an issue, however you want to paint it? Absolutely. But he can't play college football.
No, he cannot. Well, that's that. I agree. Conversely, the NCAA said what you just did. Look, hey, Judge, we know that he's admitted it. We know that he needs help. We're supportive of him getting help, and we do care about our student athletes. But he bet on his own team 40 times. Not only did he bet on his own team 40 times, but he also broke cardinal rule number 2, which is you can't bet on other teams on campus while you're an enrolled student at said university. Because he bet on the Cincinnati basketball team and some other sports on campus. You can't do that. So he bet on Indiana football, transferred to Cincinnati, he never bet on Cincinnati football, but he bet on Cincinnati basketball and other sports on that campus. And then he was betting on professional sports and other things at all 3 schools, which is also against the rules. Now, it may not be as strong a grounds for complete dismissal or loss of eligibility, but nevertheless, it is against the rule. Fair, unfair, whatever you think of it, it doesn't matter. It's against the rules. Both sides also, I thought, made... Again, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not here to question. They have their own methods, right?
Right.
Again, his side really was pushing, or so it seemed, hey, Judge, he's got to play again. I mean, if he doesn't get to play again, this is irreparable harm. And he's come through this, and he just wants to show the world that playing football again, and even if he could play at another level, this is about him, getting full rehabilitation by playing at Texas Tech. And then the NCAA used what I thought was something questionable when they said, Judge, we kind of think this whole going to get rehab thing is just kind of a ruse, because he wasn't thinking at all. He was still betting this semester. And then when the word came down through law enforcement via us, and then we informed Texas Tech, I better go get some help. And that seems kind of mean. So, on the one hand, it's like, Judge, he has to play football again or else. And then the NCAA, we think he might be lying.
Yeah, he's.
And I'm just, for both sides, I'm like, y'all really want to go with those tactics? But again, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe they think both of those are going to work. Look, to me, I'm with you. I have no idea. Look, I'm not a judge. I'm not a lawyer. This isn't a criminal case. All I know from what I've asked and what I've read is that when you're seeking an injunction, a judge has to believe that a plaintiff has a really good chance of winning. And I just don't see, if you took this in front of a jury, and you looked at the number 1 cardinal rule, you broke it not once, young man, not twice, 40 times on purpose.
Yeah,
so is a judge going to look at that and go, yeah, I think you can win your case? I just don't see how.
Now, look, you and I both know this. The only reason this is happening is Texas Tech needs a starting quarterback because they want to get back in the college football playoff. And if they don't have Brendan Sworsby, who do they have?
Yeah, a guy with a knee injury, apparently.
Yeah. So let's just all get down. Nobody, and I'll sound heartless. My guess is the reason there's so much care in Brendan Sorsby in Lubbock, Texas, because what he can do on a football field for the University of Texas Tech.
Feels like that's a part of this. The judge asked for some further information and expects to make a ruling in the coming days.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see. All right, Jay or Nay is next. Welcome back in. 11 minutes in front of 5 o'clock here on this Monday. Jay Phillips, Terry Ford with you. Top of the hour out there. Top of the hour headlines coming up. Gamecock Notebook. More on the portal entrance. Won't say departures yet, just portal entrance.
It's going in there, man.
Yeah, it opened today. The baseball portal opened today, and we'll give you a couple of minutes. Terry is deciding exactly which couple of minutes from David Cloninger on the baseball coaching search. Yeah. Do you want me to get before we do Jay or nay? I should have had you include this. That way we could have had a Mount St. Jay moment while Jay or nay was taking place. But would you rather just have a little bit of that right now? Because I just saw something.
Go ahead.
Well, I can't do it with this music. Then I can't get angry.
You can't get angry with this?
No. This is too fun, man. I can't get angry with any of this. So if you don't want me to get angry, I'd probably get angry with this. You want me to?
Get angry.
College football playoff television schedule has been announced this afternoon.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
The first 4 games on campus on December 18th and 19th. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Quarterfinals on December 30th. That'll be the Fiesta Bowl. We don't know who's going to play in it yet. And then they'll take, I guess this means that, I guess the 31st must be, New Year's Eve must be a Sunday.
Must be.
Because January 1st, so they're taking a day off. And then January 1st will have 3 games. Then we will take 2 bleeping weeks off. The semifinals will be the 14th and 15th. Why are we taking 2 weeks off between the quarterfinal and the semifinal and then 10 days until they play the championship game?
Because it makes no sense.
What are we doing?
It's silly.
I mean, what? 2 weeks? 2 weeks?
It's ridiculous. It's silly. Jay or nay on this?
Nay! My God.
You know what? I've decided whenever we talk about any of these committees.
Yeah?
Ready?
There you go. Run around.
Yeah.
Circles.
I mean, that's what they do, right?
If you know, you know. Benny Hill Show.
Right?
And if you don't know the Benny Hill Show, I'm sure it's on YouTube. Find it. Enjoy yourself.
They just run around aimlessly.
Enjoy yourself. Song. It's Benny and his guys, and they're chasing some scantily clad young lady from Britain.
And they're running back and forth on the beach.
Sometimes it's the beach down in Brighton. Sometimes it's a park somewhere in London.
But this is the perfect theme for the NCAA and anything about a committee.
2 weeks, man.
It's so ridiculous.
And they're already screwing it up by, again, I used to love bowl games, but now, again, this being beholden to 6 bowl sites a year.
No, it's silly.
It's dumb. It's not a bowl game.
They're not bowl games.
It's not a bowl game.
What
It's a playoff game. It's a playoff game, and it should be on campus.
Yes.
Anyway.
Enough of
2
this.
weeks.
2 weeks. And 2 weeks and 10 days.
And then 10 days after that?
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, please. Nay.
Have they ever heard of momentum?
Nay.
In their life?
Nay.
You're going to play a game, and then 2 weeks later, you're going to pop up again.
Jay.
And then 10 days later.
Jay.
How dumb is that, Jay or nay?
Nay. It's ridiculous.
It's so dumb.
2 weeks.
So dumb. It's
trying to save college. You're talking about saving college sport. This ain't saving college football, kids.
Here's the thing.
And what are you going to do when you want to have more schools in this thing?
Okay.
Valentine's Day championship.
Yeah, I mean, do these people watch television?
No. Nay.
I mean,
at least play the music now. Go ahead and play the music. Just start asking me questions. Play the music. I got to cheer back. I got news to do in a minute, so I got to be happier.
I mean,
give me some match game.
Do you watch?
All right, this will work.
Television. I mean, do you watch a show, get invested in it, and then it comes back in 14 days? And then it comes back in 10 days. And you don't know when it's coming on.
This would be like having a mini-series and then leaving the finale for like 6 months later.
Yes, and then come back.
Yeah.
And then bring you one more in 3 months.
Yeah.
It's just, the suspension of reality with these people is beyond me.
Yeah. By then, and they wondered, well, no,
you know
never
what
mind.
it is, to be honest? They don't live like the regular folk.
No.
They don't understand how regular folk live. They don't live like the regular folk.
All right, give me something that's just a regular J or nay that you have.
J or nay.
Okay.
You're excited that Russell Wilson will now be in the CBS booth as an analyst. J or nay?
Nay. And can I ask you a question? Did he retire? I think he's just kind of hoping, right?
He's just
I don't think he retired.
Didn't it feel like he's going to do this and hope he gets a gig next year?
He didn't retire.
He said he wanted to be with the Jets.
Right. Well,
I don't blame him.
I don't. Nobody wants to be with him. But yeah, he didn't retire. I was like, oh, he retired. I was like, oh, wait, no, he didn't retire. He's just going to be on television.
He'll be on television. Hope he can jump and get a gig after this season.
I don't think he will. I think this is it. And that's fine. He had a nice run. And you know what? He made a lot of money.
A ton of money. And I think he'll always be remembered for his time in Denver. Don't you?
I didn't even know he played in Denver. When was that? It's like that Dallas thing. I got a lot of that of late. I got Men in Black right there. Bing. Never happened. Hour 3 coming up. I love telling you about my friends at the British Bulldog Pub. No, it was a big weekend out at the Bulldog with the big European Pro Final on Saturday. USA was playing yesterday. And listen, whether it's European football or American football, they'll have it on at the Bulldog. And all your favorites are always there when it comes to food and beer. And I'm telling you, some of the things on the Bulldog menu are some of my absolute favorites. Tower of London Burger. Yeah, I want to read this to you because I have had this. Now, listen, you better be ready for this puppy, all right, when you have this thing, okay? Tower of London Burger, half pound with bacon, there's house-made sauce, an English banger, that's a sausage, fried onion rings, an egg, sausage, or sauteed mushrooms, and mozzarella cheese. Y'all, it's amazing. That and so many other great things going on all the time with my friends at the British Bulldog Pub.
Quick check on the traffic. We have stop and go I-26 westbound between Sunset Boulevard and St. Andrews Road. Also, we have an accident, Fish Hatchery Road at Charleston Highway. And then we have our long-term construction. Coming up, 5 o'clock news, sponsored by Integrated Media. here on the post-game show with Jay and Terry, and we roll till 6 here on The Game Network, at The Game TV Radio on YouTube.
It is 5 o'clock news time on this Monday. It's also the final hour of the post-game show alongside Terry Ford. I'm Jay Phillips. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll start with the NCAA baseball tournament final day of regional play across the country. It has already seen one upset as St. John's, the 4 seed in the Tallahassee Regional, has defeated Florida State today by a final of 5-4. FSU was the host and the number 10 seed overall in this tournament. And not only did St. John's win this thing, they did it without being defeated. They stayed in the winner's bracket the entire time. They would have had to lose twice today to FSU, but they didn't have to worry about it. 5-4, the final in that one. In a do-or-die game in Atlanta, number 2 seed Georgia Tech has now taken the lead over Oklahoma. They were down 3-0 early, were the Jackets, but in the top of the 6th, and they are the visitor today, despite being the host. Tech is up 6-3. So again, top 6, Georgia Tech up 6-3. Tonight at 6 o'clock, Florida will take on Troy. That's in Gainesville, do or die. West Virginia and Kentucky, do or die at 6 o'clock as well in Morgantown. At 9 o'clock, Auburn hosts Milwaukee, do or die, and the same A&M and Southern California from College Station. And again, winners of these games today will all be advancing to the Super Regionals, where we already have Georgia. Cal Poly beat St. Mary's, who eliminated UCLA. Cal Poly and St. Mary's played for the Westwood, if you will, regional final. Alabama, Arkansas, Little Rock is in. They won the Hattiesburg Regional. Texas has advanced. Oregon has advanced. Kansas, North Carolina, Mississippi, and Mississippi State, and now St. John's. So the rest of the super regional field will be set a little bit later on tonight. To the NFL we go, where we have now a couple of big trades, but one is bigger than the rest. The Cleveland Browns today agreeing to trade one of the best defensive players of his generation to the Rams. Myles Garrett is moving on out to L.A. He has been traded for Pro Bowl defensive lineman Jared Verse, as well as next spring's 27 first-round pick, 2028's second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. It is one of the largest trades ever for a defensive player. Of course, 5 years ago is when the Rams made a similar move to get Matthew Stafford. They went on to win the Super Bowl, and, of course, were as good as anybody last season and are the odds-on favorites this year to win the Super Bowl. You would argue that Myles Garrett only makes them stronger. And at age 30, giving up next year's first-round pick, probably a fair trade-off. And then the second and thirds later in years to come, we'll see. We'll see. The Eagles have agreed to trade A.J. Brown to the Patriots for 2 draft picks today. We knew that A.J. Brown was going to be moving on. The Eagles will get a first-round pick in 2028, and they will get next year's 5th-round pick. It will be the better of New England's selections. They have a couple of 5th-round picks next year, so whichever one is highest once the season is done will be the one that moves to the Philadelphia Eagles. So A.J. Brown is on his way to New England to be paired up with Drake May. And one other note out of the NFL, the Giants today have re-signed one of their former greats, Odell Beckham Jr., who missed last season after serving a suspension for a PED violation, is back in New York. So there you go. OBJ is coming back to the New York Giants. He spent the last couple of years in Baltimore. He will now be working once again with John Harbaugh. NBA, shocker? No, I don't think it was a shocker on Saturday as the San Antonio Spurs defeated the OKC Thunder. I don't know. If it shocking may depend on one's point of view. But the Spurs were the better team, certainly. The NBA Finals will begin on Wednesday night in San Antonio. Spurs are the favorite in this one. 62-20 were they in the regular season. 53-29 with the Knicks. But the Knicks have won 11 straight playoff games. And again, the Spurs coming off the high of defeating the reigning champion. And it was kind of cool to see Victor Wembanyama. He was crying on the court. Let's just call it what it was. He was crying. But a 111-103 game for him, 22 points and 7 boards in that win on Saturday night. Atlanta Braves took 2 of 3 over the weekend from the Cincinnati Reds. Atlanta losing yesterday's game, going for the sweep, but the Reds got it done. Final 6-4. The Braves are off today, back home after a 6-game road trip that saw them go 4-2. They will host the Toronto Blue Jays. So there you go. And when you look at, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. I'll do it again for you. The college football playoff has announced its kickoff times today. December 18 will be game 1, 8 o'clock kickoff. December 19 will have a noon, 3:30, and 7:30 kick time. Then we take 11 days off before one quarterfinal game in the Fiesta Bowl out in Phoenix. Then we'll take 2 days off for the other 3 quarterfinal games to be played on New Year's Day. Then, and by the way, we don't know what time those games will kick until the CFP Selection Committee does its thing. Then we'll take 2 weeks off. The college football playoff semifinals will be on January 14th and 15th. January 14 will be the Orange Bowl. January 15 will be the Sugar Bowl. And those games will kick, well, they'll be on television at least, at 7:30 Eastern Time. And then the college football playoff championship game will be in Las Vegas on January the 25th. So we're going to play, then we're going to take 11 days off. Then we're going to play, and we're going to take 2 weeks off. And then we're going to play, and we're going to take 10 days off. They're doing it wrong, y'all. They're doing it wrong. That's all I'm going to say about that. I don't know what they're hoping to get out of this, but they're doing it wrong. And at some point in time, you have to look out for your sport. And this, in my opinion, is not. Now, last year, you could argue that it worked out well because I think the fascination last year with Indiana went a long way towards having that championship game become highly rated. Because remember, the year prior, with a similar type schedule and layoff, you had Ohio State play Notre Dame. And there were a couple of regular season games that did just as well. And that shouldn't happen, especially when you have Ohio State playing Notre Dame for the National College Football Championship. So, is there as compelling a story? Listen, if Indiana makes it again, they might. Is it as novel, as unique as last year? No. Does it mean that people won't watch it? Look, giving people a compelling matchup should make a difference. But again, is an Ohio State Notre Dame compelling? This isn't good for college football. And I know a lot of coaches have talked about returning college football to New Year's Day. Now, I don't know if you could schedule, especially if you're going to go to 24, and they are. I don't know what you could do unless you started playing in, the first week of August. Now, some of us might not mind that. I'll raise my hand, but I got to be. Let's be perfectly honest with ourselves. We were kind of joking the other day about the Gamecock kick times in September. You can't have regular season games throughout the entire month of August across the Deep South. You just can't, unless they're all. And I'm really not kidding, unless they're all after 8 o'clock. You just can't. That's just asking. Either they'd be like 10 o'clock in the morning or after 8 o'clock at night if you wanted to play earlier and try to get a 24-game playoff in and have the season end on New Year's. I just don't think you could do it. I just don't see how you could get it done. But I don't see how this particular television schedule does anything to truly benefit college football. But that's just me. We'll see how it goes. South Carolina basketball, to continue our integrated media headlines of the day, has added a major piece. His name is Juan Fernandez. He comes to South Carolina from the Spanish Professional League. He is 6'11". He scored 7.9 points last year and pulled down 4.5 rebounds, plays about 20 minutes a night, shoots 51% from the floor. Also, he's Argentinian and plays for the Argentinian national team. Last year at the AmeriCup, scored 13.7 points and pulled down 6 boards, shot 53%. Argentina won the silver medal. We spoke with David Cloninger earlier about this. And like David, Terry and I just kind of laughed when David said, from what David understands, when Juan Fernandez comes to play in the United States as a collegiate player after having been playing professionally in Spain for 5 years, again, he's 23, he's going to be classified as a junior. So some type of time served, perhaps. I don't really know how that goes. And anyway, Juan Fernandez will be the newest member of the Gamecock men's basketball team. So there you go. All right. That's our integrated media headlines of the day on this Monday. We got a lot to get to in the Gamecock Notebook. We will update you on the 15 players that have already entered the baseball transfer portal. And speaking of David Cloninger, he spoke primarily with us about what's going on with the Gamecock baseball search. A lot of you interested in hearing what's going on there. DC has some of the latest details, and we'll do that as part of the Gamecock Notebook. That's next. How's your AC system holding up? We're getting ready to hit those super hot months all across the Midlands of South Carolina. Now might be a great time for you to get one of AAA Heating and Air's great technicians in to make sure you're good to go. System been acting up on you lately or not keeping you cool, or you think, it should be a little nicer in here than it is. Maybe you don't know when the last time you've had your system inspected, or maybe you know it's old and inefficient. Any of those things that need to be checked out, AAA Heating and Air ready to make it happen for you. And if it's time for a repair, true transparency pricing lets you know exactly what's up front before you pay for it. And if it's time for a brand new system, then you can get a $1,500 system buyback rebate, 15-year parts and labor guarantee, and they guarantee to get you financed to make that more affordable for you and your family for many years to come. Call them up. Do what my family's done, staying nice and cool with them all year long, or at least all season long. 803-677-1500. Tell them we sent you, and work with the great people at AAA Heating and Air. All right, welcome back in. Lots to get to in today's Gamecock Notebook, so let's jump right in. Before we let you hear what David Cloninger had to say about the Gamecock baseball search, let's start with the news today as the baseball transfer portal has officially opened all across the country. It will remain open for the entire month of June, so June 1 through June 30 is what we're looking at. South Carolina has already had 15 players enter the portal. Caleb Hoover and Brandon Stone were the latest. They join. Infielders Bo Hollins, KJ Scobie, and Will Craddock. Let's see, who else? Third baseman Dawson Harmon, backup catcher Gavin Braylon, and then pitchers Riley Goodman, Hudson Lee, Zach Russell, Josh Gregoire, Logan Prisco, Josh Gunther, Alex Valentin, and Patrick Dudley.
Probably easier to talk about the players who haven't gone.
Well, when you consider the guys that can't come back, and then the ones we have, I mean, listen, I'm going to go out on it. I can't say everybody is. I mean, you got over 30 guys on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
But I imagine almost everybody will enter. And a lot of these guys, again, entering the portal does not mean you've left school and you won't come back. Again, Brandon Stone, I'm told, has an opportunity to be drafted. KJ Scobie is a draft-eligible sophomore. He will probably get a look. My gut tells me that he goes somewhere else to play another year of college baseball.
Yeah, I think he plays another year of college baseball.
Bo Hollins is a legacy player, obviously, at South Carolina, and had just an odd second half of the year with a shoulder injury that nobody seemed to know exactly what was up, and it's just it didn't get any better.
The whole thing was strange.
Yeah, so but you'd like to see him come back, but he had a good freshman year, but a bad sophomore year. So I don't know what's up there. And a lot of these guys may wait and want to talk with the new head baseball coach, and some of them may say,
I just want to get out and start
I think and there's a few you'd like to keep. Again, I think if you could get Hollins back, I think you'd like to have. If you could get him back to some of his freshman numbers, you'd like that. And again, he's a legacy player, so you don't want to lose a kid like that. But if you do, you do.
Love to see
But Craddock, I think you want to keep.
I mean, there are some couple of pitchers whose arms are interesting that you maybe with a different staff and different development techniques and things of that nature. So, I mean, there's a few guys you'd love to, like Riley Goodman.
Right.
Great arm. Just couldn't throw a strike this year.
Right.
Strike zone could have been from first base box to third base box, and he still would have thrown. He still would have walked guys. And I think a lot of it with him, honestly, is from the neck up.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I'd love to see them keep an arm like that to see what they could do with it with a new coaching staff.
Yeah.
So guys like that, their numbers might be like, but there's something there with the right crew. Maybe you can unlock something. Just saying.
Like Prisco was good. A few too many walks in 17 walks in 28 innings, but you can work on some of those things. Russell was good. I don't know. I mean, look, the results speak for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that part of the equation too. And whoever's coming in, and that's what we're going to get to now, has a full rebuild. I know you've carved this out for us, sir. So I'll let you set this up and send us on our way here.
All right, David Cloninger popped on with us about 3:30 in case you missed it. Carved out a little bit with David, and we're going to start off with David Cloninger from the Post and Courier, just giving us an update on where everything stands with the baseball coaching search.
Well, obviously, guys, I know that nobody wants to see the search drag out, and I certainly understand that, considering how some searches have gone in the past. But I've had people hit me up today, like, okay, man, so his season was over yesterday afternoon. What's the deal? Why isn't there white smoke popping from over where the roundhouse used to be? I'm like, look, you got to give this thing time. First of all, Coastal as a team wasn't set to get back to campus until this afternoon. They stayed last night in Florida and got home today. They might be home right now. Right after that, they've been on the road for 2.5 weeks, guys, between the final regular season series, Sun Belt, and then the regional in Tallahassee. So they need to get back home, kind of get their affairs in order, pack up their stuff if they're leaving, that kind of stuff. But then Kevin Schnall needs to hold his exit meetings with the players. I anticipate those starting tomorrow morning because a bunch of these guys are playing summer league ball and they need to go ahead and get where they're going. And obviously there will be some players too, like, hey, what's the deal for next year? And who knows what will happen with those conversations. So they have to hold those exit meetings. So I'm anticipating that maybe by midday Wednesday, we'll start to hear something pop on if what Kevin Schnall is eventually going to do. But right now, I still believe he's the top candidate. I believe that he's kind of been, hey, you're the guy that they're going to offer the job to. We'll see how it goes. I think that USC is prepared to give him everything he asked for, and we'll see how it goes from there. So let's just stay tuned to the radar for the next couple of days.
David, what's your gut tell you about this whole thing? You've been covering this stuff forever, and you get feelings about it, what you hear, and kind of what you see, and all these other things with sources. What's your gut tell you that how this thing is going to progress?
Well, we'll see. I mean, because you never know, Terry. They could say yes to everything he wants, and then he gets home and is talking to his wife, his kids, his next door neighbor, the kid who cuts his grass, whatever, and he just might just say, you know what, I don't know if I feel good about this. And, he could change his mind at the last minute. Who knows? But no job offer has been extended yet, and I emphasize the yet. But I truly believe that will happen. And, of course, there is always the case of you're looking at what he has said about the job and what he has not said about the job. He's been publicly asked twice now, hey, South Carolina, you've been linked to that. And he's like, look, guys, I'm not surprised. Coastal's had a bunch of success. The coach will obviously always get linked to a high-opening job when you've had that much success, because that's what I would do. But, yeah, I mean, I love Coastal. I've been here for a while. And yeah, South Carolina's a good job, but so is Coastal and yada, yada. Okay. But what didn't he say?
That's right.
What he didn't say was, I'm not interested.
Yep.
What he didn't say was, don't waste your time. Now, maybe that's some kind of leverage ploy. Maybe not. But that leads us all into a whole different road of like, well, if it's leverage, just how much can Coastal Carolina give him? Because it ain't going to be what South Carolina can give him. I can guarantee you that.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to David Cloninger of the Post and Courier at the Gamecocks look for a new baseball coach. I want to ask you something that I asked our good friend John Whittle a couple of days ago, David, and that is, again, opinion question, much like what Terry just asked you. How much of a gap do you think there might be from if Kevin Schnall is indeed the leader in the clubhouse, if you will, to a Dan Fitzgerald, to a Steve Sabins, or potentially candidates beyond those names?
Well, I think it would differentiate between who you're talking about. You mentioned Dan Fitzgerald. I believe that he's probably slipped down the list, if not off the list at this point, just because, one, he's still playing. It's going to be a while before you can talk to him. And two, Kansas has come to the table and says, we're going to put in some $15 million toward program enhancements, and that's what a coach needs to hear if he's enjoying where he is. So, but Steve Sabins, I mean, he's got a game tonight at 6 o'clock, win or go home. So I would say that Schnall's probably a little bit ahead of him just because you could talk to Schnall now. Like right now, if you so choose to. Whereas with Sabins, you're going to let him finish his season and then see where it goes. But I have no idea the internal thinking of the USC brass on trying to rank one ahead of the other. I would just say that Schnall and Sabins, as has been reported and confirmed and reconfirmed, are the top two guys.
David, right now we see those top two guys. You get the feeling there's someone out there that we haven't heard about that could be lingering in the mist somewhere, that all of a sudden a name comes out of nowhere, we go, wow, that guy's in it? Is there anything like that, or you really feel like it's just these two?
Well, I'm hoping my application gets picked up, sometime. So I haven't heard yet. But, no, I think pretty much everybody who they're targeting at this point has pretty much been revealed. I haven't heard it personally, but I trust on what others have reported that Josh Holliday from Oklahoma State, whose season is also over, could be on the list. And then there's some guys that I've heard from some people, some from not, that will be playing next week. I'll keep those to myself for the time being. We'll see if there's ever a need to mention them. But right now, it's like I said before, going into the weekend, okay, well, right now you're in a holding pattern. You're seeing who's going to win, who's going to lose. Well, some teams have lost, and those coaches are able to be talked to right now.
And on that note, David, and again, we're just here spitballing, but you raised a great point. If there are some that are still coaching, does an athletics director, in this case it's Jeremiah Donati, but this could apply to virtually any school that needs to make a hire in a gig like this that's so incredibly important this time around. Not that they aren't ever, but this one we know just has a different degree of urgency to it. Do you wait? And if you know there could be interest from someone who's still coaching, which means he's doing a nice job, do you wait? How do you feel like that's going to be going again internally at Carolina in terms of the need to get the hire made, to hit the portal, relative to, man, if Coach X really is interested and his agent says he is, do I take the time to wait?
Well, guys, you never want to wait too long, and we've seen that firsthand in 17. I knew the process leading up to 17. It was a good one. Like, yeah, that coach is going to be great here. You just got to wait till his season's done. Okay, Florida, go ahead and lose. Come on, lose, Florida. Florida, lose. Oh, they just won the national championship. We can't leave now.
Yeah.
And you have to go down to plan B, and it's like, ooh, man, that's kind of a drop-off there. So you don't want to wait too late. And it would be up to the decision maker to decide, all right, is this the guy I've, cut out from the beginning? Because if you've got him there and he looks like he's willing to say yes, you go ahead and offer and end it. Just go ahead and offer and end it, because you don't want to tell that guy, hey, we like everything we hear. And if it was up to us right now, if these other guys weren't playing, we'd give you the job. Because what does that tell him? That tells him, well, I guess it would probably be like Dennis Gates that's in Missouri right now. Hey, I'm sick of waiting. I'm out. Bye.
Right.
So you don't want to wait too late. And it would have been understandable if all of your candidates won this weekend and were playing in the Supers. Like, okay, well, hey, that's just part of it. But they're not. So if you've got a candidate that you really like and you talk to him and it's like, okay, I think it's going to happen, you want to be able to say, and truthfully, well, we only offered the job to one person. Right. Okay. But the unsaid thing there is like, yeah, we had everything we needed to know before we officially made the offer. If you've got your guy, you go ahead and do it. You do not want to wait and risk making him mad, giving his school a chance to say, hey, hold up. We'll give you everything you wanted plus more.
That was David Cloninger joining us earlier. Again, DCPNC on Twitter, postandcourier.com. And if you don't already subscribe to David's Gamecock newsletter, you should, because there's a lot of good intel in there on a regular basis. Yeah, I think the waiting part is certainly one that Carolina fans probably aren't up for.
No, but to be honest with you, to me, you got to get the right guy. If you got to wait for the right guy and you believe it's the right guy, you got to wait. And I know that sucks, but you got to get the right. Jay, you got to get this right.
But you got to know too. I agree with you 100%. You got to know though, if you are waiting on someone,
he's coming.
Yeah. Hey, and again, if it is like the O'Sullivan situation,
I was getting ready to say that's
gulp.
The only thing.
I mean, and that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, but
yeah, I don't know.
So
I guess my advice to Gamecock fans is any of the candidates root for them to lose.
Well, that was something that it was talked about last week, and I'm
Remember
like,
that?
Yeah, like that seems kind of counterproductive, right?
It's kind of a rock and a hard place.
Where is the line to stop rooting for them and just start rooting for them to get here? Drive Around the SEC is next.
Oh, we have an accident Broad River Road near Lake Murray Boulevard. And some stop-and-go traffic as well, I-26 westbound between Sunset Boulevard and St. Andrews Road. And again, long-term construction, I-26 between Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road, I-20 between Sunset Boulevard and Bush River Road, and Broad River Road between I-26 and Dutch Fork Road. We'll come back in, jump into a drive around the SEC, get you caught up on what's going on with SEC teams in the postseason. That's next.
It is Drive Around the SEC time. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry with you. 25 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on this Monday. Happy June once again. Zipping right along there, kids. Updates from college baseball. Have an SEC team playing right now, and they started well, but it ain't going well as we speak. Oklahoma jumped out to a 3-0 lead on Georgia Tech in a do-or-die game in Atlanta. But Tech has stormed back to take a 7-3 lead in the bottom of the seventh. Now, Tech is the higher seed and the host, and yet they are the visiting team in terms of the sport of baseball today, which, as I said earlier, makes no sense.
0.
Again, if you have a game that's an elimination game, then the host, who earned the right to host by virtue of your own committee saying they did enough in the regular season and technically conference tournaments, that they should be the home team because the sport of baseball has that as a bit of an advantage. It's not just about having the home crowd. I remember years ago asking about that. I mentioned this to you earlier, Terry. And I was told, well, you're at home, and so you have your home crowd. And you're in your ballpark. Well, sometimes they even make you get in the other dugout.
You can't play your walk-up stuff.
You can't. Yeah, you can't do as much of your own, home environment stuff. And as I've said, that's the Committee on Smiles and Sunshine directives, right there. And yes, they still have their Committee on Smiles and Sunshine, which is a fine committee for a lot of reasons. But sometimes in this case, it's not. Every game. Let's see. Yeah, every game tonight. The rest of the way has an SEC team in it. Tonight at 6, Florida will host Troy, do or die. Tonight at 6, Kentucky will be at West Virginia, do or die. Tonight at 9 o'clock, Southern California will be at A&M, do or die. And same scenario, Milwaukee at Auburn. Today, in a non-SEC matchup, Florida State was the host. Over St. John's. St. John's wins that one 5-4. St. John's becomes the 5th 4-seed ever since the 99 change in format. The 5th 4-seed to sweep a regional. And they are the second team this year, Terry Ford. Little Rock swept the Hattiesburg Regional. So there were 3 going into this year's tournament. Now there are 5. So congratulations. Here's how things look. Texas, first off, here's the schools from the SEC in no particular order that have advanced already. Georgia, Mississippi State, Mississippi, Alabama, and Texas. We can guarantee you, Terry Ford, that an SEC team is going to make the College World Series because Georgia will host Mississippi State. Texas will host Oregon. Mississippi could play, I think they will play at Auburn. God bless you, Milwaukee, for winning the other day. If you get it done again, that's great. I will predict an Auburn victory tonight down at Plainsman Park.
Look at you going out on a limb.
And that would mean that we could guarantee a second SEC team will play in the College World Series. Now, let's see. If Kentucky wins, and I don't want to confuse people too much, I'll just do the SEC portion of this. If Kentucky wins, they will host Cal Poly. All right. Florida. If Florida wins, they will host Little Rock. A&M, if they win, will go to North Carolina. As I said, Mississippi is likely going to Auburn, Terry, but if Milwaukee pulls it off, Mississippi will host Milwaukee. Again, Mississippi State is definitely going to Georgia. Oregon is definitely going to Texas. St. John's is now definitely going to Alabama. And if Oklahoma can come back and beat Georgia Tech, Oklahoma would go to Kansas. There will be a quiz later on who may play where for Southeastern Conference schools. I could, but I won't. West Virginia, by the way, is starting the Big 12 Pitcher of the Year tonight against Kentucky. So that might not bode well for the Cats. You never know. I expect Florida to beat Troy, but Troy's pretty good, man.
You know what is interesting? That, remember, our boy Troy, Skylar Meade, got a little love early in this whole thing. And then, Troy hadn't made the playoffs in a couple years. Right. And now look at him making a little run.
I wonder, this is just me talking, could a guy like Skylar, if a lot of things fall down poorly, is he the kind of backup candidate that you're looking at? I don't know. There's a lot of guys. I think there's still a lot of names on this list. But to come back around to the Gamecock talk, everybody I have spoken with in the last 5 days tells me the same thing. And it, in so many words, it's Kevin Schnall's job to say yes or no to. Now, I can't, only Jeremiah Donati and I guess maybe Kevin Schnall know that.
We know Donati does.
Right. But again, if there are some names still coaching that would at least want to talk with you relative to you just talking with their agent and saying, yeah, my guy is kind of interested. I guess, like I asked David, and it's again, like a lot of questions that we ask in situations like this, a lot of it's rhetorical. I mean, David doesn't have the answer. Terry, you and I don't have the answer. How long do you wait? How long can you wait? And those are two different questions.
Right.
And maybe they blend into one, ultimate question and answer. But the answer is I don't know. If you're hiring, and if you're Jeremiah Donati in this case, how much? How do I ask it? How much do you have to convince yourself that you can go ahead and make the hire without needing or wanting to talk to a potential candidate that's still coaching? In other words, is it a 50-50 proposition? Or, however you want to measure it. Like, I'm not sure. But
right.
I think it's an interesting question. And at the same time, how much interest might they have shown you via an agent during this early vetting process? Because you have had a head start, right? And it's pretty obvious that it feels like three names emerged above all the others. And to the point that you made about Kevin Schnall earlier, who, said a lot of great things about the program that he played for and works for.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't say, I'm not interested in South Carolina.
Right.
But we haven't heard from Dan Fitzgerald. We haven't heard from Steve Sabins. And those are the three. I would say those are the three that were at the top of the list.
Yeah.
But there are, there was some published reports last week that a guy like Rob Vaughn at Alabama could be in play. Now, what does that really mean? I don't know.
I don't either.
But if Rob Vaughn is interested, and Rob's going to the Supers, do you wait? In terms of Dan Fitzgerald, he's going to the Supers. Do you need to wait? I don't have answers to this.
No, because again, at the end of the day,
if you know Schnall's your guy, then I guess you go get Schnall.
Right.
And make him say no to, what, $1.5 million?
If he's your guy, you got to go there like David said earlier. If he's your guy, go make the offer and make him turn you down, but make him turn down a great offer.
I mean, look, I don't know, but you and I have talked about this. Ray Tanner reset the floor, if you will, at 1-3 for Paul Maneri. That floor's got to come up.
Yep, got to go 1-5 at the very least.
And you're still middle-ish of the pack in the SEC.
So if you're offering that, and you offer all the other things you can, and you make him say no, and if he decides to go back to Coastal, then he does. But you got the chamber has to be empty. So
that's 2.5 times his money right now. Man.
Right. So if he decides,
that's a hell of a raise.
He can go back to Coastal for whatever his reasons.
Yeah.
But you got to make it to where it's like the old offer you can't refuse.
Agreed. That's the drive around the SEC. We'll do a little Jay versus the internet on the other side. All right, welcome back in. 11 minutes in front of 6 o'clock here on a Monday. Scott Hamilton coming your way next. Not that guy, the other guy.
No, it is that guy.
Oh, it is? Oh, good.
Yeah. He's going to tell a lot of figure skating stories.
Sure.
A lot of dirt on Dorothy Hamill and
Sure.
Tara Lipinski.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no dirt on Dorothy Hamill.
That would suck if there was.
She's
Remember when we were
America's sweetheart,
kids?
right? Wasn't that one of her
little
monikers?
bob hair, and she was America's
come on,
sweetheart.
don't do
She
that
won
to
the
people.
gold medal, and
Don't do that to people.
man, wouldn't that stink if like one of these stupid things came out, like True Hollywood Story on Dorothy Hamill, and would just
That'd be bad.
blow our world.
I don't want that.
Be awful.
I don't want that.
No, be terrible.
Yesterday, had a good time at the USA soccer match, man. Went up to Bank of America Stadium.
It was a nice crowd, man.
They said 57,000. Watched Christian Pulisic score a goal and have an assist.
I know he's due. He was due.
He
man.
was. It's been a while since he has scored for club or country. And America beats Senegal 3-2. The best player in the stadium is a guy for Senegal named Sadio Mane, who had a great career at Liverpool. Now he's making like gobs of money in Saudi Arabia at age 34. But he scored, so I got to see a big star score a goal, and saw America win. It was
I'll be honest with you. I'm a little surprised that people are making gobs of money in Saudi Arabia.
He makes a lot of money. He could have stayed in Europe, but he chose to go make a lot of money in Saudi Arabia.
That's the thing about like that decision. At some point, like you played in Europe, you played Liverpool, wherever, and again, it's the highest level of competition, right? And then someone says, "We're going to play with the Saudis."
Well,
and they'll go because it's not as good. The soccer's not as good. Isn't that where Ronaldo?
Oh no,
went?
Yes, and Ronaldo's making.
That's what I mean.
Ridiculous
so then you go
sums
to
of money.
lesser level of soccer, but they're printing your face on the money.
And it's not just a lesser level of soccer.
I hear
it's a significant.
Let me ask you this, because you know soccer 100 times more than I'll ever care. And I'll try to stay awake while you explain this to me, because we're talking about soccer. Is the Saudi Arabian level of soccer lower than the MLS?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Now they're trying to make it better. And
the Saudis or the MLS?
Both.
Okay, just checking.
Both. But yeah, I think neither one are great.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I get you. That's why I asked you.
But anyway.
You pay attention.
But it was a good time.
It
was a good time.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Okay, so about 60,000 people.
Yep.
And it was a competitive match with U.S. and Senegal.
Yep.
And U.S. wins.
Yep, 3-2.
So what's your thoughts on what you saw the U.S. team real quick before we get to Jay versus
First half, good. Second half, they put a lot of subs in, which is what you're going to do in a game like that. We're going to know a lot more because they'll have a more solidified lineup, and I think they'll play longer, Terry, when they play Germany up in Chicago on Saturday.
Ooh.
And,
Germans.
Yeah. That one's a little. Germany's better than
They're a little bit better than Senegal.
They're better than Senegal.
Yeah, a little bit.
Germany's scuffling of late.
Not the Germany
They're not the Germany of yore.
Okay.
That's Spain and France these days. But nevertheless,
they're still Germany.
They're still Germany. A lot of good players.
Now, here we go.
But it was a good time. All right, what you got?
All right, this is not obviously. There's no games tonight, Jay Phillips.
Uh-oh.
Now you're going to pick winners.
Oh, good.
Hurricanes, Golden Knights. Who hoists the cup?
The way the Hurricanes are playing, man. Of course, the Knights swept the Avalanche. I feel like Carolina Hurricanes got some kind of mission going on, man.
Really good.
Hurricanes.
Okay, Hurricanes. I'm going to agree with you. I think the Hurricanes win the series.
So that's the Golden Knights in 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Golden Knights and a gentleman's sweep. The kiss of death, 1 and 2 is picked. All right, next. Spurs Knicks. That doesn't start till Wednesday.
Wednesday night, man. For one thing, I'm with all due respect to the OKC Thunder, I'm so glad this is the finals we got of the 4 that we had to pick from, and four teams. I mean, man, Spurs. The Knicks are so they're just. They won 11 in a row.
Man, you feel like they're due to
That's
fumble.
going to end.
I'll say this. The Spurs are the youngest team to make the finals since the 77 Portland Trail Blazers, some guy named Bill Walton.
You know what, though? You know what they did?
They won it.
They won.
I won't lie to you. I'm a little torn on this thing. I've been going back and forth because the Spurs are so young. But I'm going to say this. They won Game 7 without Wembanyama going crazy. He played well, but the other guys played
22-7. It was a nice game.
The other guys stepped up, though. A ton of other guys stepped up in that Game 7 in OKC. San Antonio was scared of no one.
Correct. And again, they won 62 games in the regular season.
I've been bouncing back and forth on this thing right now. I'm going to go Spurs too, but I might be flipping it before Wednesday's tip. But I'm going to go Spurs right now because that 7'4" guy's pretty good.
He's all right, man.
He's all right. So
they played defensively. They played really well the other night too.
Yeah, but I'll say this: if the Knicks win, it would not shock me.
It won't shock me. Whoever wins isn't. Yeah, and again, the Knicks are playing better than their regular season record suggests.
I'll tell you the biggest key to this series: Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, I agree.
If he can do stuff on the perimeter and force Wembanyama out of the paint, that'll be a thing. Or are they going to put Wembanyama on somebody else?
The Knicks winning is kind of a cooler ending just because they hadn't done it in forever. Mm-hmm. Spurs, they're used to winning titles.
They've won a ton. Yeah. Yes, they have. Hey, good job, my man. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yep.
Thanks to David Cloninger.
Ready for that new backyard pool? Of course you are. And now is a great time to call our friends at Griffin Pools and Spas. For years, they have been partnered up with Latham Pools, who are the best when it comes to fiberglass pools. They have so many models, shapes, sizes, and colors to pick from, whether you want something simple to just kind of wade in out back, all the way up to, okay, if you could do this, an Olympic-sized pool? Well, hey, if you got a backyard big enough, then have at it. But it's so much more than a typical fiberglass pool shell because it's made of durable composite material and it comes with a lifetime warranty. Not only are they the best, but they look fantastic as well. Each pool comes with a saltwater system, helps you reduce cost and maintenance over the life of your pool, and they'll all include amazing LED lighting to make things even better at night. 957-2121, online, griffinpoolsandspas.com, or stop in and see them at North Lake Drive and invite us over when you get a Griffin pool.
All right, we have a couple accidents. Garner's Ferry Road at Trotter, also Lake Murray Boulevard at Irmo Drive. And if you're popping around our affiliate in Myrtle Beach, we got an accident with a left lane blocked at Highway 17 northbound at Burgess Road. And another area closed, same area because of this accident, Highway 17 southbound after Bluegrass Road. All right, coming up, Scott Hamilton and Connecting Carolinas here on The Game Network, at The Game TV Radio and YouTube. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate you like always. Have a good night.